Chapter 319. You don't even fancy a mysterious grade pill. Lu Yu was startled. This wasn't an ordinary pill, but one that could repair one's spiritual energy. The value of this pill was much higher than a bottle of other mysterious grade pills, at least a few 100,000 silvers. Mysterious grade pills weren't something that could be casually refined. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, there were no more than 30 alchemists who could refine mysterious grade pills, yet Liu didn't even spare a glance at them. Was this little brat's vision so high? Not interested. Yang Kai quickly said, Lu Yu's eyes suddenly became cold, and his yuan qi fiercely burst forth. Father doesn't care if you're interested or not. Since you've been targeted by Father, you'll have to fight even if you don't want to. As he spoke, the ground where he stood cracked and stone fragments flew out. A dark purple light emerged from Lu Yu's body and transformed into an invisible energy that rushed towards Yang Kai. Lu Yu, if you dare hurt him, you're dead. Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale as she screamed. Although Yang Kai had just defeated several yuan qi cultivators in a flash, Lu Yu was different. He was a famous existence in the entire ash-gray cloud evil land, and although his appearance wasn't very good, his combat strength was quite high. Few of the younger generation could fight against him. Moreover, Lu Yu was a bloodthirsty person. Those who had exchanged blows with him all died cleanly, not leaving a single one alive. Bai Luo didn't know if Yang Kai was his opponent, so how could she not be worried? If something really happened to Yang Kai, how could she explain this to Shan Qing Luo? While she was still in shock, Yang Kai's yuan qi also burst forth. Poo poo poo. The two attacks condensed from their respective yuan qi collided and were evenly matched. Lu Yu's invisible attack was cleanly resolved. Before he had time to catch his breath, Yang Kai suddenly saw Lu Yu's mouth curl into a smug smile. His expression changed, and he leaped into the air. Ci. Suddenly, an evil light shot out from the ground, almost piercing through Yang Kai's foot. A cold light flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so vigilant and able to avoid that sudden attack. Yang Kai, who had leaped into the air, looked like a burning fireball. The true Yang yuan qi was pushed to the limit. It swooped down like an eagle soaring through the sky, carrying with it a destructive force. Sensing the heat and pressure coming from above his head, Lu Yu didn't dare to be careless. He raised both his palms and met the attack head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The violent yuan qi collided with each other like waves, and each collision brought out a halo of light. It spread outwards like ripples. In such a collision, Lu Yu's tower-like body slowly sank into the ground. It wasn't that he wasn't as strong as Yang Kai, but that the ground couldn't withstand such an attack. With Lu Yu as the center, cracks that looked like turtle patterns had already appeared on the ground where he stood. The cold light in Yang Kai's eyes grew stronger. He threw out his yuan qi without any scruples, trying to push Lu Yu into the ground. Sensing his intentions, Lu Yu let out a furious roar. Like a mad beast, his muscles bulged as he used all the strength in his body to fiercely throw out a punch. Half of Fragrance City trembled. The surrounding shops were smashed into pieces by this punch, and the shop assistants inside all screamed. They hurriedly ran away. Even Heavenly Le Medicine, Square, couldn't avoid it. Yang Kai looked dignified. He had no intention of dodging. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. 3 bursts of energy instantly superimposed under Yang Kai's control. Boom! Lu Yu's body was smashed half into the ground, and Kai Yang borrowed the force of the rebound to float to the side. Once he had stabilized his footing, his face was slightly pale. Lu Yu didn't suffer from this blow. Instead, it was Yang Kai who suffered. But being forcefully smashed into the ground, what Lu Yu lost was face. There was complete silence, not a sound could be heard. The onlookers all turned to look at Yang Kai again, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. None of them had expected him to be able to beat Lu Yu into such a state. What's going on? A number of figures flew over from all directions, all of them immortal ascension boundary masters from the city. Under Shan Qing Luo's management, Fragrant City rarely had street fights, but today's battle had caused such a ruckus that even the immortal ascension boundary masters couldn't help but rush over to see what was going on. After discovering that the one fighting at the scene was actually Lu Yu, they couldn't help feeling stunned. The most important thing was that Lu Yu seemed to have suffered a loss. His body was buried in the ground, and the one he was fighting was actually just a young boy. What happened? Who is Lu Yu fighting with? These people flew to the side and grabbed a few of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters inside Heavenly Le Medicine Square. Who is he? He can actually fight Lu Yu head-on. One of the Lu family masters smiled bitterly. We don't know where this little brat came from, but according to Bai Luo, he is an honored guest of the Queen's master. An honored guest of the Queen's master? How come we haven't heard of him? Don't worry about that. What should we do now? It's over. The young master has never suffered such a big loss before. This time I'm afraid he won't be able to settle this peacefully. In the middle of the field, Lu Yu suddenly laughed a few times, raising his head and glaring at Yang Kai, the chill in his eyes almost solidifying as he said in a low voice, "No one has ever dared to treat me like this. Your courage isn't small." As he spoke, Lu Yu's body once again emitted a purple demonic qi, but this time this demonic qi was like a solid tattoo on his body. Demonic purple qi body. Some of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in the crowd exclaimed, "Is Lu Yu going to use this move?" The young master still can't suppress this demonic qi. Quickly stop him. It's too late. What kind of background does this little brat have? How did he force the young master to use this move? The group of people were so anxious that their foreheads were dripping with sweat, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Lu Yu would quickly defeat Yang Kai and disperse his demonic purple qi body. The demonic purple qi body was a martial skill that was born inside the evil cavern. A cultivator would enter the evil cavern and absorb the flowing time Great Emperor's demonic qi. If one's luck was good enough, and if one's aptitude was high enough, they would be able to comprehend this martial skill. Every year, many cultivator would enter the evil cavern in an attempt to comprehend its mysteries, but the number of people who entered was not small and many of them died. Occasionally, there would be a few people who were lucky enough to come out alive, but they were not necessarily able to comprehend this martial skill. Lu Yu was one of those who had successfully comprehended this martial skill. Every year, he would spend a period of time in the evil cavern to absorb the demonic qi in order to enhance the power of this martial skill. After so many years, this martial skill could already play a significant role. Using the demonic purple qi body, Lu Yu's strength soared, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Leaping up from the ground, he grinned maliciously as he approached Yang Kai. As he took a step forward, a mace suddenly appeared in his hand. The barbs on the mace were incomparably sharp, and the surface of the mace flashed with a bright red light, as if it was made of thick blood. This mace had obviously killed a lot of people. Lu Yu was going all out. Everyone who saw this knew that he must have flown into a rage out of humiliation. That was why he had used the demonic purple qi body as well as an artifact. He didn't intend to hold back at all. Yang Kai, you be careful. He doesn't have any sense of reason right now. Bai Luo's beautiful face went pale as she screamed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai glanced at her coldly and snorted. Noticing the approaching demonic qi, Yang Kai leisurely pushed Jin Yang Yuan qi back into the dantian. The energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton suddenly erupted. Asterisk, as if dark clouds had covered the sky, a dark turbulence instantly swallowed all the light. Everyone only felt their vision go dark and they couldn't see anything. Immediately, two scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, just like Lu Yu's, filled with madness, bloodthirst, and cruelty. What a strong evil qi! Everyone was shocked as they stared at Yang Kai's transformation in amazement, all of them dumbfounded for a moment. These immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all had extremely sharp divine senses and keen eyesight. How could they not notice that Yang Kai's evil qi was even stronger than Lu Yu's? Could it also be a martial skill he comprehended inside the evil cavern? Why does it look so similar to Lu Yu's? Besides the color of their bodies being different, there wasn't much difference. No, it's not the same. A relatively strong immortal Ascension Boundary Master said in amazement. Look, although their eyes are similar, Lu Yu obviously doesn't have much consciousness left. His mind has been swallowed by the evil qi inside his body. He's acting on instinct. But this boy, his eyes are very calm. Could it be he can suppress the evil qi inside his body? I'm afraid so. Damn, what kind of freak is this? A group of people suddenly shouted. Only the several immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from Heavenly Le Medicine square-frowned. You're dead, haha. Lu Yu muttered under his breath. His cold and crazed eyes locked onto Yang Kai. Holding his mace, Lu Yu slowly walked over, and as he approached, a violent pressure pressed down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned the blood-red Azura sword into his hand. With a shake of the sword, Yang Kai's body instantly filled with sword qi. A heaven-grade artifact. The group of immortal Ascension Boundary Masters exclaimed. Heaven-grade artifacts were rare. Even for these people, only a few of them possessed a heaven-grade artifact. Moreover, this was a heaven-grade long-sword artifact. Its value was much higher than ordinary artifacts. As soon as this sword appeared, the evil qi emanating from this boy's body seemed to become denser, even more tyrannical than before. At such a young age, his strength was so tyrannical, and he even had a heaven-grade artifact to protect himself. Not to mention, he was an honored guest of the beguiling demon queen. This little brat's background wasn't small. Perceiving this, the foreheads of the Lu family's immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were instantly filled with cold sweat. Was he the descendant of one of the evil kings? If that was the case, and Lu Yu had provoked him like this, the Lu family would be in big trouble. Sister Bai Luo, Sister Bai Luo. One of the Lu family masters quietly came over to Bai Luo's side and whispered cautiously, "What is this young lord's identity?" Bai Luo stared at Yang Kai, her seductive face completely drained of blood as she smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know, it was Master who brought him back. I said he was Master's honored guest." "You don't know anything?" The Master didn't give up and continued to ask. Bai Luo slowly shook her head. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk, while the two were talking, Lu Yu and Yang Kai had already begun fighting. Lu Yu, with his demonic purple qi body, held a huge mace in his hand, each of his strikes seeming to contain a tremendous amount of power. As he weaved through the air, Yang Kai's dark sword qi was shattered into pieces. Chapter 320. Lu Yu's physique was strong and robust. With the huge wolf tooth club in his hand, he exuded a tyrannical aura of supremacy. Every time he swung the wolf tooth club, every strike would cover a huge area. The thousands of sword qi streams surrounding Yang Kai's body were destroyed before they could even play a role. His face sinking, Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out a black sword wave condensed from Yuan qi, shooting straight towards Liu, almost cutting the void in half. Lu Yu grinned and did not dodge, instead raising his club and slashing down. With a bang, the black sword wave was shattered, and although Lu Yu's body was slightly shaken, he was not injured in the slightest. His footsteps did not stop as he fiercely smashed towards Yang Kai. Wrapped in the inky black demonic qi, Yang Kai's pair of red eyes flashed coldly. Black qi swirled around his palms as he fiercely pushed them forward. White tiger seal, divine ox seal. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the roar of an ox, two huge black beast phantoms appeared, one bearing its fangs as it pounced towards Liu, while the other rushed forward. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the earth trembled fiercely. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with madness. Not only was he not shocked, he laughed loudly and went up to greet him. He shouted, "Good, good, but you are still dead. I will drink your blood dry. You are qualified to make me do that." The wolf-tooth club swept out in both directions, and the two beast phantoms were directly blown away, dissipating into the air and disappearing. However, after this short delay, Yang Kai had already made his next move. 3 sword chi streams opened up a path in front of him as his demonic chi suddenly transformed into a giant hand that covered the sky and slammed down towards Liu. 2 months ago, Yang Kai was still unable to control his own demonic chi at will. But since learning Xiao Fusheng's method of controlling Yuan Qi on Hidden Cloud Peak, his ability to control this demonic chi was no longer something he could compare to before. Although this kind of control was still superficial, it was much better than before. Quickly approaching, Liu smashed the 3 sword chi streams with his club, causing his hairs to stand on end as his purple, demonic chi surged. Before he could dodge, he was struck by the pitch-black hand. Hong long long. It was as if the entire earth had been slapped down, and the green slabs turned into fragments that fluttered about endlessly. The darkness churned, and Lu Yu completely disappeared into the darkness. Ah! Bai Luo's jaw dropped, not knowing what to say. She had thought that Yang Kai's previous performance was already strong enough, but she had never imagined that this wasn't even Yang Kai's true level. The mysteriousness and strangeness of this person had far exceeded Bai Luo's imagination. "Young master," the several Lu family Immortal Ascension boundary masters exclaimed. However, he immediately calmed down. Under the probing of their divine senses, they found that Lu Yu's vital energy and blood had not weakened at all. Instead, due to his anger, they were rapidly increasing in strength. "This little brat is quite fierce, actually being able to force Lu Yu to eat defeat after defeat. Ha ha ha. I really want to see what kind of expression that old dog Lu Ji will have when he hears this news." An Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator who had come to watch the show laughed loudly. He seemed to be very happy to see Lu Yu being bullied. Lu Wuji, the previous patriarch of the Lu family, Peak Immortal Ascension boundary. He was also an elder of Fragrant City. What a pity the several elders and master have all gone to the Beast King's territory. I'm afraid we won't be able to see them for the time being. Someone else gloated. The faces of the several Lu family Immortal Ascension boundary masters suddenly went black. All of them glared hatefully at these people. Yang Kai's expression remained cold, his brow wrinkling slightly as he carefully sensed the changes in Lu Yu's aura. Suddenly, a faint purple light burst forth from the boundless darkness. When this faint light appeared, it looked like a small flame. However, this flame quickly spread outwards like a prairie fire. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk a burst of purple demonic chi broke through the darkness and shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. This purple demonic chi almost condensed into a tangible substance like a burning flame. But what was strange was that not only did it not have the slightest heat, it instead gave off a bone-chilling cold. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, the black and purple demonic chi madly colliding, neither side able to gain the upper hand. A moment later, the purple demonic chi returned, breaking through the blockade of darkness, and Lu Yu's burly figure once again appeared in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha! Lu Yu rested his huge mace on his shoulder, letting out a low and gloomy laugh. Yang Kai's expression sank. He suddenly discovered that at some point his body had caught fire, and this time it was a purple, demonic fire. A bone-chilling cold spread from the location of the fire, quickly wrapping around his entire body. As the demonic fire burned, not only did it cause one to feel a chill from the bottom of their heart, but it also caused their energy to rapidly dissipate. This was not a fire, but rather the effect of the purple demonic chi that had reached a certain level of density. As the temperature of his body rapidly decreased, so did the demonic chi around him. Yang Kai's entire body was quickly covered in a layer of frost, even his hair and clothes becoming white as snow. Lu Yu's mouth bloomed into a cold grin. "You're dead." As he spoke, the purple tattoos on Lu Yu's body seemed to come alive, breaking off from his skin and transforming into terrifying vipers that opened their fangs and bit towards Yang Kai. "This little brat is finished." The spectating Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters once again excitedly commented. In this group of people, with the exception of the Lu family's masters, they were all eager to see the world burn. Who cared if Yang Kai was a master, an honored guest, or a young master of the Lu family? If his body had not been frozen, he might have been able to fight Lu Yu. But now that his body was frozen, his movements were sluggish, so how could he avoid Lu Yu's attack? In for a penny, in for a pound. After Lu Yu released the purple tattooed snakes, he also rushed towards Yang Kai with his wolf tooth club. He was determined to kill him. "Don't!" Bai Luo screamed. But how could Lu Yu, who had lost most of his consciousness and only wanted to kill Yang Kai, pay her any attention? At that moment, the sluggish Yang Kai's body suddenly fluttered with blood-red petals. A seemingly intoxicating floral fragrance wafted out from these petals. These petals quickly gathered together and soon formed the shape of a blooming begonia flower, which wrapped around Yang Kai's body, leaving not the slightest gap. Another heaven-grade artifact. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Only now did they realize that the situation was far from good. If Yang Kai taking out a heaven-grade artifact before made them realize that Yang Kai had some background, then this one was truly not small. At the very least, this wasn't something the Lu family could contend with. What kind of force could allow a young man to carry 2 heaven-grade artifacts? Moreover, both of them were weapons that exuded thick, murderous intent. The Lu family couldn't. "Lu, you only had a single heaven-grade artifact." Was this young man related to one of the other 5 great evil kings? Or was he the disciple of some hidden master? The Lu family's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' jaws dropped. "What are you waiting for? You idiots! Quickly stop Lu Yu." One of the spectating Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't want to make things too big and quickly reminded them. Oh. The Lu family masters woke up from their stupor. Not daring to hesitate, they all rushed towards the battlefield. In front of the budding 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, Lu Yu held his mace high and released his full strength. With a loud bang, the flower bud instantly shattered, revealing Yang Kai inside. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai was sent flying, vomiting a mouthful of blood midair. But the purple demonic flames that originally wrapped around his body had disappeared at some point. His expression extremely cold, Yang Kai quickly waved his hands. Thousands of petals flew back and forth. The Azura sword's sword light was like a snake coming out of its hole, swallowing and spitting. A huge sword light appeared and slashed down towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu's pupils shrank. With a roar, his muscles bulged as he raised his mace to block the sword light. But the thousands of petals continued to attack. "All of you, stop!" The Lu family's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters finally arrived, one blocking Yang Kai while the rest rushed to Lu Yu's side. With the combined strength of these masters, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia and the Azura sword chi were both blocked. "Young master, stop fighting. Get out of my way. I'll kill him. I can kill him." Lu Yu's yuan chi surged violently as he waved his mace, sending the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters into a panic. "Who the fuck stops me? I'll kill them all." The several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters glanced at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, suddenly nodding and quickly attacking. With a series of bangs, Lu Yu was knocked unconscious. They had no choice but to do this. Knocking Liu out like this would inevitably cause him to suffer a backlash from the demonic purple chi body. After all, he still couldn't completely control the demonic energy in his body. Because of this concern, even though they knew Yang Kai's background wasn't small, they didn't stop him. But when Yang Kai took out a second heaven-grade artifact, even if they didn't want to stop him, they had no choice but to. This young man's background had suddenly become much bigger. Liu Yu suffering some injuries wasn't a big deal, but the key was that they couldn't afford to offend the great force behind Yang Kai. That great force, or master, was not someone the Liu family could provoke. What's more, he was an honored guest of the Shanqing Luo. They couldn't afford to provoke him. What do you mean? Yang Kai stared coldly at the Liu family's immortal ascension boundary master blocking his way, methodically taking back his 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. Young lord. The Liu family's immortal ascension boundary master frowned, cupping his fists and smiling bitterly. Young lord, please calm your anger. My young master has offended you many times before. I hope young lord can forgive him. As you can see, my young master has lost his mind after using his demonic purple chi body. He doesn't really want to fight to the death with you, so this battle let's end here. Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered. Your Liu family is quite arrogant, fighting as you please and stopping as you please. The Liu family's immortal ascension boundary master was suddenly at a loss for words, his expression turning ugly. However, he was also powerless to refute. This young man had said before he came that he was only here to buy pills, yet his young master had insisted on provoking him. Just as he didn't know how to answer, Yang Kai lightly said, "Since he was knocked unconscious by you, even if I wanted to continue, I wouldn't be able to. Please forgive me, young lord." The Liu family's immortal ascension boundary master smiled apologetically, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Thinking the other party was easy to talk to, he couldn't help feeling grateful. Yang Kai coldly snorted, turned around, and walked away, his cold voice echoing, "This matter isn't over!" Chapter 321. Bai Luo carefully followed behind Yang Kai, holding a dozen or so bottles of spiritual energy restoring pills in her arms. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared towards the not-so-tall figure in front of her, her brow furrowed in a complicated and annoyed expression. What she had done today really made her regret it. If she hadn't taken him to Heavenly Le Medicine Square, nothing would have happened. The key was that she had first intended to let Liu teach him a lesson, but the result was that she hadn't intended to be so vicious and ended up offending him. Not only that, but he was also so strong that he was able to fight evenly with Liu. At the end of the day, Bai Luo felt like she had no sense of shame at all. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence and indifference made her feel even more uncomfortable. After finally returning to the palace, Bai Luo couldn't bear it any longer and quickly stepped in front of Yang Kai, blocking his path and angrily asking, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Yang Kai glanced over at her faintly, his brow furrowing slightly. "Hey!" Bai Luo stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. "Why are you ignoring me? I know you're very strong, but you don't need to ignore me like this, right? When I took you to Heavenly Le Medicine Square before, I really wanted to let Liu teach you a lesson. Who told you to be so hateful? But later, I didn't want to do that, but at that time the situation was already out of my control. And I'm sorry, don't be angry." Although Bai Luo was an orphan and didn't come from a noble background, she was still the most popular person in Shanqing Luo's eyes. On top of that, she was an enchanting beauty and had always been quite arrogant. Coupled with her unique hobbies, she had never put any man in her eyes. When Shanqing Luo brought Yang Kai back that day, she had not only allowed him to live in tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, she had also sent 3 of the palace's best women to serve him, naturally causing Bai Luo to feel a little annoyed. Bai Luo didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai, but because of Shanqing Luo's orders, she had never taken Yang Kai seriously. Until today's battle, Yang Kai was able to compete with Lu Yu and even not fall into a disadvantage. Bai Luo realized that this man was different from other men and understood why Shan Qing Luo valued him so much. With her temper and arrogance, sincerely apologizing at this time was simply too much. This was the limit of what she could do. Standing in place, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at Bai Luo. He didn't speak. Bai Luo's expression suddenly became unhappy, and she angrily said, "I've already apologized, can't you forgive me? Isn't it said that all men are magnanimous? I don't think so." Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Bai Luo's lapel, and pulled her in front of him. Bai Luo's beautiful face paled in an instant, almost reflexively wanting to attack. But remembering Yang Kai's terrifying combat power, she quickly changed her mind. Luo of Yang Kai's, "You're dead." Yang Kai snorted coldly. His tone was cold and firm, not sounding like he was joking at all. Noticing his seriousness, Bai Luo's heart couldn't help trembling. His entire body was ice cold. Just as she was about to say something stubborn, Yang Kai suddenly let go of her. His face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also a trace of purple energy in the blood. That trace of energy was squirming. It was as if it was alive. "Ah!" Bai Luo exclaimed. "Get lost!" Yang Kai suddenly sent out a palm strike, pushing Bai Luo back a few dozen meters, and in the next moment his body was wrapped in a thick layer of purple, demonic flames. A bone-chilling coldness spread out. Yang Kai's hair and clothes instantly turned white, and wisps of icy cold aura spread out. Kacha, with Yang Kai as the center, a radius of more than 100 feet, was instantly frozen. Bai Luo's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at Yang Kai. It turned out that this person hadn't completely neutralized the power of Lu Yu's attack, but had instead used some unknown method to seal it inside his body. Now it was acting up again. This was the purple demonic spirit fire from the evil cavern. It wasn't a real fire, but rather a condensed form of energy from the purple demonic spirit chi. Lu Yu had absorbed and refined this energy, mixing it into his attacks. This kind of demonic energy was extremely difficult to deal with. Once one was struck by it, they would become like maggots. Unless one's strength far surpassed Lu Yu's, sooner or later their yuan qi would be swallowed up by this demonic energy and frozen to death. Bai Luo had only heard about it, but had never seen it before. Today was the first time she had the privilege of witnessing it. "Are you hurt?" Bai Luo asked in a trembling voice. Noticing Yang Kai's current state, the dissatisfaction in her heart was instantly replaced by guilt. "Nonsense. Why don't you try being hit by that mace?" Yang Kai grit his teeth and replied, taking a deep breath and circulating his true Yang secret art, once again suppressing the purple demonic spirit fire from his body into his meridians. Lu Yu was worthy of being a master of the younger generation. Although it seemed that Yang Kai had won the battle, and even the Lu family's immortal ascension boundary masters had come out to support him. But the real result was only known to Yang Kai himself. If they had really continued fighting, he wasn't sure he would have one. After all, Lu Yu's cultivation was for minor realms higher than his own. On top of that, that mace had hit Yang Kai hard. Even with the protection of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia, Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs had all been dislocated. "Then what do we do?" Bai Luo asked anxiously. "Heal me? Are you a pig?" "And then let's go back quickly," Bai Luo hurriedly said, stepping forward to support Yang Kai and quickly rushing back to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Although Yang Kai had called her a pighead, Bai Luo wasn't the slightest bit annoyed. At the very least, she didn't feel any cold, murderous intent from Yang Kai's tone. In other words, he wasn't angry at all. Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as Yang Kai returned, he went straight to the first floor, quickly removing his robes and diving into the warm bath. Outside, the 3 women who were serving Yang Kai stood side by side with Bai Luo. What happened to young Lord? The beautiful woman Yin Li noticed something was wrong and asked softly. He fought with Lu Yu and suffered some injuries. Bai Luo replied softly. Ah. Yun Li reached out and covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. You fought with the Lu family's young master? Why did you fight? Don't ask, it's my fault. Bai Luo sighed, handing over the pills in her sleeve to Ruoyu and Ruoqing, a look of loss filling her face. The beautiful woman Yin Li stared at her thoughtfully for a moment and couldn't help understanding many things, so she didn't ask any more questions. Elder sister Yin, he seems to still have some prejudice against me. How can I apologize to him in order to appease his anger? After a moment of silence, Bai Luo suddenly turned and asked, Apologize? Yun Li's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise as she stared at Bai Luo in amazement, joking. Little Bai Luo actually knows how to apologize. The sun must have risen from the west today. Could it be that you— No. Bai Luo glared at her fiercely before suddenly smiling wickedly. You slut! What's going on in that head of yours? Do you want me to teach you a lesson so you don't become too dissatisfied? Don't. Yun Li was taken aback and quietly moved away from Bai Luo. Then tell me, what should I do? Yun Li smiled sweetly, her face blushing slightly as she whispered, A woman's body is the best weapon. You really do have such thoughts in your head. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Bai Luo said angrily, You keep an eye on him, I'll go back first. If anything happens here, don't forget to inform me. Yun Li, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing nodded together. Inside the bath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and began circulating his true yang secret art. The purple evil qi was flowing through his meridians and being incinerated by the pure true yang yuan qi, some of it being expelled from his body, while the rest being absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Although this energy was also extremely evil qi, essentially sharing the same source as the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, there were still some differences. This was the energy Lu Yu cultivated, mixed with his understanding of the martial Tao and brand, as well as his own aura. Lu Yu's understanding of the martial Tao and Yang Kai's brand were incompatible, so they could only be eliminated. What was left was the purple spirit demonic qi that Lu Yu had absorbed from the evil cavern, which could be absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton after being refined. This evil qi was very difficult to dissolve, so it took Yang Kai 3 or 4 days to gradually dissolve and refine the purple spirit demonic qi in his meridians from the unyielding golden skeleton. It seemed that this so-called purple spirit demonic qi was very much to its liking. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart tremble. His battle with Lu Yu had not resulted in a clear victory or defeat, but thanks to that battle, Yang Kai's true element boundary 5th stage cultivation had been completely consolidated. Yang Kai had also seen what kind of strength the top masters of his generation had. So far, he had only encountered a few difficult opponents. 9-star sword schools Wu Cheng He, Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng, and this Liu. Each of them had extraordinary backgrounds, so their strength was a wake-up call to Yang Kai, and he no longer dared to underestimate any of them. The world was so vast. Who knew how many geniuses there were like them? Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally refreshed. His injured 5 viscera and 6 organs had all returned to their original positions, and the water in the bathtub had become a deep purple color, giving it a terrifying appearance. Getting up from the bathtub, Yang Kai dried the water on his body, put on his clothes, and went outside. When Yun Li, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing saw him come out, they couldn't help smiling happily. Has young Lord's injuries healed? Yun Li quickly stepped forward and asked. Yang Kai nodded. That's good. Yun Li also breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Ruoyu and Ruoqing and saying, Go inform Miss Bai Luo that young Lord has fully recovered, so she doesn't need to worry. Yes. Ruoyu and Ruoqing nodded, turning around and leaving. Yun Li stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, smiling as she said, "Young Lord may not know, but Miss Bailuo has been coming here several times a day to inquire about your condition. I can see that she hasn't rested well these past few days, so she must be very tired. She asked for it." Yang Kai snorted. The reason Bailuo was so concerned about him was not because she was worried, but rather because she was afraid that Shan Qingluo would punish her when she found out. How could Yang Kai not understand this? Yunli pursed her lips and smiled. Bailuo is still young and not very sensible. Living in the palace all year round and being doted on by Master, she really is spoiled. Young Lord is Master's magnanimity. There's no need to lower yourself to her level. Chapter 322. Let's see how she performs in the future. Seeing Yunli speak up for Bailuo, Yang Kai didn't say anything more. What's more, he didn't want to bring up the previous matter again. He was only angry that Bailuo had schemed against him and dragged him into such a troublesome situation. He believed that after this incident, Bailuo wouldn't dare act rashly again. Yunli then said, "The pills young lord bought before have been placed in your bedroom, and the accounts have also been settled." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking to himself that having a big backer really made a difference. Buying so many bottles of spiritual energy restoring pills without having to pay for them himself. It was no wonder that the young lords and young ladies of great forces were able to cultivate much faster than the average person. With such a huge amount of resources at their disposal, if they started from the same starting line, their achievements would always be higher than others. This world had always been so unfair. Also, the Lu family sent someone to deliver something the day before yesterday. The beautiful woman continued to report with a smile. "Oh, the Lu family?" Yang Kai's brow rose, slightly a bit surprised. "And they sent a bottle of mysterious grade pills, which are also used to restore one's soul." Yunli looked towards Yang Kai, covering her mouth as she giggled. "I heard that the Lu family transferred these pills from their family headquarters 100 kilometers away and ordered this servant to make sure young Lord accepts them. Seeing that young Lord was in the middle of healing, this servant took the initiative to keep them." "Young Lord, do you want to return them?" "Of course not." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Why would I want to return them? Since they sent them to my doorstep. Naturally, I have to accept them." Seemingly knowing he would say this, Yunli nodded slightly. "That's true. If I were to return them, I'm afraid it would cause the Lu family to lose face. So it's best to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Young Lord really is a magnanimous person." This flattery, Yang Kai couldn't help sweating slightly. The Lu family sending him such a precious gift, Yang Kai could understand. It was nothing more than trying to resolve the previous crisis. However, the Lu family was still a great force. Yang Kai was rather surprised that he was willing to compromise. "Shan Qingluo is quite awe-inspiring." Yang Kai muttered softly. He only thought that Yu Jiao was being nice because of Shan Qingluo. What he didn't know was that the Yu family didn't know his background and didn't want to offend him. If they could kill Yang Kai quietly, they would be able to do so. How could the Lu family be so generous? But the key point was that the battle between Yang Kai and Liu took place in Fragrance City, and so many people were watching it. For the time being, they did not dare to offend him and could only swallow their anger. Although a bottle of profound level pills was expensive, it was still not enough. But the Yu family could afford it. Hearing his words, Yunli smiled and continued, "There is one more thing I need to report to young master." "What is it?" "There are many young masters and young ladies from the great forces in the city who want to invite young master to their residence. I'm afraid they want to make friends with young master." Yang Kai's origin was too mysterious, and it was difficult not to attract the attention of others. These days, the great forces of Fragrance City had been inquiring about Yang Kai's background, but after inquiring about it, not to mention his origin, even his name was not clear. So they wanted to invite Yang Kai. They wanted to use this opportunity to spy on him. If his background was really not small, they naturally wanted to make friends with him. If he didn't have a background, there was no harm. With such a promising young man, any force would be willing to extend an olive branch. Not going. Yang Kai frowned. I have nothing to say to them. Seeing him refuse so decisively, the beautiful woman was startled for a moment before she smiled. That's fine. I'm going to cultivate. After saying this to her, Yang Kai directly rushed up to the second floor. Watching his back disappear, the beautiful woman Yin Li wore a strange expression and shook her head with a wry smile. She had never seen someone so obsessed with cultivation. From the looks of it, his strength was not without reason. The next few days, Yang Kai continued to pry into the mysteries of the true alchemic way, but his progress was very slow. He didn't know when he would be able to see the whole picture. However, Yang Kai didn't care. He only wanted to use the true alchemic way to cultivate his spiritual energy. Obtaining the knowledge contained within the true alchemic way was only secondary. After consuming a bottle of pills to restore his spiritual energy, Yang Kai's spiritual energy grew significantly. Not only did it become more resilient, but the range it could cover was also much larger than before. The consumption of pills was very fast because the quality of these pills was not high. If the quality was not high, the medicinal efficacy would not be ideal. If Yang Kai wanted to quickly restore his spiritual energy, he could only make up for it with quantity. Only the last bottle of mysterious grade pills sent by the Lu family lasted less than 2 days before it was completely consumed. No one had ever dared to cultivate their spiritual energy like Yang Kai, recklessly exhausting his spiritual energy and then crazily consuming pills to supplement it. If it were anyone else, they would have long since suffered a serious injury. If their spiritual energy wasn't in chaos, they would have become an idiot. How could they survive? But under the effect of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about such things. 10 days later, after consuming all the pills, Yang Kai felt that his spiritual energy had grown a lot. He tried to destroy the soul-seeking seal that Shan Qing Luo had left in his body, but unfortunately he was still unable to shake it. Instead, he provoked the divine sense that the dragon lady had left in the soul-seeking seal, causing her to gasp and hallucinate, causing Yang Kai to become enraged. Sooner or later, he would strip her naked, hang her up, and give her a good beating. Yang Kai secretly swore in his heart. With a light knock, a knock came from outside. "Come in," Yang Kai shouted. The door was pushed open, and by Luo, wearing a fiery red dress, her face enchanting and hot, giggling as she walked in. It was obvious that she had deliberately dressed up, and the choice of clothes she had chosen to imitate Shan Qing Luo's style, giving her a hint of charm. Yang Kai was slightly startled. "How come it's you?" Since returning to the palace that day, Bai Luo had not appeared in front of Yang Kai, but from time to time, Yin Li would put in a few good words for her, asking Yang Kai not to pursue the previous matter. Yang Kai had never imagined that today she would take the initiative to come looking for him. However, the current Bai Luo was no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. When facing Yang Kai, she couldn't help feeling a bit nervous and depressed. "I came to see you," Bai Luo said softly, showing a rare tenderness as she timidly stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. "If you still care about that matter, you don't need to worry. I won't trouble you." "You're not angry?" Bai Luo looked at him in surprise. "As long as you don't scheme against me again. NNN. I promise I won't do that again. That day was just an accident." Bai Luo smiled tenderly, running over to Yang Kai and whispering, "If Master asks about what happened that day," my hands were itchy, so I exchanged some pointers with Liu. Yang Kai naturally knew how to answer. Bai Luo giggled, her slender white palms patting her breasts as she took a deep breath. She had completely put down the big stone in her heart. Sincerely, she said, "You're really a good person. I was wrong about you before." Just as she finished praising him, she found that Yang Kai was staring at her breasts. Hurriedly blocking his gaze, she blushed and said, "Hey, don't look at them like that." Saying so, seemingly thinking of something, Bai Luo let go of her arms and deliberately puffed out her towering breasts, indifferently saying, "Look, look, I'll apologize to you. In any case, I won't lose anything." Her acting so carefree was a bit too much for Yang Kai to bear. Giggling, Bai Luo directly jumped onto the bed and came to stand behind Yang Kai. Half kneeling, she then stretched out her hands, straightened Yang Kai's head, and gently massaged it with her 10 fingers. "Why are you?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Every day at this time, isn't it elder sister Yin Li who comes to help you relieve your fatigue? Today, I took on this task and originally wanted to apologize to you, but I didn't expect you to be so accommodating. This young lady rarely serves you, so I'll be grateful and enjoy it." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling stunned, only now realizing that Bai Luo really felt guilty about what had happened that day. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to please him like this. Since that day when Yin Li helped Yang Kai massage, Yang Kai had become addicted to this and wanted to do it with her every day. Cultivating one's divine sense brought about exhaustion. Every time, it would be dispersed by those slender fingers, making one feel as if they were floating in the clouds. It was a comfortable feeling. Bai Luo must have inquired about this from the very beginning. Her technique wasn't as good as Yin Li's, but it was still quite diligent. After a long time, Bai Luo suddenly asked, "Is it very comfortable?" "It's all right," Yang Kai said honestly. "Only all right?" Bai Luo was quite shocked. "How do I compare to elder sister Yin Li?" "Not as good as her." "Humph." Bai Luo snorted, her face filled with unwillingness, rolling her eyes as she grinned wickedly. Suddenly, a soft moan sounded in Yang Kai's ear, one that seemed to carry an endless charm and temptation. Immediately, from all directions, a burst of erotic moans rang out. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a series of enchanting young women wearing revealing clothing, their robes half undone, their jade-like bodies wrapped around him like water snakes. In an instant, Yang Kai's breathing became heavy and his entire body began to burn with lust. Realizing that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly circulated his joyous unification art, causing Bai Luo, who was behind him, to let out a soft groan and suddenly collapse, her beautiful eyes blurring. The yin-yang joyous unification art seemed to be able to break through all kinds of seductive techniques. Last time, when Yang Kai had been affected by Shan Qing Luo's aura, he had used the joyous unification art to escape from the illusion. This time, it really did dispel the illusion. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Bai Luo's cheeks were flushed red and her beautiful eyes were watery. Obviously, she had suffered a backlash from using her beguiling technique. Fortunately, she had only just begun using her beguiling technique and didn't have any hostility towards Yang Kai, so the backlash was very slight, only affecting her state of mind and not injuring her. "Making you feel good." Bai Luo gasped for breath, her whole body feeling weak and powerless as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. "But what did you do? Why did I suffer a backlash?" "You cultivate a beguiling technique?" Yang Kai stared at her dumbfoundedly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was quite surprised that her secret art was actually the same as Shanqing Luo's. Bai Luo responded softly, her enchanting appearance and moans teasing Yang Kai's mind. This was a far more effective form of seduction than her beguiling technique. Yang Kai grinned wickedly. "You're finished. I just told you not to scheme against me, yet you're doing this again. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet." Chapter 3:23. Grinning, Yang Kai directly pushed Bai Luo under his body, his pair of big hands and scrupulously covering her pair of plump breasts. Feeling a scorching heat and amazing elasticity, Yang Kai's whole body instantly ignited, feeling his blood boil and his lower abdomen heat up. Speaking of which, it had been a long, long time since the last time he had dual cultivated with Su Yan. During this time he had experienced a variety of temptations, and although he had always been able to hold himself back at the last moment, Over the years, a small spark had been buried deep within him. Now, by Luo using her beguiling technique on Yang, Kai had undoubtedly ignited this spark. "Hey, you, what are you doing?" Bai Luo was shocked and quickly tried to push Yang Kai away, but after suffering the backlash of using her beguiling technique just now, she had no strength at all. Now that Yang Kai was needing her, her tender body became even more limp, so how could she possibly push him away? Feeling a burning hot aura, Bai Luo's heart trembled and her mind was almost swallowed up by this hot aura. With a tearing sound, Bai Luo's clothes were torn apart, and she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine as her red robes were torn apart, exposing more than half of her snow-white skin to the air. "You bastard!" Bai Luo ground her teeth and cursed, her eyes filled with both fear and confusion, clenching her hands into fists and pounding Yang Kai's shoulders. Oh! While she was pounding Bai Luo's chest, she suddenly felt a numbing sensation, as if an electric current was flowing through her body, causing Bai Luo's mouth to emit a strange sound. This caused her to feel even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and saw the hateful man kissing the red mark on her chest. That pair of big hands was also very dishonest, rubbing back and forth between her waist, back, cleavage, and buttocks. Every time they rubbed, it would bring a wave of dizzying impact. "Don't." Bai Luo whispered softly, but the strength in her hands gradually weakened. It seemed that she was no longer willing to push this man away, and gradually her whole body tensed up. He placed a finger in his mouth and sucked on it. A humming sound came from his mouth, and he no longer resisted. On the contrary, her face was full of enjoyment and pleasure. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her snow-white skin was dripping with fragrant sweat. There was a faint layer of red light on it. She couldn't help but cooperate with Yang Kai, looking forward to more pleasure. Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Kai had only wanted to teach Bai Luo a lesson. Although teaching a woman such a lesson was a bit excessive, it didn't matter who he was dealing with. Since Bai Luo cultivated a beguiling technique, naturally she wasn't unfamiliar with the matters between men and women. This was a lesson she would never forget. Only then would she stop scheming against him in the future. Unexpectedly, this enchanting girl didn't resist for long. Not only did she compromise, but she was also quite cooperative. This was undoubtedly a piece of heartening news. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. As he tumbled, his clothes fell off. Just as he was about to take action, Bai Luo suddenly sobered up and hurriedly stopped Yang Kai, a look of panic filling her face as she said, No, you can't do this." "You're kidding." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. After reaching this point, was he really going to hold back? "If you really can't bear it, I'll call elder sister Yunli over. If you really can't, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing are also fine. They were all sent by Master to serve you. No matter what you do to them, they won't resist." Bai Luo said eagerly, a pleading look on her face. "How about it? I'll call all three of them in. No need to trouble yourself, it's you." Bai Luo's expression became sullen as she quietly glanced towards Yang Kai's proud dragon head and couldn't help crying out in alarm, seemingly having been greatly frightened. Suddenly, her face filled with shyness. Avoiding Kai Yang's burning gaze, she mustered up her courage and whispered, "Do you want to try something else?" "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. That's. Bai Luo grit her teeth and whispered softly, "That's what?" Yang Kai asked in confusion. Bai Luo was speechless and quickly pulled Yang Kai's ear, pulling his head down and whispering a few words into his ear, her white cheeks becoming more and more alluring as her beautiful eyes blurred. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly reacting, causing Bai Luo to be completely stunned, asking in shock, "Is that really possible?" Bai Luo nodded gently. "How do you know?" Yang Kai was shocked, suddenly feeling as if in front of Bai Luo he was as pure as a piece of white paper. "I cultivate a seductive technique. All of this was taught to me by Master." What Yang Kai didn't know was that because Bai Luo cultivated a seductive technique, Shanqing Luo had specially assigned 2 young girls to assist her. It was precisely because she had spent so much time with these 2 young girls that Bai Luo had developed this special hobby. Then do you want to? Bai Luo saw Yang Kai standing there in a daze and couldn't help crying out, covering her face as she asked. Although she was usually carefree, in the end, she was still a young girl, so at this time she couldn't help blushing. Yes, Yang Kai said with great interest. First of all, don't ruin my body, the rest is up to you. Bai Luo blushed as she added, flipping over and pressing Yang Kai under her body, smiling charmingly as she licked her lips and lowered her head. A hearty roar, followed by a burst of nasal moans, instantly rang out. Outside Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, the beautiful woman Yun Li, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing were sweeping the fallen leaves when the sound of light footsteps approached them. Yun Li raised her head, only to see 2 unfamiliar women appear in front of her. There were very few strangers in the palace, so Yun Li had never seen these 2 before, but after a little thought, she knew who they were. They should be the 2 girls her master had brought back a few days ago, one named Qiu Yimeng and the other named Luo Xiaoman. They had been placed under house arrest in Xiang Pavilion after sealing their yuanqi. Probably because of their good performance, they had been allowed to walk around the palace for the past few days. They should be related to the Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion's young lord who was obsessed with cultivation. Thinking of this, Yunli greeted them with a smile on her face and said, "You 2 are Miss Qiu and Miss Luo, right?" Qiu Yimeng looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, a trace of surprise flashing across her eyes. She hadn't expected that any of the women in Shanqing Luo's palace would be so beautiful. Nodding, she asked, "And how should I address elder sister?" Yun Li chuckled. "Young Lady Qiu is too polite, just call me Yun Li." The beautiful woman naturally knew that Qiu Yimeng's identity was extraordinary. Although she was now just a prisoner, she was still of noble birth. So how could she really call her elder sister and take advantage of her? Qiu Yimeng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Yun Li smiled and said, "Are you 2 here to see young Master Yang?" I heard from the people in the palace that he lives here, so I came all the way here to discuss something with him. I don't know if it's convenient for him right now." Right now. Yun Li glanced back at the 2nd floor of Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion and chuckled. "It should be fine. Young Master Yang takes a break around this time every day." "Rest?" Qiu Yimeng was surprised. "Is he usually very busy?" "And since young Master Yang arrived here, he has been cultivating all the time." Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling bitterly. Although she and Luo Xiaoman were both diligent in their cultivation, they didn't spend all their time cultivating. Now that they heard that Yang Kai hadn't relaxed even after arriving here, they couldn't help admiring his perseverance. "Come with me. Since you are young Master Yang's old friends, he should be willing to meet you." Yun Li chuckled, putting down the broom in her hand and saying a few words to Ruoyu and Ruoqing before leading Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman inside. Looking around at the surrounding environment, Qiu Yimeng's expression became even more bitter, while Luo Xiaoman angrily whispered in Qiu Yimeng's ear, "That smelly brat's living environment is so good. There are so many flowers and plants here, and the view is quite broad." On the contrary, the Fragrance Pavilion where the 2 of them lived, although it had the word fragrant in its name, didn't even have a single flower or plant. Its location was also quite remote and gloomy, almost like a prison cell. Compared to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion in front of them, it was on a completely different level. He even has a single loft and 3 maids to serve him. The more Luo Xiaoman spoke, the angrier she became. She and Qiu Yimeng were both under house arrest. So how could Yang Kai be treated so well? In terms of status, the 2 of them were much higher than him. Wow, there's even a bath. After entering Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Luo Xiaoman became more and more restless, staring at the huge bath enviously, pitifully saying, "Elder Sister Qiu, I really want to take a bath here. After coming here, I haven't had a chance to take a bath. I'm itching to death." Hearing her say this, even Chiu Yimeng felt uncomfortable and couldn't help calling out softly, "Xiao Man!" "Smelly brat." Luo Xiao Man muttered discontentedly. Yunli, who was leading the way, suddenly turned around and smiled. "Young Master Yang is actually a good person. I'm afraid the two of you have some kind of misunderstanding about him. I'll talk to him later. He should allow you to take a bath here." "I don't want to. What if he's too lecherous?" Luo Xiao Man exclaimed. Yunli smiled and said, "That won't happen. Young Master Yang isn't interested in women." Saying so, her face blushed slightly. "Me, Yu, and Ruoqing were sent by Master to serve young Master. But after so many days, young Master has been very polite to us and has never crossed the line, although he could have done so you don't have to worry." "Is he really that good?" Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, as if she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be so indifferent in the face of such beauty, instead spending all his time cultivating. This young man really did have some skill. At the very least, his perseverance and aptitude were quite good. If she could win him over to the Chiu family and provide him with cultivation resources, he would likely have great achievements in the future. Thinking about this, Chiu Yimeng smiled wryly. She didn't know when she would regain her freedom, so it was undoubtedly too early to think about such things. However, if she could really regain her freedom, she would strive to win him over to the Chiu family. Such a young man was rare. Chiu Yimeng secretly made up her mind. As the group chatted, they soon arrived at the second floor. Yunli whispered, "Young Master Yang is inside. Please wait a moment while I inform him." "Thank you for your trouble." Chiu Yimeng nodded lightly. Chapter 324. Yunli smiled faintly and stepped forward, reaching out her jade white hand. But just as she was about to knock on the door, there was a sudden movement inside. This movement was strange, and the sound was not soft either. It seemed like a man was roaring and a woman was sobbing. However, the man's voice was clear, and the woman's voice was not clear, as if her mouth was blocked by something. When the sound reached the ears of the three women outside, all of them were stunned. But soon, the beautiful woman Yunli's white neck turned pink. Her raised hand trembled slightly, and her eyes became misty. She withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Biting her red lips, she stood there, not knowing what to do. Chiu Yimeng also froze for a moment, but immediately seemed to remember something, her face suddenly turning red as she ground her teeth and cursed, "Bastard!" Luo Xiao Man blinked her big eyes and listened carefully, her beautiful brow wrinkling slightly as she asked, "Elder Sister Chiu, what's that sound?" And Chiu Yimeng was caught off guard by this question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Inside, there's probably someone cultivating, casually speaking. Chiu Yimeng blushed and couldn't continue. Luo Xiaoman looked at her suspiciously, then turned to Yunli and whispered, "Cultivating? Why does it feel like we're in a fight? Why are you blushing?" "Nothing." Chiu Yimeng lied through her teeth, feeling her face burn like it was on fire. At that moment, the movement inside suddenly became louder and more violent. The man's roar and the woman's muffled groan mixed together, converging into a violent shockwave that reached the ears of the three women. This sound seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing their legs to soften and their delicate bodies to flush red. "Ah!" Luo Xiao Man exclaimed, her face filled with shock. "Elder Sister Chiu, did that bastard man—" "What?" Chiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, her heart a mess. "Did he kill the woman inside?" Luo Xiao Man exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she softly pleaded, "Elder Sister Chiu, let's go. I feel so uncomfortable. What's wrong?" Chiu Yimeng was startled and quickly asked. Luo Xiaoman hesitated for a moment before whispering, "I need to go to the bathroom. Let's go." Chiu Yimeng's face was so red it was almost bleeding. He also felt that this was not a good place to stay. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Yunli and leave, the door in front of him suddenly opened, Immediately after, an enchanting young woman appeared in front of the three of them. They all looked at each other with extremely red faces. The enchanting girl's hair was messy, and her clothes were untidy. It was almost snow white, but there was a dark red halo on it. It was holding a few pieces of clothing in its hands, and it had a panicked expression on its face. Looking down her tender white body, Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman clearly saw 5 finger marks all over her body, especially on the 2 white bunnies on her chest. The deep 5 finger marks were clearly visible, as if they had been branded into her body, a shocking sight to behold. Between her slender and fair legs, a sparkling and translucent thread slid down her thighs. At the corner of her mouth, there was a trace of milky white liquid. Ah! Bai Luo was taken aback and stared blankly at the 3 women in front of her, grit her teeth, blushed, and rushed past them, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Although she wasn't dressed properly, but since all the people in the palace were women, she didn't have anything to hide. On the other hand, in front of Yang Kai, she didn't want to stay a moment longer. After Bai Luo left, the 3 women were still immersed in a strange silence. After a while, Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and asked softly, "Elder Sister Chiu, what did that girl eat?" Chiu Meng's face was also filled with confusion as she slowly shook her head. What did she eat? Why didn't she wipe it clean? Yuan Li slowly turned around, her voice trembling slightly, not daring to look at Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman, simply asking, "2 young ladies, do you still want to see young Master Yang?" Chiu Meng took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Since they had already come here, they couldn't just turn around and go back. Yuan Li nodded before standing at the door and calling out, "Young Master, young Lady Chiu and young Lady Luo have come. They want to see you. Come in." Yuan Li stared blankly for a moment before turning to Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman and saying, "2 young ladies, please." Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman both straightened their faces and stepped inside. After they entered the room, Yuan Li ran downstairs as if she was fleeing. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat boldly in an armchair inlaid with gold and jade, his robes neat and tidy, smiling as he looked at the 2 girls who walked in. Meeting his eyes, Chiu Meng couldn't help recalling the scene just now, her pretty face blushing slightly as she quickly averted her gaze. Luo Xiaoman followed behind Chiu Meng timidly, gritting her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't care and just stared at them, being stared at by this unscrupulous gaze. Chiu Meng actually forgot what she had come here to do and stood there dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs again, and a moment later, Bai Luo returned in her fiery red robes. At this moment, she had already put on her robes, and although her cheeks were still flushed, she no longer had the previous embarrassment and had instead regained her usual enchanting appearance. Without any scruples about Chiu Meng and Luo Xiaoman inside the room, Bai Luo shouted to Yang Kai, "Hey, you bastard, I'm warning you. I just wanted to experience what it's like to be a man. I didn't want to have anything to do with you. Today's matter, you don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. So don't bother this young lady in the future, do you understand?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before nodding with a wry smile. "Understood." Bai Luo waved her small fists angrily and declared, "If you dare to harass me, this young lady will teach you a lesson. Humph." Seeing Bai Luo so disdainful of Yang Kai, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling a sense of mutual hatred, smiling towards her, seemingly hoping that Bai Luo would scold Yang Kai a few more times to vent her anger. However, Bai Luo only said a few words before turning around and leaving. "Elder sister." Luo Xiaoman couldn't stand it anymore and quickly called out, "What's wrong?" Bai Luo looked at Luo Xiaoman with a smile. Bai Luo Xiaoman's eyes wandered between her 2 huge peaks. "You didn't wipe your mouth clean after eating. There's still." Luo Xiaoman reminded her with a smile, reaching out and touching the corner of her mouth. "Ah." Bai Luo was stunned, reaching out and wiping her mouth, discovering that it really was the case. Glaring at Yang Kai bitterly, she then turned to Luo Xiaoman and said, "Thank you, I'll find you another day to play." Luo Xiaoman responded happily. Unexpectedly, the women in this palace are quite easy to talk to. Qiu Yimeng observed from the side. She felt like something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, so she frowned and thought hard. However, nothing came to mind. Bai Luo left like a whirlwind. After being interrupted by Bai Luo, Qiu Yimeng's mood stabilized and she smiled towards Yang Kai. "I didn't see it. You seem to be living quite comfortably here. The environment is so good, and there are so many beautiful women to serve you. I'm sure you're enjoying yourself quite a bit, right?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stared at Qiu Yimeng, raising his brow. "First young lady Qiu didn't come to find me today to envy my life, right? If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. I don't like women playing games in front of me." Qiu Yimeng was stunned for a moment before nodding with a smile. "Let's get straight to the point. It's like this. I want you to help the two of us leave here." Sure enough, Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he said lightly, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who would do such a thing?" Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. "At the very least, your strength isn't sealed. If you don't try, how will you know?" Sighing faintly, she said, "You're different from me, and Xiaoman and I have our Yuan Qi sealed, so we can't fight. Are you willing to stay here for the rest of your life?" Saying so, Qiu Yimeng smiled. "And you don't have to worry about food and clothing here. You have the beguiling demon queen as your backer. You don't have to worry about cultivation resources, and you have beautiful women to serve you. I'm afraid no man would be willing to leave here. Don't try to provoke me." Yang Kai sneered. "Do you think it'll work?" Qiu Yimeng frowned. Perceiving Yang Kai's stubbornness, she smiled bitterly. "Fine, I'll be frank. Tell me your conditions. What do you want me to do in order to help me and Xiao Man leave?" "Why do you think I can let you leave?" Yang Kai frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. This woman was too self-righteous. "Because your relationship with the beguiling demon queen is not ordinary. As long as you're willing to put in a few good words in front of her, Xiao Man and I aren't of much value to her. So what use is there for her to detain us here? My Qiu family and Purple Fern Valley can use materials to make up for her losses." Seeing Yang Kai contemplating, Qiu Yimeng hurriedly said, "You just need to pass on a message. Xiao Man and I really can't see her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to ask you for help." "I can't see her either," Yang Kai coldly snorted. "How is that possible? She was so good to you before," Qiu Yimeng said with a look of distrust. "Whether you believe me or not is up to you. I'm not afraid to tell you. Shanqing Luo is not in Fragrance City right now. She seems to have gone to the Thunderbolt Beast King's territory with some of the city's masters." Yang Kai knew this news because, when he was fighting with Lu Yu that day, he had inadvertently overheard some of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters talking about it. Although he had fought with Lu Yu that day, Yang Kai was still able to keep his eyes and ears open. "Ah!" Qiu Yimeng exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement and eagerness as she hurriedly asked, "Since she's not here, why don't you leave? Do you really want to stay here for the rest of your life?" "Where can I go?" Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his eyes filled with disgust and disgust. "Go!" Qiu Yimeng was suddenly at a loss for words. That's right, where could he go? High Heaven Pavilion was probably empty right now. His sect elders, fellow brother, sister, senior sister, all of them were gone. So where could he go? It seemed he had nowhere to go. Yang Kai's words immediately made Qiu Yimeng realize his dilemma. What's more, what Qiu Yimeng didn't know was that Yang Kai still had Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal in his body. With this thing, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the earth, Shanqing Luo would still be able to find him. So it was better to save his energy and stay here. Chapter 325. Do you want to come back to the Chiu family with me? Chiu Yimeng suddenly proposed seriously, her eyes filled with sincerity. This was definitely an opportunity. Chiu Yimeng could also see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was one of superficial unity, so if she could offer him effective conditions at this time, it would undoubtedly be a great opportunity for the Chiu family to win him over. This time's imprisonment would also be worth it. Chiu Yimeng was a decisive woman and naturally knew what to do at this time. Young Lady Chiu, are you joking? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and sneered. I'm serious. Chiu Yimeng brushed her hair behind her ear. I can provide you with better treatment than here. You can have anything you want, cultivation resources, beautiful women to serve you. I have everything. Elder Sister Chiu, Luo Xiaoman whispered. She hadn't expected Chiu Yimeng to offer such generous conditions in order to win over Yang Kai. The Chiu family was one of the 8 great families of the central capital. Its influence was huge, and its capital was strong. Many people in the world wanted to drill into it, but the Chiu family's eyes were also high. Ning Kai didn't want to rot, so they only accepted foreign elites or masters. But even if they wanted to win over a few Immortal Ascension boundary masters, they didn't need to pay such a big price, right? Was this guy really so valuable? However, although Luo Xiaoman's mind wasn't as sharp as Chiu Yimeng's, she had been with Chiu Yimeng for a long time and knew she had a good eye for people. Since she dared to say so, this man in front of her might really be worth winning over. Thinking so, Luo Xiaoman no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, even looking at him with a serious expression. What do you think? I'm very serious about this matter. Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai solemnly and continued to ask. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. He hadn't expected that this woman not only had great aptitude and strength, but also had a very decisive temperament. Based on her performance during this time, if this woman didn't die young, she would definitely become a great character in the future. Even if I told you before, if you want to marry a woman from my Chiu family, I can make the decision to agree. I happen to have a cousin who is quite beautiful. You can even take her as a concubine. Yang Kai looked at her playfully. Women can't tempt me. Chiu Yimeng giggled, her beautiful eyes watery. Then just now? That was just an accident. Kai Yang replied calmly, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. So, do you agree or not? Chiu Yimeng saw that Yang Kai was completely airtight and couldn't help feeling annoyed. If it were any other young man, he would have long prostrated himself on the ground and submitted to such conditions. But he had an indifferent expression on his face. She didn't even seem to be tempted. What appetite was this bastard's? No, I'm living quite well right now. Kai Yang didn't want to waste any more words with her, so he simply refused. Chiu Yimeng was startled for a moment before suddenly smiling. You should think about it. You family, you families. She knew that she couldn't force this kind of man. She had to give him the freedom to choose. Otherwise, not only would he fail, but it would also ruin things. In her heart, she was secretly annoyed with herself for being so eager. But seeing him act so carefree, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a little angry, so she asked anxiously, Let's talk about another matter. Can you help me and Xiaoman pass a message to the beguiling demon queen? Let's talk about it after I see her. Yang Kai frowned and shrugged. As you can see, I'm also a prisoner now. However, my treatment is much better than yours. Chiu Yimeng smiled. In any case, I must thank you. If I can survive this disaster, after I return to the Chiu family, I will definitely restore High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, staring at her for a long time before he nodded slightly. Chiu Yimeng's words. Finally, she had won some goodwill from Yang Kai. Make yourself at home, Yang Kai said before closing his eyes and meditating. Chiu Yimeng watched for a while and found that this young man was really cultivating in front of her and Luo Xiaoman. She couldn't help smiling, knowing that he was sending them off. Not wanting to stay any longer, She pulled Luo Xiaoman and said, "Let's go." Oh, right. He hadn't left yet. Before they left, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "If you want to take a bath, let Yun Li, Ruoyu, and Ruo Qing prepare some warm water. The bath is on the first floor. I won't be leaving this room for a while." Qiu Yimeng's face reddened, realizing that the words she and Luo Xiaoman had said before they went upstairs had been heard by him. "Thank you. I hope we won't be enemies in the future." Staring deeply at Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng said in a low voice. Going down to the first floor, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help asking softly, "Elder Sister Qiu, do you really think so highly of that guy?" Qiu Yimeng's expression became dignified as she pondered for a moment before nodding. "And of all the people I've fought, he is the most powerful. Moreover, after not seeing him for half a month, he seems to have become a lot stronger. Although his cultivation is lower than mine, in front of him, I always feel an invisible pressure. That may be because our Yuan Qi has been sealed. If we really restore our strength, we won't necessarily be afraid of him." "No." Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. "I believe in my intuition. I'm afraid even the Lu family's Lu Qin Yao is no match for him. Even the first young lords of the 8 great families can't compare to him?" Luo Xiaoman's eyes filled with surprise. "It's the 7 great families. The Yang family's young lords are all outside, so they don't count." Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly, thinking about the way the Yang family cultivated their direct descendants. She couldn't help feeling a bit disdainful. Thinking about it, she suddenly became vigilant. Yang Kai's surname was also Yang. Could it be? It shouldn't be. Although she didn't recognize any of the Yang family's young lords, they couldn't possibly be his age. Only the youngest young lord of the Yang family was similar in age to Yang Kai, but it was said that this young lord was congenitally deficient and unsuitable for cultivation. However, this person's ruthlessness and domineering attitude was exactly the same as the Yang family's. Fortunately, this person doesn't have any background. If his background was big, haha. Qiu Yimeng smiled wryly and shook her head. When she was in the central capital, she had always been arrogant, and few of the young lords could enter her eyes. But now that she had come out for a stroll, she had encountered such a character. While talking, Qiu Yimeng went outside to find Yunli and asked her to prepare some hot water for her, then went to the bathtub on the first floor to take a bath. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai really had been cultivating on the second floor and hadn't come out. Since that day, after venting all of his accumulated frustrations on Bai Luo's cherry lips, Yang Kai's temperament had become completely indifferent. On the road of cultivation, there was a balance between relaxation and relaxation. That moment of relaxation seemed to have completely eliminated all of Yang Kai's exhaustion over the past year, and his whole person seemed to have been refreshed from the inside out. Yang Kai faintly felt that his state of mind had improved somewhat. With the improvement of his state of mind and the relaxation of his body and mind, Yang Kai's cultivation speed had also become much faster. Although he didn't have any pills to supplement his spiritual energy, Yang Kai still didn't stop comprehending the true alchemic way. Each time he did so, Yang Kai would exhaust his spiritual energy and wait for a few hours, allowing his soul to slowly recover. During this time, he would circulate his true Yang secret art, not relaxing for even a moment. During this time, the unyielding golden skeleton and incense burner finally played a role. These 2 things had been sealed away for a long time, and Yang Kai hadn't used them in a long time. However, as long as there was an opportunity, Yang Kai would remember to use them. 3 days later, Shanqing Luo returned to Fragrant City. The first thing he did was to go to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. After not seeing her for a few days, this dragon lady seemed to have become more enchanting and charming, her whole body constantly exuding a seductive charm. Her delicate body was like a weak willow branch swaying in the wind, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow, but in fact it contained a great deal of strength. This was one of the world's top masters. No one could underestimate her. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Yang Kai and smiled. "Little bastard, You've been quite obedient these past few days. Yang Kai put on a cold smile and coldly snorted, I know my place. Good, don't be angry, Shan Qing Luo said in a soft and charming voice. Didn't I leave a few women to serve you? How come I heard Yin Li say you haven't eaten any of them? I didn't think you'd be so serious. Shan Qing Luo looked at him strangely. Yang Kai felt a bit guilty. Shan Qing Luo giggled and leaned forward, whispering softly, Bai Luo's skills aren't bad. Not bad. Yang Kai blushed and quickly changed the subject. Dragon Lady, why did you leave me here? I didn't want to do anything. Shan Qing Luo's tender body twirled, and in a flash of light, she sat down on the fragrant bed and smiled towards Yang Kai. Are you bored staying here? What do you think? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Shan Qing Luo asked, Then why don't you go out for a walk? Where can I go? You can go wherever you want. No one is stopping you. Kai Yang stared at her for a moment, then suddenly reacted, looking at her in surprise. You mean I can leave here? Of course. When did I say you can't leave here? You woman. Yang Kai's stomach was filled with annoyance. Good, don't be angry. Shan Qing Luo's expression became serious as she said, I came back this time to tell you that you can leave this place. If you want a man, you can't just lock him up. This is something I understand. And you can keep my body here, but you can't keep my heart. Yang Kai nodded, eagerly suggesting, Then the soul-chasing seal. Keep it for now, otherwise I won't be able to find you. Shan Qing Luo pursed her red lips, her expression somewhat sad. Good. Yang Kai didn't force her. Although Shan Qing Luo said he could leave, Yang Kai didn't feel too happy, at least not as excited as he had imagined. Probably because he knew that this dragon lady didn't have the slightest malicious intent towards him. So, although she had trapped him here these past few days, he didn't feel much resentment. Moreover, by borrowing her name, Yang Kai had also obtained a lot of benefits, so he didn't suffer any losses. If he hadn't entered Shan Qing Luo's knowledge sea and seen a lot of her inner thoughts, Yang Kai would have already shed all pretense of cordiality with her. Chapter 3:26. Right. How are you going to deal with Qiu Yimeng? Yang Kai frowned and asked, Luo Xiaoman doesn't matter. Although Purple Fern Valley's influence isn't small, compared to yours, Qiu Yimeng is a member of the Qiu family. I know how to deal with them. Shan Qing Luo chuckled. But I can't let them go yet. I'm going to take them to the battlefield tomorrow. Battlefield? Yang Kai raised his brow. The world's great forces are besieging the ash-gray cloud evil land and have been fighting for a long time now. Shan Qing Luo smiled at Yang Kai. Why are you taking them to the battlefield? Naturally, I have my own purpose. Do you want to come with me? No need. Yang Kai stretched his body and chuckled. It's rare for me to be free. I won't follow you and continue to be manipulated by you. You're really cruel, a fickle man. I've always treated you with such sincerity. Shan Qing Luo glared at him with resentment. Enough. Wrinkling his brow, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked, Right, I have something to ask you. What kind of place is the evil cavern? Shan Qing Luo stared at him in surprise. Where did you hear that? When I was fighting with Liu Yu that day, I heard someone mention it. They said that the martial skill Liu Yu used was something he learned from the evil cavern. Shan Qing Luo nodded lightly, not asking about the grievances between Yang Kai and Liu Yu. With her shrewdness, how could she not guess that Bai Luo had played a role in this? She simply said, The evil cavern is a very strange place. Filled with evil qi, it can be considered a dangerous place. Liu Yu's demonic purple qi body is also a good martial skill, but he can't fully display it. So the power he can display is greatly reduced. Why? Do you want to go and see it? That's a bit of an idea. Yang Kai didn't deny it. That day when he was refining the demonic purple qi, his unyielding golden skeleton had faintly stirred, which made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden within the evil cavern. If possible, he might be able to pry into the secrets of the unyielding golden skeleton. Right now, the world was in chaos and smoke was everywhere. Yan Kai admitted that his strength was too low, so he couldn't get involved. He might as well find a place to train himself and make plans after he grew up. Go there. Shan Qing Luo furrowed her beautiful brows. She was a little worried, but she quickly relaxed. That's fine. You seem to be cultivating an evil technique. You might really gain something if you go there. However, the evil cavern was located in the profound Een Ghost King's territory. That place isn't as safe as Fragrance City. There may be enemies everywhere. If that's the case, I'll have Bai Luo send you there tomorrow. She knows the way, so you don't have to find it yourself. All right. The next day, at dawn, Bai Luo ran over. Since that passionate day, this enchanting girl had not appeared in front of Yan Kai again. Now that she saw him again, she couldn't help blushing slightly, but she still glared fiercely at Yan Kai. Curling her lips, she said, Master asked me to take you to the evil cavern. You bastard. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't go there. If you just said so, this young lady could have dealt with you. Yet you still made me go there. It's really annoying. Yan Kai chuckled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Do you have anything you want to pack? If not, we can set off now. That place isn't close to Fragrance City. It'll take a few days to get there and back. No, let's go. The two of them left the palace. Coincidentally, they met Shan Qing Luo, Chiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman outside. It seemed like they were waiting for Yan Kai to come out. The three of them glanced at each other, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both wearing miserable expressions, seemingly hoping that Yan Kai would say a few more words to resolve their current predicament. Frowning, Yan Kai turned a blind eye. Since Shan Qing Luo didn't intend to take their lives, she must have other plans, so there was no point in trying to persuade her. I'll take you along the way for a while, then we'll part ways half a day later to help you save some strength. Shan Qing Luo chuckled, waving her hand, and a soft chi wrapped everyone up before flying directly out of Fragrance City. This simple action caused Yan Kai's brow to twitch. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's hearts also sank, knowing that escaping from the hands of the beguiling demon queen was nothing more than a pipe dream. The group moved extremely quickly, crossing a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye. As they flew, Shan Qing Luo whispered to Yan Kai, The evil cavern is in the territory of the profound Een Ghost King, and with my evil king's token, no one should dare to provoke you. But you and Bai Luo shouldn't cause any trouble when you arrive there. The people there aren't as easy to deal with as they are in Fragrance City. Bai Luo will take you to that place and then come back. Yan Kai nodded slightly. There are many evil spirits inside the evil cavern, and although there are many people who obtain benefits from it every year, many more die inside. Don't go too deep. The deeper you go, the stronger the evil spirits will become. You won't be able to deal with them. What are evil spirits? Yan Kai frowned and asked. Evil spirits are the demonic chi and demonic chi inside the evil cavern. They are very difficult to deal with. They don't have sentience, but they are very aggressive. As long as it's a living thing, they will attack. In addition to comprehending martial skills, what other benefits are there? Yan Kai asked. It was rare for Shan Qing Luo to know so much about the evil cavern, so naturally he had to inquire about it first. In addition to comprehending martial skills, there is also the ability to increase one's strength. After those evil spirits are defeated, they will leave behind an evil spirit essence, which is a mass of energy. If one can absorb and refine it, they can increase one's strength. Therefore, there are many people who enter the evil cavern at all times in the hopes of becoming stronger. Not only are there cultivators from the ash-gray cloud evil land, but there are also people from the outside who disguise themselves and sneak in. There are all kinds of people, so that's how it is. Yan Kai nodded. However, there are also some evil spirit essences that contain some special things, such as a variety of strange martial skills. Lu Yu's demonic purple chi body was comprehended in such a way, but these martial skills are quite sinister. Another example is the evil spirit essence that can increase one's spiritual energy. Some people have obtained such a thing, and their spiritual energy has greatly increased. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. During this time, he had been thinking about increasing his spiritual energy like crazy. There are many good things, but you also need to have the ability to earn them. Shan Qing Luo smiled. And the world is really mysterious. Such a thing actually exists. Yang Kai said in amazement. The last time he had gone to Nether Mountain for life experience was also the same, but he didn't know how it had formed. I heard my mother say that the evil cavern is connected to another place. Shan Qing Luo finished speaking and also chuckled lightly. Obviously, she didn't take this matter seriously. What place? The demon world. The group of people all looked surprised. None of them had ever heard of such a thing. It might be true. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation for why there are so many evil spirits there that they can't be killed. You're joking. Yang Kai sneered. Ha! My mother also heard it from her mother. Shan Qing Luo giggled. Yang Kai, you want to go to the evil cavern for life experience. Chiu Yi Meng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him curiously. N. Yang Kai nodded. Can you take us with you? I also want to go. Chiu Yi Meng smiled sweetly. Shan Qing Luo glanced at her meaningfully. Chiu Yi Meng smiled wryly. I can help him. The more people there are, the better. After all, my strength isn't too low. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Shan Qing Luo softly comforted. I'm taking you to the battlefield just so you can see how those who came to attack the ash-gray cloud evil land treat the people here. Chiu Yi Meng was slightly surprised. She somewhat understood Shan Qing Luo's intentions. In fact, good and evil are not as clear-cut as you think. This world is not just black and white. Shan Qing Luo's always soft and seductive voice was now slightly low. Half a day later, the group parted ways. Shan Qing Luo took Chiu Yi Meng and Luo Xiaoman away while Yang Kai and Bai Luo flew towards the profound Yin Ghost King's territory. The profound Yin Ghost King. Among the 6 great evil kings, the Ghost King was ranked near the top and was extremely difficult to deal with. The Ghost King had once coveted the beauty of the previous generation's beguiling demon queen, and had even secretly launched a sneak attack on her. However, in order to save the previous generation's beguiling demon queen, the relationship between him and Shan Qing Luo was not very good. As a result, the relationship between the two territories had become somewhat turbulent. Therefore, even if Bai Luo had Shan Qing Luo's Demon King token, she didn't dare show it casually. She didn't want to attract the attention of the Ghost King's cultivator. The two of them cautiously made their way towards the evil cavern without any hindrance, not encountering any trouble. Occasionally, they would come across a cultivator, but both of them would vigilantly observe each other, not daring to act rashly. 3 days later, the two of them arrived at a spot about 3 kilometers from the evil cavern. Here they were. Bai Luo stopped and pointed to the front. The place you want to go is over there. Yang Kai looked up and glanced over. He didn't find anything strange. There was no trace of demonic chi as he had imagined. Hey, you bastard, you better be careful when you enter. Don't die. Bai Luo angrily snorted. Yang Kai turned to look at her and suddenly chuckled. Why are you so concerned about me? Don't tell me you've fallen for me. Nonsense. Bai Luo cursed. You think this old lady will fall for you? This old lady would rather be a dog shit than fall for you. Don't bother with me. I'll tell you right now. Last time we don't know each other anything. If you dare to go out and say anything, I'll castrate you. Just as Bai Luo was cursing him, Yang Kai suddenly rushed up. grabbed her waist, and kissed her fiercely. Woo woo! Bai Luo struggled fiercely and fiercely tried to resist. Suddenly, Kai Yang let go of her and laughed heartily before quickly leaving. Bastard! Bai Luo pursed her red lips, feeling as if she had bitten them so hard they were bleeding, a bitter taste spreading from the tip of her tongue. Damn, I'll never touch a man again. Bai Luo thought to herself. Waiting until Yang Kai disappeared from her field of vision, Bai Luo coldly snorted and turned around to leave. 3 kilometers away, Yang Kai found a deep black pit in the ground. Standing next to it, a cold wind blew up from below, causing not only his body to shiver, but also his divine sense to feel extremely cold. Worthy of being called a danger zone, it was indeed a bit strange. Yang Kai secretly pondered, circulating his true Yang secret art slightly, dispelling the cold feeling. Yang Kai leapt into the air and quickly descended. Chapter 3:27. The cave seemed to be extremely deep. Yang Kai couldn't reach the bottom even after falling for a long time. After a while, he suddenly heard sounds of fighting coming from below, and a series of flickering lights flashed in front of his eyes, indicating that someone was releasing their martial skills. Yang Kai became even more vigilant, knowing that Shan Qing Luo's words were not false. Although this evil cavern was extremely dangerous, there were still people training inside at all times. Yang Kai had only just entered, yet he had already encountered people. The more dangerous a place was, the more benefits there were. The evil cavern's various wonders were enough to attract people to come here. This was also because the world was in chaos right now. So many people were fighting outside. If it were normal times, there would likely be even more people here. When there were many people, there would be disputes, fights, and bloodshed. This was a principle that had existed since ancient times. After a while, the sounds of fighting and the flashes of light became clear. Yang Kai listened carefully and determined that there should be 4 people on the other side. Their strength wasn't very high, probably all Yuan Qi cultivators. As he fell, Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to probe the surroundings. A series of extremely evil energies spread throughout the range of his divine sense. These energies were either strong or weak, giving off a very uncomfortable feeling. These should be the so-called evil spirits. There were also some auras of cultivators, but they were very scattered, each one minding their own business. Although he didn't perceive any danger for the time being, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense. Releasing one's divine sense was a very dangerous thing. If one encountered an attack that could harm one's divine sense, they could be injured. Therefore, even if one was an immortal ascension boundary master, they wouldn't constantly release their divine sense, only occasionally using their divine sense to investigate the surrounding environment. After half a cup of tea worth of time, Yang Kai finally arrived at the bottom of the cave. Not far in front of him, there were 4 people fighting fiercely, using all kinds of martial skills. This group of people cooperated closely, one retreating, one advancing, one returning. Advancing and retreating. There wasn't the slightest panic. What they were fighting were a few oily green things. These things looked like humans, and there were blurry and ferocious facial features on their faces. However, their bodies were illusory and corporeal at the same time, ethereal and illusory. Amidst their ferocious roars, bursts of ghostly wails and howls could be heard, although they weren't very strong. However, it was extremely difficult to kill. This should be the evil spirit. It was indeed a little strange. Yang Kai had suddenly appeared behind them, but none of them had noticed him. They were probably too focused on the battle in front of them. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Kai deliberately made some noise. The 4 of them were startled and hurriedly turned their heads to look back. The next moment, a person silently jumped out of the battle circle. He faced Yang Kai warily. Yang Kai was expressionless and didn't show any hostility. He just stood there, quietly, waiting for the battle to end. That person observed for a while and also noticed this. He couldn't help but smile at Yang Kai as a gesture of goodwill. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not paying any attention to him. He just quietly observed the environment of the evil cavern. There seemed to be a completely different world underground. The entire underground was hollow, and there were only a few stone pillars that stood tall from time to time. The inside of the evil cavern was a barren wasteland, without a single trace of life. It was hard not to feel depressed, and the environment was quite complicated as well. The roots were intertwined. Although this place was deep underground, it was not dark. Everywhere there was a kind of sparkling light, like fireflies, but also like will-o'-the-wisps. The entire ash-gray cloud evil land was like an azura purgatory, and even the people inside were affected. It also looked ferocious and terrifying. After observing for a while, Yang Kai began to plan. If the old demon was here at this moment, these green evil spirits would undoubtedly be a great source of nourishment for him. Unfortunately, he was probably still at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, absorbing the demon chi here. Of the several cultivators in front of him, although one of them was on guard against Yang Kai and one less companion, the remaining 3 didn't dare to hold back. Using all kinds of fierce martial skills, they quickly killed the few green evil spirits. Accompanied by a burst of sharp howls, the green evil spirits' bodies suddenly collapsed and disappeared into thin air. All that was left were a few lumps of something that looked very clear, but still contained a bit of evil energy floating in the air. Evil spirit essence. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. All the cultivators who came to the evil cavern were here for this evil spirit essence. Absorbing and refining it would allow them to obtain all kinds of benefits. However, these green evil spirit essences looked a bit weak and didn't contain much rich energy. Discovering this, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze. The several cultivators all looked at Yang Kai and were very satisfied with his calm performance. One of them, who looked relatively calm, turned to another woman and said, "Sister Rong, put these things away." The woman nodded and then pulled out a small bottle from the cloth bag at her waist. Pointing the bottle at the green evil spirit essences, she gently circulated her yuan qi. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk the bottle wasn't too big, so it contained all the evil spirit essences. The girl smiled and shook the bottle, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at it, a very satisfied expression on her face. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he curiously observed all this. The man who had just spoken seemed to notice this and couldn't help smiling heartily before cupping his fists towards Yang Kai. "This one is called Tao Yang. May I ask what your excellency's name is?" "Yang Kai. So it's Brother Yang." Tao Yang chuckled and raised his straight eyebrows, bluntly saying, looking at Brother Yang's appearance, "It seems you don't know much about this place." Yang Kai nodded. Shan Qing Luo had only told him about the dangers and opportunities inside the evil cavern, but she hadn't said anything about this bottle that could collect evil spirit essences, so he was quite concerned about this. "First time here?" "First time." No wonder. Tao Yang seemed to be a bit friendly. At least he didn't show any malicious intent, nor did he rely on his superior numbers to bully others. Yang Kai felt the need to re-examine the cultivator of the ash-gray cloud evil land. The world's prejudices against the ash-gray cloud evil land were too great, so they thought that anyone who lived here was not a good person. Didn't they know that bad people and good people coexisted everywhere? While Yang Kai and Tao Yang were talking, the other 3 people around him were also looking at Yang Kai with great interest, seemingly thinking that this person was a bit stupid and ridiculous. He didn't know anything, yet still dared to rush into the evil cavern alone. He really didn't know how to write the word death. "What is this bottle?" Yang Kai pointed to the bottle in the girl's hand and asked. Since Tao Yang didn't have any malicious intent, naturally he could inquire about it. "This." Tao Yang took the bottle from the girl's hand and shook it in front of Yang Kai. Inside the bottle was a dense green light that seemed to flow like a stream of water. "This is a purifying spirit bottle, an artifact specially refined for the cultivator who comes here for life experience. What's its use? Seeing that he really didn't know anything, Tao Yang couldn't help smiling bitterly, rubbing his forehead and patiently explaining, Brother Yang, you know that after an evil spirit is killed, it will leave behind a spirit essence, right? This spirit essence contains a variety of mysteries. After it is absorbed and refined, one can obtain many benefits. But this spirit essence is not something that can be casually absorbed. It contains a lot of yin and evil qi. This requires a cultivator to refine it, and the stronger the evil spirit, the richer the yin and evil qi it leaves behind after its death. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He could also perceive the yin and evil qi contained in the evil spirit essence. It was pure and vicious energy that no one could accept. If one absorbed too much of it, they would only lose their mind. Refining it will take some time. Inside this evil cavern, there are dangers everywhere. You can't just absorb and refine an evil spirit's essence every time you kill one. That would be too dangerous and too stupid of a person to do such a thing. Tao Yang chuckled. The purifying spirit bottle comes into play. It can store an evil spirit's essence inside. Once you find the right opportunity and a safe place, you can take out the spirit essence and use it. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly realized he hadn't expected there to be so many secrets behind this evil cavern. Since he had come here alone, it seemed he would have to be more careful. Moreover, the purifying spirit bottle has the effect of purifying yin and evil qi. The longer it is kept inside, the easier it will be for us to refine the spirit essence. However, doing so will damage the purifying spirit bottle, so it's best not to keep it for too long. Try to find an opportunity to refine it as soon as possible. It can also increase your strength. Haha. Thank you for the advice. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Brother Yang is too polite. Tao Yang smiled faintly. Saying so, he frowned slightly. His expression seemed to be struggling and hesitating, but soon he turned to the woman and said, Junior sister, give me another bottle. Hearing this, the woman took out another bottle and handed it to Tao Yang. Tao Yang threw it to Yang Kai and said with a smile, Brother Yang, it's best if you also bring one. Otherwise it will be very troublesome for you to be alone. Brother, seeing him so generous, directly giving away a purifying spirit bottle to a stranger, the other three couldn't help calling out. A purifying spirit bottle, although it wasn't a high-end artifact, was still quite troublesome to refine, so they had only brought 3 with them this time. How could they just give one away? Everyone is here to gain experience, so we should help each other and help each other. Tao Yang quietly glared at the other 3 and motioned for them to shut up. Yang Kai reached out and took the purifying spirit bottle, his brow wrinkling slightly. As the saying goes, one should not receive a reward without pains. Although he didn't have any malicious intent towards Tao Yang's group when he came down, they were just strangers who had met by chance. So for them to be so generous made Yang Kai feel somewhat surprised. This made him suspicious, wondering if the other party had something to ask him for help with. But they didn't know him, so why would they ask for his help? Wanting to return the bottle, Yang Kai restrained himself. When others gave him something, it wouldn't be good to just return it like this. It might give them the feeling of being snubbed, and if things went south, they might even turn on him. What should he give them in exchange? Yang Kai hesitated. Sweeping the black book space with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that, in addition to the myriad drug liquid, spirit milk, and spirit ointment, there was also the yin-yang monster ginseng. In addition, there were the artifacts from the Endless Sea Island's great sex, as well as the Azura sword and 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. These were all things he couldn't give away. In addition to this, there were some pills. Some of these pills were prepared for him by Ling Tai Su and hadn't been used up at that time. There were also 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills that he had taken out from Shan Qing Luo's treasure house. Chapter 328. After investigating for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was actually quite poor. After thinking about it carefully, he decided to give them a bottle of heaven-grade pills. A bottle of heaven-grade pills was not cheap, and since he had taken them from Shan Qing Luo's treasure house, each bottle was worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 silvers. It should be enough to offset a purifying spirit bottle. Yang Kai frowned as his divine sense wandered around the black book space. Although it was only for a moment, in the eyes of the others he seemed to be in a daze. The other three didn't mind that Tao Yang had given Yang Kai a purifying spirit bottle, but because he was their brother, they had endured it. However, they still felt that their brother was being too generous and somewhat reckless. They had only met for the first time. So even if they wanted to make friends with him, there was no need to do this, right? At this moment, seeing Yang Kai actually put on an indifferent expression, they couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. The girl named Rong may seem to be a straightforward person and immediately coldly snorted. When others give you something, can't you even say thank you? You're not a mute. The other two also stared at him coldly, as if they had just suffered a big loss. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before looking up at them and lightly saying, "Sorry, I was thinking about something and lost myself." "Are you done thinking?" The girl named Rong Mei didn't give up, as if she wanted to hear Yang Kai say thank you before she would give up. Yang Kai nodded and casually tossed a bottle to Tao Yang. He then cupped his fists and said, "Until we meet again." Saying so, his figure flickered and he flew off like a bolt of lightning. "Hey!" Rong Mei chased after him a few steps, but when she found that Yang Kai had disappeared, she suddenly became annoyed and stamped her foot. "This person, you ha!" Tao Yang looked at his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters, helplessly shaking his head and sighing. Although he didn't scold them, the disappointment on his face was obvious. "Brother," a thin junior brother looked at him suspiciously. "Is he worth being so friendly with?" "That's right. He doesn't look like a powerful figure, and his clothes are even more ordinary. Why would you give him a purifying spirit bottle for free?" Rong Mei's eyes were filled with confusion. She muttered softly, "What an annoying person. He didn't even say thank you." Why would he say that? He didn't take the purifying spirit bottle for nothing. Tao Yang finally glared at them. He handed the bottle that Yang Kai had just thrown to Rong Mei and said lightly, "See for yourself." "What?" Rong Mei took it in dissatisfaction and pouted her small mouth. "Isn't it just a bottle of medicinal pills? How can it compare to the value of the purifying spirit bottle?" "Humph." While complaining, she casually opened the bottle and took a whiff. Her beautiful face suddenly changed color as she looked at Tao Yang in shock. A trace of helplessness flashed in Tao Yang's eyes. "It can't be?" Rong Mei looked surprised. As if she could not believe it, her small hand trembled as she poured out a pill from the bottle. She placed it on her palm and carefully observed it. The other two also came over and sniffed the rich pill fragrance. Looking at the round and plump pill, they all exclaimed, "A heaven-grade pill!" Look carefully. Tao Yang's eyesight was obviously better than the 3 of them, so he was able to see the quality of this pill at a glance. Could it be a heaven-grade high-rank pill? This time the 3 of them not only did not complain, but instead showed a look of joy. A heaven-grade high-rank yuan qi pill. Tao Yang smiled bitterly. "Tell me, can it offset the value of the purifying spirit bottle?" Rong Mei's face turned red. Bayan nodded. These people had entered the evil cavern to gain experience, so naturally they would bring some medicinal pills with them. However, the highest grade of medicinal pills they had brought was only a heaven-grade, low-rank yuan qi pill. Compared to the bottle that Yang Kai had casually thrown out, it was only 2 small grades lower. The value of the pills was also very different. Moreover, sometimes the value of a good bottle of medicinal pills could not be measured by money. It could save lives at a critical moment. What kind of background does that guy have? Why is he so generous? The thin junior brother asked with an inexplicable look of shock. Speaking of which, it was very interesting. This was the first time that his brother and that person had met, but one was more generous than the other, as if they were competing. Give a peach and return a plum, that's it. Tao Yang smacked his lips, looking at the three of them with disappointment. No matter what kind of background he has, brother, I wanted to befriend him, but it was ruined by the three of you. The three of them couldn't help feeling a little guilty, repeatedly admitting their mistakes. Rong Mei curiously asked, Brother, how do you know that he is a person worth befriending? There are all kinds of people who come here. What if he's an evil person? Tao Yang smiled. If he was a treacherous person, he wouldn't have deliberately made a noise to let us notice him. The three of them suddenly understood. They had thought that Yang Kai had accidentally made a noise when he landed, but they never expected that he had deliberately made a noise to alert them. He probably didn't want to misunderstand, so he did this. It seemed that he wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble, and his nature wasn't bad. Moreover, Tao Yang's eyes seemed to flash with lightning, and he was very shrewd, although his words and behavior revealed that he didn't know much about this place. Since he dared to come here alone, he must have something to rely on. This person is undoubtedly very strong. It can't be he is younger than us. Rong Mei obviously didn't believe it. Age doesn't mean everything. Didn't you see that when he was facing the four of us alone, he wasn't nervous at all? He didn't care about us at all. What does this mean? It means that he is not afraid of us, and may even have the strength to kill us. This is why I want to befriend him. How is that possible? The three of them exclaimed again and again, shaking their heads. I don't believe it. Tao Yang looked at them helplessly. Don't be so short-sighted, okay? There are many geniuses in this world, and there are many powerful people everywhere. You have to look at the long term. Rong Mei chuckled. But even if brother says so, I still don't believe it. There are definitely geniuses, but at his age, if he can kill the four of us, he is not a genius, but a monster. The other two nodded, looking like they had said what was on the bottom of their hearts. Sigh. Tao Yang only felt that he had wasted a lot of words, but still couldn't broaden the horizons of his three junior sisters and junior brother. He sighed, you guys, remember one thing. In this world, you can be weak, but you can't be discerning. But you can't be so blind. You have to see clearly who you can offend and who you can make friends with. If you can do it, you can live a long life. Okay, I know brother is going to talk about platitudes again. Let's go in. That person is one step ahead of us. Rong Mei walked forward and dragged Tao Yang. Let's go faster. Maybe we can meet him again. At that time, we can see whether he is really strong or not. It's useless for you to say more now. That's right. Tao Yang's eyes brightened, and he also quickened his pace. He also wanted to know, what was the reason Yang Kai dared to enter this place alone? A few miles away, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the green evil spirit floating not far in front of him. It was like a ghost. After carefully observing it, he found that the evil spirit was indeed only a half-entity. It had no limbs. It only had vague facial features, but it was terrifying and looked ferocious. After looking at it for a moment, Yang Kai walked towards it. Evil spirits didn't have intelligence, but they were very sensitive to the aura of life. As long as there was a living thing within a certain range, they would be hunted down. If they couldn't be defeated, they would definitely not be able to escape. Yang Kai was only a few dozen feet away when he was discovered by the evil spirit. With a howl, the evil spirit floated towards Yang Kai like catkins. In an instant, a cold wind blew, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Yang Kai waved his palm at the evil spirit, and the hot wind from his palm directly hit the evil spirit's body. The evil spirit was suddenly beaten into a state of disarray, and where the true Yang Yuan Qi had penetrated, it was as if it was on fire, burning fiercely. Although the true Yang Yuan Qi was quickly offset by the evil spirit's evil energy, this palm seemed to have caused it to suffer great loss, and its entire green body dimmed a lot. The body that was charging forward suddenly paused, and the wailing and howling stopped abruptly. Immediately, the evil spirit suddenly turned around and fled in panic. Yang Kai was stunned, faintly feeling that something was wrong, and hurriedly chased after it. Who would have thought that although the evil spirit didn't have a physical body, its speed of escape was quite fast? Yang Kai chased it for a long time before finally catching it. After 3 to 5 moves, he defeated it, leaving behind only a mass of evil spirit essence. The degree of ease was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Before, when he saw Tao Yang's group of 4 dealing with those evil spirits, Yang Kai had thought he would be the same, standing in place, frowning for a long time. Yang Kai still felt that this phenomenon was not normal. It was said that evil spirits would fight to the death when they encountered a living being. So why did it run away after just 1 move? Moreover, it only took a few moves to kill an evil spirit. Could it be that the true Yang Yuan Qi restrained it? After thinking about it for a while, this was the only reason that made sense. The true Yang Yuan Qi had always been the nemesis of evil spirits, and Yang Kai had relied on it to suppress the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became quite excited. Inside this evil cavern, he undoubtedly had a great advantage over the others. If he didn't take advantage of this advantage, wouldn't it be too wasteful? Taking out the purifying spirit bottle, Yang Kai imitated Rong Mei's actions, slightly circulating his Yuan Qi and pouring it into this artifact. In an instant, a suction force emerged from the purifying spirit bottle and sucked in the evil spirit essence. Very interesting, Yang Kai chuckled to himself. Putting away the purifying spirit bottle, Yang Kai continued on his way. There didn't seem to be many traces of cultivator activity nearby, only a small number of people. As Yang Kai walked, he killed all the evil spirits he saw, not letting go of a single one. After suffering the first time, Yang Kai became more decisive, not giving any evil spirits a chance to escape, directly crushing them with brute force. In less than half a day, the purifying spirit bottle had been filled with 20 masses of evil spirit essence, a rich harvest. However, Yang Kai could also feel that the energy contained in these evil spirit essences was not very strong. So even if he absorbed them, the increase in strength would not be much. Chapter 329. More than a dozen miles behind Yang Kai, Tao Yang and the others had been carefully walking. But after walking for so long, they still hadn't found a single evil spirit, so they couldn't help but feel strange. Why is it so peaceful here? Sister Rong frowned and muttered. Tao Yang looked surprised, his face faintly showing some horror as he quickly said, I'm afraid that the evil spirits along the way have already been cleaned up. Who would bother to clean up the outermost evil spirits? Sister Rong chuckled, suddenly seeming to think of something. She turned to look at Tao Yang and said, Brother, you mean, and others wouldn't bother to come back, but from the outside to the inside, they would have to clean up. Tao Yang's eyes shone as he looked ahead. It seems that I still underestimated his ability. This person is not only strong, but his secret art and martial skills seem to be very effective in restraining the evil spirits here. Otherwise, even if he is strong, he wouldn't be able to move so quickly. The other 3 were shocked, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai in the slightest. Yang Kai held the purifying spirit bottle in his hand, facing the mass of evil spirit essence in front of him. But after trying for a while, he still couldn't absorb it. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. After carefully looking at it for a long time, he suddenly recovered. The purifying spirit bottle seemed to have a limited capacity, so it was impossible to absorb the evil spirit essence indefinitely. Thinking of this, Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. He directly reached out and sucked the evil spirit essence into his palm, guiding it through his meridians a few times. Under the burning of the pure true Yang Yuan Qi, the mass of evil spirit essence was quickly purified and turned into a stream of energy that poured into the unyielding golden skeleton. It was much simpler than he had imagined. After swallowing such a stream of energy, the unyielding golden skeleton suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if it was extremely hungry for this kind of energy and was unsatisfied. Sure enough, the energy here was very much to the unyielding golden skeleton's appetite. Perceiving this point, Yong-kai couldn't help but look happy. The last time he refined Liyu's purple demon fire, he also felt a little bit like this. Yong-kai had already guessed that this place was the blessed land of the unyielding golden skeleton, and now it seemed that his guess was correct. Anyway, refining the evil spirit essence was quite easy. Yong-kai simply absorbed all 20 essences from the purifying spirit bottle into his meridians. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was completely refined. The unyielding golden skeleton gave off an even more pleasurable feeling, and even Yong-kai felt his body and mind relax. The only thing that was a little disappointing was this energy only increased Yong-kai's strength and didn't allow him to comprehend anything else, not even the power of his spiritual sense. Grinning, Yong-kai was also quite satisfied. After all, it was said that inside the evil cavern special evil spirit essences were relatively rare, and whether one could find one depended on one's luck. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, his mind suddenly stirred and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He couldn't help but have an extremely strange expression. Yong-kai frowned and thought for a while, then hurried in that direction. Half an hour later, the sound of fighting reached their ears. There were flashing lights of various colors and martial skills. Looking in the direction of the light, Yong-kai saw many people gathered together. These people were both men and women, but none of them were very old. Under the leadership of a young girl, they were fighting several evil spirits. The martial skills displayed by these people were quite sinister. Everyone's hands were pale white, like ghost claws, exuding bursts of cold air. From time to time, some people would use martial skills in the form of ghost faces. They let out ferocious howls as they entangled with the evil spirits. These ghost-faced martial techniques were somewhat similar to the evil spirits to a certain extent. They all had indistinct facial features and were extremely frightening. What made Yong-kai even more concerned was that the evil spirits they were facing were somewhat different from the ones he had encountered before. The evil spirits he had encountered before. They were all green in color, but the ones in front of them were. However, it was dark red like fresh blood, which made people's hair stand on end. Moreover, these red evil spirits were undoubtedly much stronger than the green ones. Even their illusory bodies were much more solid. Therefore, even though this group of people had more people than Tao Yang's group, they couldn't win in a short time. 4 or 5 red evil spirits gathered around, letting out sharp howls from time to time. In the howls, they seemed to have resonated and acted in unison. If they failed to hit, they would immediately retreat. They were much more troublesome than the green evil spirits. However, on the scene, this group of cultivators had the upper hand. After a while, the bodies of the red evil spirits gradually dimmed. After one of them was defeated, the scales of victory immediately tilted towards the cultivators. The ghostly face martial skills were also released by them again and again, attacking the red evil spirit as easily as crushing dry weeds. Somehow, one of the red evil spirits bypassed the crowd and directly pounced on Yong-kai before it died. Yong-kai frowned, but he didn't dodge. He wanted to test the red evil spirit's combat strength. He stretched out a hand, yuan qi surging in his palm, and met it head-on. With a palm strike, the red evil spirit collapsed in the sky, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit origin floating in front of Yong-kai. This mass of evil spirit origin was clearly much better than the one Yong-kai had before. Yong-kai didn't want to touch this mass of evil spirit origin, but it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's appetite had been stimulated by the energy just now. At this moment, it actively produced a suction force and directly sucked this mass of evil spirit origin into its body. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yong-kai couldn't help but feel stunned and helpless. Over there, the group of cultivator were a little shocked when they saw Yang Kai destroy the evil spirit in one move. But now that they saw him take away the evil spirit origin without any hesitation, their faces sank and their expressions suddenly became unfriendly. "Hey, friend, don't you think this is a little unkind?" Immediately, a handsome young man stood up and looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. Sorry, I didn't mean to." Yang Kai knew that he was in the wrong and didn't want to quibble. "You didn't mean to?" The young man sneered. "You took away the evil spirit origin that originally belonged to us, and you still want to say that you didn't mean to?" Although Yang Kai's performance just now surprised him, he wasn't afraid. After all, there were 7 or 8 of them. What's more, Yang Kai's reason wasn't convincing at all. Taking something in front of others by force, what else could it be but intentional? Hearing what he said, the others also stepped forward, coldly sizing up Yang Kai, none of them willing to give up. Only one young girl, her beautiful face somewhat pale, stared at Yang Kai, a trace of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes. Her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly. She remembered the inhuman torture and the unbearable pain she had suffered. "Friend, let's make it clear. Although our Ghost King Valley isn't a great sect, we aren't so easy to deal with." The gloomy young man sneered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "I'll compensate you." "Compensate? How?" The young man snorted. "No need." Before Yang Kai could answer, the young girl who had been hiding behind the crowd walked up to him. The panic in her eyes had disappeared, and she simply looked at Yang Kai faintly. "You don't need to compensate me. Junior's sister." The young man looked at the young girl in surprise, not knowing why she would say this. "I know him. There's no need to care about this." The young girl's expression was indifferent, but when she looked at Yang Kai, her face became slightly red. She remembered how she and ZMO had tried to seduce Yang Kai in that isolated world. At that time, she had believed ZMO's words and thought he had some kind of hidden disease, but she hadn't expected him to take advantage of her. "Do you know him?" The young man became more and more confused. Looking at the young girl and then back at Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling confused. "And he can be considered my savior." The young girl finally showed a smile, but this cold woman's smile was slightly stiff. "Young Lady Lung, we meet again." Yang Kai smiled at this young girl. This young girl was Ghost King Valley's Lung Shan. In the minds of both ZMO and Lung Shan, Yang Kai's divine sense brand. So as long as they weren't too far apart, Yang Kai could feel their existence. But Yang Kai hadn't expected to meet Lung Shan here. "And we meet again." Lung Shan nodded slightly, feeling relieved in her heart. It seemed that this young man didn't intend to speak about what had happened in that isolated world, nor did he intend to use his divine sense brand to torture her. Although she had long known that Yang Kai wasn't a bad person, Lung Shan was still a little worried. Seeing that the two of them were really familiar with each other, the Ghost King Valley disciples couldn't help glancing at each other, and the hostility of the gloomy young man also converged. "You should first refine this evil spirit essence. Once that thing is absorbed into your body, it will be harmful if you don't refine it as soon as possible." Lung Shan whispered before turning to the others. "All of you, put away this evil spirit essence, and be vigilant. Don't let it take advantage of you." Everyone quickly got to work. Yang Kai also chuckled and began circulating his true Yang secret art. The red evil spirit essence was really different, and the energy it contained was much higher than that of the green evil spirit essence. A moment later, Yang Kai's body felt light, and he said, "Done." "Done?" The gloomy young man exclaimed, frowning as he stared at Yang Kai. "Friend, how can you refine this evil spirit essence so quickly? Have you finished refining it? This thing isn't a joke. If you don't clean it up, it's very likely it will leave behind some hidden dangers." He kindly reminded Yang Kai, obviously because Lung Shan had said he was her savior. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his attitude to change so much. And I cultivate a yang attribute secret art, so it's quite effective against this, Yang Kai lightly explained. So that's how it is. I was wondering why friend was able to destroy that red evil spirit in a single move. Your strength is a bit too strong, haha. It turns out it's because Yuan Chi's attribute secret art can restrain it. It scared me. The gloomy young man was no longer gloomy and laughed heartily. Nice to meet you. My name is Chen Yi. I apologize for offending you just now. I hope this friend won't mind. Yang Kai. The other party was willing to reconcile, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't care. After all, it was his fault. Chapter 330. Inside the evil cavern, in a secluded location, the Ghost King Valley disciples were sitting together. They had just experienced a battle and needed a little time to recover. In this kind of evil cavern, only by maintaining their peak state could they ensure their own safety. Although they were meditating and resting, these people still didn't relax in the slightest, constantly keeping an eye out for any movement around them, guarding against the sudden appearance of the red evil spirits. Yang Kai secretly nodded as he curiously glanced over at Lung Shan. After not seeing her for nearly a year, this ice-cold girl seemed to have grown a lot. Lung Shan wasn't the strongest in this group, nor was she the oldest, but everyone's command fell into her hands. It was under her command that this group of people could be so orderly. Her relatively high status in Ghost King Valley was one of the reasons for this, but it was also likely that she had honed a lot of experience in that isolated world. The young man, Chen Yi, was also sitting nearby with a smile on his face, looking towards Yang Kai with a kind expression. He didn't seem to know that Yang Kai had killed 2 elite Ghost King Valley disciples, nor was he aware of the grievances between him and Lung Shan. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He really hadn't expected to meet an acquaintance in the evil cavern this time. Although in that isolated world, Yang Kai and Zemo's relationship was better than Lung Shan's, because of the brand of divine sense in Lung Shan's mind. There was still a faint connection between the two. However, this connection was one-sided. Yang Kai could feel Lung Shan's presence, but she couldn't feel Yang Kai's. "Of course I can be here." A smile appeared on Lung Shan's cold face. "Don't you know where this place is?" Evil cavern. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing the profound Ghost King's territory. Ghost King Valley. It turns out your Ghost King Valley is in the ash gray cloud evil land. Lung Shan nodded lightly. Yang Kai was suddenly surprised. Is Ghost King Valley related to the profound Ghost King? Although they both have the title Ghost King in their names, there isn't much of a connection between them. It's just that they fall under his jurisdiction. Chen Yi interjected with a smile. It seems that Brother Yang doesn't know much about the ash gray cloud evil land. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. Chen Yi laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. Since you are my junior sister's savior, you should know. Since you are a friend of my Ghost King Valley, naturally you are a friend of this Chen Yi. May I ask where Brother Yang is from?" "Brother," Lung Shan shouted. She knew Yang Kai's sect, but because she knew, she felt that this matter was of great importance. High Heaven Pavilion wasn't famous before, but after the birth of the Demon Lord, it became famous all over the world. Because of their relationship with the Demon Lord, the entire High Heaven Pavilion wasn't very well received. This phenomenon was not limited to the outside world. It was the same in the ash gray cloud evil land, because as soon as the Demon Lord appeared, he brought war to the ash gray cloud evil land. This was not something everyone wanted to see happen. Aware of Lung Shan's reminder, Chen Yi smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. "Forget I asked, Brother Yang, please don't mind me." In his heart, he was also a bit curious. Where did this Yang Kai come from? Why couldn't he say anything about it? Yang Kai smiled faintly. "But why are you here?" Lung Shan asked curiously. High Heaven Pavilion was thousands of miles away from here, so it must have taken a lot of effort to get here. "I heard there was something here, so I came to play." Chen Yi and Lung Shan were both stunned and couldn't help smiling bitterly. "Your courage is really big. actually daring to come here to play. Lung Shan shook her head helplessly, but she knew Yang Kai's strength and strangeness, so she didn't show too much surprise. Perhaps he really was qualified to come here to play. Right, why are you dealing with red evil spirits? All I've encountered along the way are green. Yang Kai asked about the doubts in his heart. Ha ha ha. Chen Yi laughed, understanding that Yang Kai really had come here to play. Otherwise, how could he not have gathered enough information about the evil cavern? Lung Shan couldn't help smiling, gently pursing her lips. The other Ghost King Valley disciples also looked at Yang Kai with a funny expression. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. Good. Lung Shan lightly coughed. Chun Yi's expression became serious. Finally, he asked, Brother Yang, the green evil spirits you encountered were somewhat different from the red evil spirits, right? And the red one is undoubtedly much stronger. It's like this: the deeper you go into the evil cavern, the more powerful the evil spirits you encounter. Green evil spirits are only encountered in the outermost area, so they are relatively easy to deal with. Red evil spirits are only slightly stronger than green evil spirits. However, they aren't too difficult to deal with. Further in, there are purple evil spirits, black evil spirits, each one more powerful than the previous, and their bodies also become more and more solid. Black evil spirits already have a complete physical body. Their existences that even immortal ascension boundary masters have to avoid. For people like us, at best, we can only have ideas about purple evil spirits. But if we encounter black evil spirits, we should quickly run. Otherwise, if we're not careful, we'll lose our lives here. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Purple evil spirits. It was likely that Liu Yu's demonic purple chi body and purple demon spirit fire were obtained from purple evil spirits. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Moreover, in addition to these 4 ordinary evil spirits, Brother Yang, you should also pay attention to a special kind of evil spirit. After Chun Yi's impression of Yang Kai had greatly changed, he also intended to make friends with him, so he decided to tell him everything he knew. Oh. Yang Kai looked at Chun Yi in surprise and found that his expression was extremely dignified, and there was also a trace of worry in his eyes, so he couldn't help asking, What kind of evil spirit? Soul-type evil spirits, Shen Yi said in a low voice with a warning tone. This thing looks the same as the other evil spirits, so it's very difficult to distinguish. But if you encounter it, I advise you to run away as fast as you can. Why? Because they have soul skills. Chen Yi grinned. We're just Yuan Qi cultivators. If we encounter this kind of evil spirit, we won't be able to deal with it. Brother Yang, do you have an artifact that can defend against soul skills? Yang Kai shook his head. That's not good. Chen Yi frowned slightly. Those who come here will generally bring some kind of artifact that can defend against soul skills, and if the conditions are good, they will also bring some offensive artifacts that can restrain evil spirits. However, Brother Yang, your secret art and Yuan Qi attribute can restrain evil spirits, so you don't need to worry about this. It doesn't matter, I shouldn't be so unlucky. Yang Kai smiled. Although he didn't have an artifact that could defend against soul skills, he still had a few soul skills in his mind, so the defensive power of his spirit palace shouldn't be bad. So he didn't really care. Soul-type evil spirits are generally quite rare. Chin Yi nodded. After a few words, the atmosphere became joyful and harmonious. As they were talking, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the distance. This sound was sharp and harsh, like the sound of a flute, but also like the howling of ghosts. When the Ghost King Valley disciples heard this sound, they couldn't help turning their heads towards the source of the sound. There's movement. Chen Yi's expression became serious. Chen Yi said in a low voice. Let's go take a look. Lang Shan also nodded slightly. Yang Kai didn't ask for details, but looking at the faces of this group of people, it didn't seem like something big had happened. Let's go. Chen Yi beckoned everyone to set off. Turning to Yang Kai, he asked, Brother Yang, if you don't mind, how about we go together? Good. Yang Kai nodded. Just now, he had accidentally taken their evil spirit essence. Since he had promised to compensate them, he should keep his word. Taking advantage of others was not a good thing. Everyone walked in the front, while Lang Shan deliberately fell behind, walking side by side with Yang Kai. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Yang Kai thought she was a little worried and quickly reassured her. I know you won't. Lang Shan shook her head. That's not what I wanted to tell you. Oh, then what did you want to say? Lang Shan smiled lightly. I wanted to tell you that we came to the evil cavern this time. We didn't come here for life experience. If not for life experience, then why did you come here? Yang Kai was puzzled. We came here looking for someone. And a few outsiders killed many free and unfettered sect disciples and then fled here. Ghost King Valley isn't far from free and unfettered sect, so we were pulled in to help. Yang Kai glanced at her casually and found that when she mentioned free and unfettered sect, her expression was somewhat resentful. Chuckling lightly, he asked, Does that free and unfettered sect often bully your Ghost King Valley? You didn't come here willingly this time, did you? You know too much. Lang Shan glared at him, more and more confirming Yang Kai's guess. She lightly said, I'll tell you in advance, after all, you don't belong to the ash-gray cloud evil land, and free and unfettered sect is pursuing a cultivator from an outside force. If you see a fellow Taoist in danger, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. Fellow Taoist? Yang Kai sneered. This father's sect is no more. Where would I find a fellow Taoist? Lang Shan's expression darkened. I've also heard about what happened to High Heaven Pavilion. My condolences. Yang Kai snorted. Perhaps because of Shan Qing Luo's influence, or perhaps because of the changes in High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai didn't care about righteous or evil. The world's general trend had nothing to do with him, so when he looked at people and dealt with them, it was his personal preference. Then what kind of person is free and unfettered sect chasing? Yang Kai couldn't help but ask curiously. Besides a woman, who else could it be? Lang Shan smiled contemptuously. Free and unfettered sect, the most free and unfettered of all, you know. Ah, I understand. Yang Kai couldn't help sweating. He hadn't expected the cold Lang Shan to actually say such words. And it's said that they're a pair of twins with extraordinary beauty and strength. The two of them working together is quite clever. Lang Shan's eyes secretly flashed with satisfaction. They killed more than a dozen free and unfettered sect disciples, but unfortunately in the end, they were still forced to come here. You're quite prejudiced against free and unfettered sect. Yang Kai chuckled as he looked at her. Has anyone in free and unfettered sect ever coveted your beauty? Humph. Lang Shan proudly raised her head, not giving a direct answer, but the answer was obvious enough. Ha. Yang Kai chuckled, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he asked in a low voice, If those two women were really caught, what would you do? I don't know. Lang Shan shook her head. I don't want to get involved in this matter, but since Master has ordered us to do so, we can only put on an act. We may not actually catch them, but when we do, then we'll talk. That's true. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chapter 331. The group continued walking forward for a long time. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he stared in a certain direction. Wait. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Lang Shan. Stop. He noticed the movement behind him and quickly raised his hand. The group of Ghost King Valley disciples quickly stopped, each of them on alert. What's wrong? Lang Shan asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't answer, instead focusing more and more on the situation. A moment later, his expression became cold and his body shot out like a bolt of lightning, his yuan qi surging as he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. In the void, there seemed to be a series of ripples, and as these ripples spread out, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. This person's face showed a trace of surprise and horror as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, his figure quickly retreating as he raised his hands and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey!" Yang Kai's expression froze as his eyes fell on this person's pale white hands. Every Ghost King Valley disciple's hands were this color, as if there was no blood flowing through them, making them look extremely terrifying. "Ah, Brother Yang, stop!" Chen Yi also hurriedly shouted. Hearing the shout, Yang Kai also quickly stopped. "He's one of us, he's one of us." Chen Yi and Lung Shan hurriedly caught up. "I saw it." Yang Kai smiled. He had thought that someone was lying in ambush, waiting for an opportunity to attack, but he hadn't expected that this person was also a Ghost King Valley disciple. So, the voice just now was a signal sent out by this person. After the man was forced to reveal himself, he stared at Yang Kai in shock until Chen Yi arrived and exclaimed, "Fuck, who is this guy?" "Junior sister Lung's savior," Chen Yi briefly introduced. Yang Kai now knew that this Ghost King Valley disciple, Chengying, had been leading the way. "Sorry, it's a misunderstanding." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him. "Fuck, you're amazing," Chengying shouted. "I brought a concealment artifact and used the ghost concealment martial skill. Brother Shin and the others couldn't see where I was hiding. So how did you see through it with a single glance?" Hearing his words, everyone realized that something was wrong. If it wasn't for Cheng-Ying's ability to hide herself perfectly, she wouldn't have been able to do so. They would not allow him to explore the path ahead alone. With this kind of concealment technique, even an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to see through it. It was also by relying on this that Cheng-Ying was able to obtain all kinds of information like a fish in water. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai, who hadn't even reached the Immortal Ascension boundary yet, was able to see through it so clearly. How could they not be surprised? "Yeah, Brother Yang, how did you do it?" Chen Yi asked curiously. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "Maybe my senses are much sharper than the average person." "Is that okay?" Cheng-Ying obviously didn't quite believe it, but since Yang Kai said so, he didn't ask any more. Lung Shan stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Her beautiful eyes flashed thoughtfully, not wanting to get to the bottom of the matter. She changed the subject. "Cheng-Ying, since you sent this message, did you find something?" Cheng-Ying recovered from his daze. Wiping his mouth, he excitedly said, "Yes, those two girls." Lung Shan's expression suddenly became cold. As a woman, the word girls was a bit harsh to her ears. "Ahem, those two women's whereabouts were exposed." Cheng-Ying grinned meaningfully. Waving his hands, he continued, "But they're incredibly strong. Their cultivations obviously aren't very high, but when they join forces, their strength soars. They must have cultivated some kind of special secret art. That group of free and unfettered sect idiots didn't know how strong they were, so several of them died. That fool Yu Qing was almost castrated by one of them. That scene, hiske, it was too horrible to look at." This Cheng-Ying seemed to be quite a lively person. As he spoke, he gestured to his crotch and shuddered. "Just looking at it made this brother's crotch feel cold. I'm scared." "Ahem. Junior brother Cheng-Ying, don't talk nonsense." Chen Yi saw Lung Shan's expression turn ugly and quickly interrupted his nonsense. "Haha." Cheng-Ying awkwardly scratched his head and pretended to slap his mouth. Yes, my mouth is cheap." "Junior sister, please don't be angry." Lung Shan snorted. She knew that this was his nature. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Chun Yi's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely gloating. Then, was Yu Qing castrated or not? Cheng-Ying said with some frustration, "No, it's a pity. But after taking that blow, I estimate that he won't be able to get hard for 10 days or half a month." He deserves it, he deserves it." The second half of his sentence was directed towards Lung Shan with a smile. It's a pity." Chen Yi also sighed. What happened later? What happened to those two women? Later, they ran away deeper inside. Chang Ying's expression suddenly became serious. There are purple evil spirits moving around inside, and there's so many of them. I estimate that they are about to reach their limit. Is that so? Qin Yi frowned. What does Yu Qing mean? His meaning is naturally to capture them alive. So he wants us to cooperate with them. First kill those purple evil spirits, then capture those 2 women. Fuck! Qin Yi angrily cursed. Ghost King Valley had suffered many losses in front of Free and Unfettered Sect over the years, but because Free and Unfettered Sect occupied a yellow spring pond, which was of great benefit to the cultivation of Ghost King Valley's disciples. Even if Ghost King Valley was angry and resentful, they still had to give way. In order to obtain that yellow spring pond, Ghost King Valley had sent countless female disciples into Free and Unfettered Sect as dowries over the years for the men of Free and Unfettered Sect to vent their frustrations. The 2 sects had long been like fire and water, but it was impossible for them to directly go to war, barely maintaining a fragile balance. Therefore, even if Lung Shan and the others were unwilling to participate in this matter, they had no choice but to rush over to assist Free and Unfettered Sect, because Yu Qing had promised that if they could capture those 2 women alive, he would open the yellow spring pond for a month. 1 month was enough for the strength of hundreds of Ghost King Valley's disciples to soar. Lung Shan and the others couldn't refuse such a temptation. Yu Qing now wanted the Ghost King Valley disciples to rush over, clearly wanting to use them to clean up the purple evil spirits and minimize his own losses. The disciples of the 2 sects had been dealing with each other for many years and were quite familiar with each other's tricks. So how could Qin Yi and Lung Shan not understand his intentions? So should we go? Qin Ying looked at Qin Yi and Lung Shan and asked. Qin Yi grit his teeth and didn't say anything, just staring at Lung Shan. Lung Shan sneered. Of course we should go. Even if it's just to see their miserable state, we should still go. Qin Yi's spirit suddenly rose and he nodded. And what junior sister says makes sense. After the group finished their discussion, they immediately followed Cheng Ying's lead and walked forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any evil spirits, presumably because they had been cleaned up earlier. After walking for a long time, a group of people appeared in front of them, their numbers no less than the Ghost King Valley group. And looking at the nearby traces, it was obvious that a great battle had just taken place. There were traces of blood on the ground and several corpses lying around. An evil-looking man with a pale complexion was sitting beside Yang Kai, completely ignoring his image. Large drops of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face was filled with hatred as he stared at the depths of the evil cavern, muttering under his breath, "You 2 sluts, sooner or later I'll catch you and teach you a lesson. Daring to hurt me here." Under the dim light, one could clearly see that in the middle of this man's thigh, there was a 1/2-foot long wound that was still bleeding. In front of this man, a beautiful woman was kneeling in front of him, her head bowed as she applied medicine to his wound. Even in this kind of environment, this sinister-looking man's crotch was still erect. When the Ghost King Valley disciple came over, Lung Shan turned her eyes away in disgust, but Chen Yi, on the other hand, glanced over with interest and ridiculed. "This injury isn't serious, it's just a flesh wound." "Yu Qing, what are you yelling about?" Yu Qing suddenly became furious. "If it weren't for my good luck, this wouldn't be just a flesh wound. Those 2 sluts must pay the price. I'll make them beg for death." Yu Qing clamored, looking extremely furious. Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced over at the Free and Unfettered Sects group and was surprised to find that all the men in this sect had pale complexions, as if they were lacking in vitality. On top of that, all of them were exceptionally handsome, but their pale complexions completely ruined their beauty. Every Free and Unfettered Sect male disciple was accompanied by a number of beautiful women. Unlike the pale complexions of the men, these women all had rosy cheeks and bright smiles, as if they had been nourished quite well. When they looked towards the Ghost King Valley disciples, they didn't bother to hide the lustful look in their eyes. There was even one woman who boldly threw a tantrum towards a male Ghost King Valley disciple, licking her lips and licking her lips, displaying an extremely slutty appearance. The free and unfettered sect male disciple next to her not only didn't show any jealousy, but instead happily pinched her perky buttocks, causing her to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's face sank. He found that all the people he had met during this time were proficient in the ways of men and women. Shan Qing Luo and Bai Luo didn't need to be mentioned. Both of them cultivated seduction techniques, so although they were virgins, they were still quite familiar with the ways of the bedroom. This free and unfettered sect disciple also seemed to be plucking yin to supplement his yang. But Yang Kai didn't know why he was so frivolous. There was probably some kind of mystery behind it. Although your Ghost King Valley people look quite ugly, these free and unfettered sect people are even more disgusting. Yang Kai quietly whispered in Lung Shan's ear, "Who's ugly?" Lung Shan suddenly became angry. "Oh, I mean your hands, they're as white as a corpse." "What do you know? In a few years, once your cultivation reaches a certain level, the color will return to normal. Don't compare my Ghost King Valley with free and unfettered sect trash." Humph. Yang Kai shrugged and no longer said anything. "Enough nonsense. Since you've come, let's begin. There are a lot of purple evil spirits ahead, so with just the strength of one of our sects, I'm afraid we won't be able to pass through. So we must all sincerely cooperate." Yu Qing pulled up his trousers and stood up to speak to Chen Yi. Chen Yi coldly snorted, "I hope your free and unfettered sect can truly cooperate." Chapter 332. His cold seemed to have gotten worse. He had been coughing all day. He coughed so much that his consciousness was almost blurred. Fortunately, he didn't have a fever. He wanted to be comforted. The two groups of people gathered together. After a simple discussion, they decided to move forward. Chen Yi reluctantly led the way. Beside him were two free and unfettered sect disciples, a man and a woman. The rest of the people scattered behind them in a fan shape, ready to enter battle at a moment's notice. After walking for a short time, they saw two purple evil spirits floating in front of them. These two purple evil spirits were filled with thick evil qi and were far more ferocious than the red evil spirit. Their bodies were also much more solid, and even their facial features were much clearer. It was to the extent that they even grew two tentacle-like things. 5 indistinct fingers could be vaguely seen, giving off an eerie atmosphere. "Here they come!" Chen Yi shouted, secretly circulating his yuan qi. "You take one, we'll take one." Yu Qing said, faintly. The Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples all gathered their strength and scattered to the sides, each one facing one of these evil spirits. Wailing and howling filled the air, piercing straight into the depths of one's heart, causing one's blood to run cold. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, everyone began to exchange blows with these two evil spirits. The Ghost King Valley disciples used a variety of Yin Qi martial skills, cooperating with each other to deal with the evil spirit. The free and unfettered sect disciples were the same, but the martial skills they used weren't as ugly as those of the Ghost King Valley disciples, instead giving off a pleasing feeling. Yang Kai only watched from the sidelines and didn't make a move. From time to time, he would make a move or two, wanting to see just how strong these purple evil spirits were. After a while, he was able to figure out their strength. The purple evil spirits were indeed much more difficult to deal with than the red evil spirits. Although the 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples had the upper hand, they didn't dare act rashly, instead choosing to play it safe. Slowly but surely, they consumed the strength of these evil spirits. If 3 of these evil spirits attacked together, Yang Kai estimated that the Ghost King Valley disciples wouldn't be able to cope. The group of people fought for a long time. After killing their respective evil spirits, the evil spirit essences they left behind were extremely rich. Both sects' disciples happily held their purifying spirit bottles and stepped forward to collect these essences. This was their first cooperation, and the result was quite satisfactory. Both Ghost King Valley and Free and Unfettered Sect were quite satisfied. Continue. Yu Qing grinned and nodded towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't complain and continued to lead the way with the other two Free and Unfettered Sect disciples. Along the way, they obtained a considerable amount of purple evil spirits. Half a day later, both sects had collected 5 or 6 evil spirits each. Moreover, these evil spirits would gather in pairs, so that neither faction would be left out of action. The scene was rather harmonious, with a sense of seamless cooperation. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that Lung Shan was constantly on guard against the movements of the Free and Unfettered Sect disciples, even in the midst of battle. He did not relax in the slightest. After successfully killing 2 more evil spirits, the Ghost King Valley disciple who was responsible for collecting these essences was about to step forward, but a young woman suddenly flew out from the Free and Unfettered Sect group, giggling as she stretched out her hand. He directly swallowed the evil spirit Origin into his body. Immediately after, she floated back to the Free and Unfettered Sect group, her pretty face filled with a smug and satisfied expression. The Free and Unfettered Sect male disciple beside her even kissed her on the lips and praised, "Baby, you're really brave." "He, I just want you to be stronger," the young woman said sweetly. "Yu Qing." Chen Yi couldn't help shouting when he saw this. "What do you mean?" Yu Qing chuckled lightly. "Nothing. That evil spirit Origin is ours. How can you so blatantly snatch it away?" Chen Yi's expression was cold, and the Ghost King Valley disciples were also disgruntled. "Chen Yi, why are you acting like an outsider? Free and Unfettered Sect and Ghost King Valley are one big family, and now that we're all sincerely cooperating, it's only right that we help each other. Us taking this evil spirit Origin is the same as you taking it." Yu Qing didn't seem to care and casually said, "Then can I understand that if you kill these evil spirits, we can also collect their essences?" Chen Yi's expression was gloomy as he stared at him coldly. "As long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter, haha." Yu Qing chuckled. "Don't be angry, isn't it just an evil spirit Origin? Compared to the Yellow Spring Pond, your Ghost King Valley needs it more, right? Rest assured, after this matter is settled, I promise to open the Yellow Spring Pond to you for a month. I, Yu Qing, am a man of my word." Hearing the mention of the Yellow Spring Pond, Chen Yi's brow furrowed for a moment before he snorted, "I hope so." The Ghost King Valley disciples really didn't have any immunity to the Yellow Spring Pond. If it weren't for Free and Unfettered Sect strength, Ghost King Valley would have already attacked them. The two factions continued to push forward, but because of what had just happened, the harmonious atmosphere had clearly been broken. Yang Kai followed Lung Shan and asked softly, "Why did that young woman directly absorb that evil spirit Origin into her body?" "I don't think she cultivates a secret art that can restrain evil spirits. It was because she had directly absorbed that the evil spirit Origin into her body that the Ghost King Valley disciples hadn't had time to collect it. After all, using the purifying spirit bottle to collect the evil spirit Origin would take some time." "That's a charm, slave." Lung Shan responded softly. "They can allow the Free and Unfettered Sect's male disciples to bear all kinds of damage. Don't underestimate these people. The men of the Free and Unfettered Sect use special cultivation techniques to train their charm slaves, making them unswervingly loyal to them. Even if they were told to die, they wouldn't even frown." "So powerful?" Yang Kai exclaimed. This Free and Unfettered Sect really had some means. They were able to train their women and completely entrust them to them. And a charmed slave directly absorbing that evil spirit Origin will definitely suffer some damage. But since she doesn't care, the Free and Unfettered Sect's men also don't care. One is willing to hit, one is willing to suffer, that's it. Moreover, each Free and Unfettered Sect's men have more than one charmed slave. If one of them dies, they won't care. What a beast! Yang Kai snorted contemptuously. You flatter them, they're worse than beasts. Lung Shan sneered. While the two were talking, Yang Kai really saw the woman who had just absorbed the evil spirit origin. She was currently and scrupulously kissing the free and unfettered sect male disciple beside her, moaning softly as her tongue moved, sending a mass of energy from her mouth into his body. When their lips parted, the man's face filled with satisfaction, his white complexion seemingly becoming a little rosy. On the other hand, the woman let out a muffled groan as some blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. However, she didn't seem to care. Gently wiping the blood off her face, she stared at her man affectionately, a look of sweet happiness filling her face. Yang Kai secretly shook his head as he watched the scene. He knew that the free and unfettered sex method of enslaving charm slaves was quite impressive. Half an hour later, after the Ghost King Valley disciple had killed an evil spirit with great difficulty, another woman from the free and unfettered sect appeared, attempting to directly seize the evil spirit origin. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he rushed forward like the wind, grabbing the evil spirit origin before the woman arrived. HM? Yu Qing glanced over at Yang Kai in surprise, but didn't say anything, just grinning meaningfully. The women from free and unfettered sect didn't care about injuries. They would directly absorb an evil spirit origin on the spot and refine it in a hurry, leaving the harm to themselves while giving the benefits to their man. However, Yang Kai obviously couldn't avoid harming himself by doing this. Therefore, Yu Qing was also gloating, thinking that the Ghost King Valley disciples were just acting in a fit of pique. I owe you 2 evil spirits. Yang Kai leapt back and grinned. It's fine. It's just a bunch of trash taking advantage of us. It's better to give it to Brother Yang. Chen Yi laughed. He didn't care. He knew that Yang Kai cultivated a secret art that restrained evil spirits, so even if he absorbed and refined the evil spirit origin on the spot, there wouldn't be any harm. Leng Shan also nodded slightly, agreeing with Chen Yi's statement. Since the two of them didn't object, the other Ghost King Valley disciples naturally didn't say anything, only glaring at the free and unfettered sect disciples with increasing hatred. Over the next half-day, all the evil spirits' essences left behind by the Ghost King Valley disciples were all absorbed by Yang Kai. Yang Kai also wanted to take the evil spirits' essences from free and unfettered sect, but fearing that Leng Shan and the others would be in trouble, he could only bide his time. Seeing Yang Kai targeting free and unfettered sect like this, Yu Qing glared at him coldly and sneered. Little brat, let's see how long you can last. Absorbing so many evil spirits without refining them all. Sooner or later you'll become the demon race. Yang Kai responded with a smile. Don't worry about it. Just wait and see. Yu Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light. The path ahead suddenly became extremely calm, and after walking for a long time, they didn't encounter a single evil spirit. The two groups of people glanced at each other, not knowing what was going on. As they walked, an extremely rich aura suddenly appeared not far away. This aura was filled with thick evil qi, as if some kind of shocking evil spirit was about to be born, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. After a short moment, this baleful aura suddenly concealed itself and became extremely calm. The group of people glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. The more dangerous a place was, the more benefits there were to be had. The Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples were like cats, naturally smelling something fishy. However, thinking about the rich evil qi, they were somewhat hesitant to act. Should we go and take a look? Yu Qing asked hesitantly. Chen Yi also hesitated and only turned his eyes to Leng Shan. Leng Shan frowned, seriously considering this matter. But before she could think clearly, a female free and unfettered sect disciple suddenly screamed, "Evil spirits!" Where? Yu Qing heard this and shouted, "Behind us!" Everyone turned their heads to look and suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, causing their feet to cramp. Half a kilometer behind them, a series of purple figures were howling as they rushed towards them. Looking at their numbers, there were at least a dozen of them. More than a dozen purple evil spirits were not something the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples could handle. "Why are there so many of them?" Chen-Yi cried out, his face instantly going pale. "Run!" Ching-Ying hurriedly shouted. The group of people didn't hesitate and hurriedly used their movement skills to escape. Left and right, Yu Qing shouted as he ran. Chapter 333. They didn't know what kind of danger lay ahead of them, but they couldn't go back, so they could only rush forward. After running for more than a dozen kilometers, everyone suddenly came to a halt, their eyes trembling violently as they stared ahead. There was a large area in front of them that was densely packed with purple evil spirits. These evil spirits were drifting back and forth like ghosts. For some unknown reason, they were fighting each other nonstop. Moreover, from all directions, more and more purple evil spirits were converging towards them, making for a frightening scene. Even Yang Kai was taken aback by this scene, not to mention the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples. Although Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art which could restrain these evil spirits, this number was simply too great. If they all swarmed together, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to resist at all. In an instant, many people were filled with great despair. Their eyes overflowed with panic and fear, and they stood there dumbly, not knowing what to do. In front of them was a wolf, behind them was a tiger. There was no place to go. They were basically in a desperate situation. "Brother Yang, Brother Yang!" Not far away, a voice suddenly called out, seemingly calling out to Yang Kai. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Tao Yang, who he had met before, waving towards him. At this moment, he was standing on a high platform. This high platform seemed to be naturally formed, like a large stone pillar that stood in the middle of the evil cavern. At the top was a smooth platform that was about 7 or 8 meters off the ground. Beside Tao Yang, his 3 junior brother and junior sister were also gathered together, their faces filled with panic. In addition, not far away, there was another high platform. "Over there!" Yang Kai's eyes lit up, leading Lung Shan and the others to rush over. Yu Qing and the others saw a chance of survival and also quickly followed. At this life or death moment, Yang Kai didn't care about anything else. In front of him were a few purple evil spirits, but all of them were sent flying by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. All the way through, Yang Kai was unscrupulous, finally breaking through the encirclement of numerous evil spirits. Yang Kai and the rest of the Ghost King Valley disciples jumped onto the high platform where Tao Yang was standing. The area of the high platform wasn't very large, and with Tao Yang's group of 4 and the Ghost King Valley's group of 7 or 8, it suddenly became somewhat cramped. Although it wasn't crowded, it still wasn't enough to accommodate the free and unfettered sex group. On the high platform, Yang Kai suddenly turned around. He stared coldly at Yu Qing and his group. It was a good thing that they knew their limits. He knew that it was impossible to ask others to give up their seats at this moment. As such, they simply circled around him before summoning their own artifacts to protect themselves. He flew towards an unoccupied, high platform not far away. These artifacts exuded a brilliant light in the dim cave, all of them fire attribute artifacts or flashing lightning attribute artifacts. Only such attacks could restrain the evil spirits. Countless evil spirits were flying around below the high platform, attacking each other and shrieking as if they had gone mad. However, the high platform was extremely safe and was not affected at all. Everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. They didn't know what mysteries were hidden on the high platform. "Brother Yang, we meet again." Tao Yang looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Yang Kai looked back at him. Cupping his fists gratefully, he said, "Many thanks." "Brother Yang is too polite. Why are you here?" "Just like you, We were chased all the way here." Tao Yong laughed dryly. Speaking of which, he and his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters had been following behind Yang Kai all this time. But as a result, they hadn't encountered a single evil spirit. As a last resort, Tao Yong had no choice but to lead the other 3 in a different direction, not following the same path as Yang Kai. As they walked, they didn't know how, but they soon entered the territory of the purple evil spirits and finally encountered a lone purple evil spirit. However, before they had time to act, an unforeseen event occurred. A large group of evil spirits chased after them. When they reached this place, they were alerted by someone and jumped onto the high platform to take refuge. "Is there someone else here?" Yang Kai was surprised, looking around and discovering that almost a kilometer away from him, there really were 2 slender figures sitting cross-legged on the high platform. A kilometer away, under normal circumstances, Yang Kai would have been able to clearly see them, but deep underground his vision was obstructed, so he couldn't see them clearly, only knowing that they were 2 women. "It's the 2 free and unfettered sect disciples chasing after us." Lung Shan glanced over and whispered. Yang Kai nodded faintly. "Are these Brother Yang's new friends?" Tao Yang looked curiously at the Ghost King Valley group. Yang Kai had entered the evil cavern alone, but now he was suddenly with a group of people who didn't seem like strangers, so he couldn't help feeling a bit strange. "Oh, I know them from before, but I didn't expect to meet them here," Yang Kai explained. Tao Yang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang has friends all over the world, yet here he is able to meet his old friends. Admirable. "This one is Treasure Instrument, Sex Tao Yang." "Treasure Instrument Sect?" Chen Yi exclaimed. Lun Shan's beautiful eyes also flashed as she stared towards Tao Yang, apparently having heard of this sect before. "Excuse my disrespect. It turns out to be a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect. We are from Ghost King Valley. Chen Yi." "Brother Chen." Tao Yang chuckled, not showing any change in expression because Ghost King Valley was an evil sect. Yang Kai also looked at Tao Yang with some surprise, not expecting him to be from Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect. It was a very special sect. It was also a very small sect. There were less than 100 people in the entire sect, and they couldn't even be ranked as a 3rd-grade sect. They were at the very bottom. However, its fame was no less than that of Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley was an alchemist, while Treasure Instrument Sect was an artifact refiner. There were only a few mysterious, grade, top-rank artifacts in the world, and half of them were made by Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect's artifact refining methods were unique, and although the sect wasn't big, its name was resounding. Treasure Instrument Sect refined no more than 20 artifacts each year. However, all of them were heaven grade or above and were often fought over by great forces. The patriarchs and sect masters of those small families and sects didn't necessarily have as many artifacts as Treasure Instrument Sect's disciples. Therefore, the world joked that any Treasure Instrument Sect disciple was a treasure trove. Before, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to these people, but now that he heard Tao Yang say he was from Treasure Instrument Sect, he took a closer look and found that this was indeed the case. The clothes these people were wearing, the jewelry the women were wearing, the weapons they were holding, and the jade pendants on their waists were all extraordinary artifacts. Tao Yang daring to say he was a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect showed that he was sincere about making friends with these people, so he didn't conceal his identity. Seeing him so honest, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity, cupping his fists and saying, "High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Lung Shan slowly shook her head, as if she knew what effect Yang Kai's words would have. "Phut!" Chang Ying muttered, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Chun Yi froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. "I've learned something new today. This Chin has learned something new today." Saying so, he quickly lowered his voice and said, It turns out your high heaven pavilion is so fierce, the people you send out are all sharp. First, the demon lord was from high heaven pavilion, and now even Yang Kai was a high heaven pavilion disciple. How could anyone not be surprised? Just the fact that he and the demon lord were from the same sect was enough to make everyone take him seriously. For two of you to be so honest today, my Ghost King Valley is deeply grateful. Chen Yi's expression became serious as he quickly said, Hey, hey, hey. Lung Shan shouted a few times, You men do know what the situation is right now. Can't you stop talking about other things and focus on how to resolve the current crisis? I really don't know what's going on in your heads. That's right. Treasure Instrument, Sex, Rome, May also nodded. Everyone exchanged a wry smile before Yang Kai turned to Tao Yang and asked, Brother Tao, you came here first. What do you know about this situation? I don't know much. We came here this time because Honored Master said he wanted some evil spirit essences to see if they could be used for artifact refining. But before we could get our hands on them, something unexpected happened and we ran all the way here. Soon after, you arrived. Oh. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced down and saw that the evil spirit chi down below was churning like a thick, inky black cloud. The purple evil spirits shuttled back and forth in this evil spirit chi, absorbing it to strengthen themselves while also fighting with other evil spirits. From time to time, an evil spirit would be killed, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essences that exuded a faint light. After a short while, there were already more than a dozen evil spirit essences down below, and as time passed, more and more evil spirits were killed, producing more and more evil spirit essences. Everyone stared at these evil spirit essences with burning eyes, but no one had the courage to go down and snatch them. Not to mention that the large number of evil spirits wouldn't attack them. Just the thick, ink-like evil spirit chi alone was enough to make them suffer. If you really want to understand, I think we should ask those two girls over there. We were only able to avoid this disaster because of their kind intentions. They should know more than I do, Tao Yang said, glancing off into the distance. Chen Yi. Yu Qing apparently also discovered the two women's hiding place and stared at them for a long time, a smug grin appearing on his face before he turned to the Ghost King Valley disciples and shouted, If you can capture those two women for me now, the Yellow Spring Pond will open to you for 2 months. Chen Yi sneered, Yu Qing, are you crazy? What kind of place is this? You can't even protect yourself, yet you still want to take advantage of others? Think about how you're going to survive first. Yu Qing smiled coldly. Even if I have to die, I want them to die under my crotch. Idiot, Chen Yi spat, a look of disdain filling his face. Don't talk nonsense with him. If we can survive this disaster, we'll never deal with him again, Lung Shan said with extreme disgust. The conversation between Chen Yi and Yu Qing obviously reached the ears of the two women, and from a high platform a kilometer away, the two women stared at them with vigilance, their eyes filled with vigilance. Yang Kai frowned, got up and said, I'll go ask. Ah, it's very dangerous, Chen Yi exclaimed. Now that they were surrounded by evil spirits, only the high platform was safe. Once they left the high platform, there was no telling what kind of danger they would encounter. Chapter 334. And don't go, Lung Shan kindly reminded him. If you get entangled by those evil spirits, how are you going to escape? Tao Yang also frowned. Brother Yang, we should consider this matter at length. I know what I'm doing. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. My secret art and Yuan Qi attribute can restrain these evil spirits. They won't be able to do anything to me. But what if those two girls don't understand the situation? Wouldn't you have come here in vain? Chen Yi was still a little worried, slowly shaking his head. The current situation was too dangerous. Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute could effectively restrain these evil spirits. If something happened to him, everyone's defensive strength would be greatly reduced. Currently, the evil spirits below the high platform didn't seem to be a threat. But who could be sure they wouldn't suddenly attack? At that time, if Yang Kai was there, even if they fought desperately, they might still have a chance to survive. How about we call them over? Zhao Rong, the girl from Treasure Instrument Sect, suggested. Everyone looked at her strangely. What's wrong? Zhao Rong was puzzled, her big eyes blinking. Tao Yang smiled bitterly. Those two girls have a grudge with that group of people over there, so it's impossible for them to come over. I'll go and show my sincerity. Yang Kai made up his mind. Moreover, their strength isn't weak. If we can win them over to join us, we'll have an extra layer of protection. Lan Shan's beautiful eyes brightened. If you can really persuade them, my Ghost King Valley promises not to embarrass them. In any case, the deaths of a few free and unfettered sect disciples has nothing to do with us. Chen nodded slightly and solemnly said, Then, Brother Yang, you must be careful. If things go south, return immediately. Yang Kai nodded, his figure leaping up and flying directly towards the group. Seeing him act so boldly, everyone couldn't help admiring him for a while. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had crossed several dozen meters and was quickly approaching the stone platform where the two women were resting. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, the two women suddenly stood up. The two women on the other side suddenly stood up. Their yuan qi surged, and their beautiful eyes were frosty. They were ready to attack at any time. As Yang Kai activated his yuan qi, his entire body exuded a pure and hot yuan qi. At the same time, he avoided the evil spirits that were flying in the air. Fortunately, the evil spirits were attracted by the thick, murderous aura below them, so they did not encounter any trouble. A moment later, Yang Kai raised his voice and shouted, Ladies, please don't misunderstand. I'm just here to inquire about the situation. I don't have any other intentions. As soon as he said that, the two women who were on high alert suddenly relaxed. He cried out in bewilderment. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on over there. In order to prevent the other party from getting too nervous, he could only stop. Standing in midair, he said, Sincerely, you too. Before he could finish, the other side immediately responded. Is this Yang Kai? Her voice trembled slightly, her tone full of disbelief, surprise. Yang Kai was stunned. The voice coming from the other side was somewhat familiar. Involuntarily, a young girl's face popped up in his mind. Turning his gaze towards the other side, he discovered that on the stone platform, sure enough, there were two beautiful young girls standing there, perfectly matching the image in his mind. These two people looked exactly the same, whether it was their demeanor or body shape. They were completely identical, as if they had been carved from the same mold. Both of them were elegant and refined with outstanding grace. There was some unconcealable tiredness on her oval-shaped face, but her two beautiful eyes were bursting with a strong splendor. At such a close distance, both sides could clearly see each other's appearance. It's really you. The young girl on the other side was overjoyed. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and rushed over to the other side, landing on the high platform. Surprised, he asked, How come it's you? Previously, he had heard from the people from Ghost King Valley that the free and unfettered sect were chasing a pair of twins with extraordinary strength. From beginning to end, they had killed more than a dozen free and unfettered sect disciples. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. After all, although there weren't many twins, there weren't too few either. Among the people he knew, there was no pair of twins, only the charming twin flowers of Blood Battle Gang. Although they looked the same, in fact, they were several years apart in age, so they weren't real twins. Therefore, he didn't expect that the free and unfettered sect would actually be chasing them. Hu Jiao Er, who may err. It had been a long time since he had seen them. The last time they had met was in the Heavens Cave Inheritance. The three of them had walked side by side up the 10,000-foot flight of stairs. Every time the cold energy hit them, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er would snuggle up to Yang Kai for warmth. At that time, sharing trials and tribulations was still vivid in his mind, and every time he thought about it, he felt warm. In a flash, nearly 2 years had passed. Yang Kai had also grown from the initial element boundary to the Yuan Qi boundary 5th stage. As for the twin flowers of Blood Battle Gang, it was obvious that they had made a lot of progress. Of the two girls, one looked at Yang Kai with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes overflowing with the joy of meeting again after a long time. The other one was gnashing her teeth, her eyebrows furrowed as she questioned, "I want to ask, why is it you stinking brat?" Suddenly seeing the two of them, Yang Kai didn't know why, but he was in a good mood and grinned. "Jiao Er." The girl who spoke blushed and gnashed her teeth even more. "You bastard, you recognized me again. If you didn't speak, I wouldn't have recognized you." Yang Kai laughed. After not seeing each other for so long, the two sisters had become more and more alike. If it weren't for their different temperaments, it would be impossible to distinguish them. However, compared to her sister, Hu Jiao Er was undoubtedly more aggressive. Only she would hold a grudge and call Yang Kai a bastard stinking brat. That year, Yang Kai had said that half of her but was big and half was small, and he had taken advantage of her. Mei Er. Yang Kai nodded to the other person. Hu Mei Er bit her red lips and smiled. Her eyes were watery, very beautiful. Calling out so intimately, "Your face is really thick." Hu Jiao Er spat, but Yang Kai could see that her mood was quite good. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, it was probably like this. A pair of beautiful eyes looked up and down at Yang Kai. Hu Jiao Er clicked her tongue in wonder. "I haven't seen you for so long. You've become a lot stronger." In the past, Yang Kai was thin and pitiful, but now he was undoubtedly more handsome and extraordinary. There was one thing that Hu Jiao Er didn't have the nerve to mention. In the past, when she was on top of Yang Kai and took liberties with him, her soft breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's ribs, and it hurt for a while. "You've also become more beautiful," Yang Kai casually flattered. The two charming flowers looked at each other and giggled. The exhaustion on their faces was swept away. They seemed to have gained great vitality. "You have a sweet mouth." Hu Jiao Er glared at him. "You can fly. You've also reached Yuan Qi." "N." Yang Kai nodded faintly. His divine sense swept over them, and his face suddenly became dignified, full of surprise as he looked at Hu Mei Er. "What's wrong?" Hu Mei Er's face couldn't help but blush under his stare. "Your strength. True element boundary 4th stage." Hu Jiao Er giggled, her expression filled with a hint of pride. She didn't need to remind him. Yang Kai already felt it. Yuan Qi 4th level. It wasn't very high, but the strange thing was that both sisters were Yuan Qi 4th level. In the past, Yang Kai and his sister, Hu Mei Er, were almost the same. After such a long time, all kinds of experience, all kinds of opportunities, they only reached Yuan Qi 5th level. But now Hu Mei Er was only one level away from him. This cultivation speed could be said to be terrifying. What made Yang Kai more concerned was Hu Jiao Er's realm. She was almost the same as Su Yan, an elite disciple of the 3 sections. But now, Su Yan was already Yuan Qi 9th level. Even if she hadn't reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, it was estimated that she was not far away. It was very likely that she had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Hu Jiao Er was only Yuan Qi 4th level. The gap was quite big. The sister's cultivation speed was amazing, but the sister was as slow as a turtle. This situation was obviously not right. Hu Jiao Er naturally had a talent for cultivation before, so it didn't make sense for her strength to improve so slowly in these 2 years. Is it because of the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance? Yang Kai suddenly thought of an explanation. N. The charming flowers didn't deny it. Hu Jiao Er nodded and said, "The inheritance we obtained is called the Twin Qi Shared Spirit Divine Skill. It is most suitable for twins to cultivate, although Mei Er and I are not real twins. Because I was the one who brought her up, our hearts and minds are more connected than real twins. After cultivating this divine skill, our cultivation speed will double." But because Mei Er's starting point was lower, we are only Yuan Qi 4th level now. Amazing! Yang Kai praised. What about you? 5th level. You are not bad. Hu Jiao Er chuckled and didn't ask in detail. She could naturally guess that Yang Kai had obtained the final inheritance. The three of them talked for a while, but Hu Jiao Er's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, Yes, I forgot to ask. You bastard, what are you doing here? Did you go to the free and unfettered sect after High Heaven Pavilion was destroyed? You think too much. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Stop, don't come over. Hu Jiao Er stood in front of her sister and sneered. Then why did you come here with that group of scum? Don't think I didn't see that free and unfettered sect person ordering you to capture us sisters. If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you go. Don't even think about getting close to us sisters. Sister, he is not that kind of person. Hu Mei Er tried to persuade her sister. You may know a person's face, but not his heart. Humph. Hu Jiao Er scolded her sister. If you don't dig out his heart, you won't know whether he is black or white. Okay, I'll tell you. Yang Kai helplessly raised his hand and briefly recounted what happened after coming to the evil cavern. Really? Hu Jiao Er tilted her head and stared at Yang Kai, as if she didn't want to miss the slightest change in his expression. Why would I lie to you? Yang Kai said seriously, Originally, I wanted to ask about the situation here and see if you know what happened. I didn't expect it to be you two. But since it's you, come with me. Once we reach the other side, we can resist together. Sister, let's go. Hu Mei Er undoubtedly believed in Yang Kai and didn't have the slightest doubt. Hu Jiao Er hesitated in her heart. She didn't want to see the ugly faces of those free and unfettered sect men. But the two sisters couldn't stay here forever. She knew that Yang Kai wanted them to go with him for their own good. So after hesitating for a moment, she said, We can go, but me and Mei Er are currently unable to use our Yuan Qi. Let's wait until we recover before going. She obviously didn't trust the people from Ghost King Valley, so she said this. Chapter 335. These days, the two sisters had been hiding in the ash-gray cloud evil land and hadn't had a chance to rest. They had also been hunted down by free and unfettered sex forces, and if it weren't for their twin Qi-shared spirit divine art restoring their Yuan Qi quickly, they would have been caught long ago. After entering the evil cavern, the two of them had to deal with the evil spirits, so they had become increasingly exhausted. Their Yuan Qi was almost completely depleted. It will take at least half a day for you to restore your Yuan Qi. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In any case, I won't go until I'm in peak condition. Hu Jiao Er pursed her lips, her red cheeks extremely attractive. I have a way. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, directly dipping a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space and stretching out his finger towards Hu Jiao Er, saying, Open your mouth! Hu Jiao Er opened her cherry mouth almost reflexively. This inadvertent reaction showed that she didn't have much vigilance towards Yang Kai. Placing his finger in her mouth, Hu Jiao Er's expression froze for a moment before she suddenly woke up. Her almond eyes widened, and her face flushed with anger. Just as she was about to curse, Yang Kai hurriedly said, Suck it in. Hu Jiao Er frowned, and in the next moment, she felt a sweet taste spread from the tip of her tongue. As this taste spread, a surge of warm energy seeped into her stomach, spreading throughout her limbs and bones. In just a short moment, her nearly depleted Yuan Qi actually began to rapidly recover. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise, but she didn't find the slightest obscene expression on his face. Instead, he was completely serious. Hu Jiao Er knew that what Yang Kai had given her was an incredible treasure, so she couldn't bear to waste it. Suppressing her shyness, she curled up her tongue and sucked on Yang Kai's finger. After a few moments, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became watery and embarrassed, and her whole face blushed. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly pulled out his finger. leaving behind a trail of sparkling silk. NNNN. Hu Jiao Air suddenly felt a little ashamed, moaning from her throat. Yang Kai was also quite embarrassed. He hadn't expected her reaction to be so strong. Between his fingers seemed to be lingering Hu Jiao Air's soft tongue, so he couldn't help feeling a surge of emotions. Wiping his fingers without a trace, Yang Kai took out a drop of myriad drug liquid and extended it to Hu Mei Air. "It's your turn." Hu Mei Air tilted her head and said shyly, I think. I don't want it anymore." "This guy, what kind of time is this?" He's giving us something to replenish our true essence. It's not what you think." Hu Jiao Air sat down cross-legged, calm. "That's good stuff. Eat it quickly." Hu Jiao Air urged again. "Tu-tu-tu, tu-tu-tu, tu-tu-be, tu-tu-be-tu." Two. She was much more shy than her sister, completely different from her previous self. "You two refine it first. I'll stand guard." Yang Kai lightly coughed and stood in front of them. The charming pair nodded slightly and quickly circulated their twin chi-shared spirit divine art. On the other side of the stone platform, Chen-Yi, Taoyang, and the others were on guard against the evil spirits while eagerly looking over. "Brother Yang has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he returned yet?" Chen-Yi frowned slightly, puzzled. Taoyang chuckled. "It seems that Brother Yang is having a good time with them. Those two girls don't seem to be wary of him. They're so close to him." Looking over from here, although they couldn't see their faces, they could still make out a vague figure. The distance between Yang Kai and the charming pair was only 3 feet. If they were wary, how could they let others stand in front of them? Amazing. It seems that Brother Yang is quite good at dealing with women. Chen-Yi couldn't help but praise. "Humph." Lung Shan snorted. Back in that isolated world, she and Ziamo had suffered a great loss at the hands of Yang Kai, so she knew that this person was really good at dealing with women. She and Ziamo had originally planned everything to make Kai Yang beg for death, but they couldn't. But in the end, not only did her hatred for Yang Kai diminish, but so did Ziamo. On the contrary, she was grateful to him. If he didn't have some means, how could he have done all this? "They're coming," Chen-Yi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw Yang Kai and the 2 women flying side by side towards them. Amazing. Taoyang also couldn't help but admire this young man. In such a short time, he had made those 2 women willingly follow him. Taoyang couldn't help but feel that he didn't have the ability to eliminate their wariness and hostility. On the high platform, not far away, Yu Qing's pupils also constricted as he stared at the charming figure of the 2 flowers without blinking. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold, sword-like smile. The 3 of them had only flown halfway when a sudden change occurred below them. In the midst of the countless evil spirits' battle, the thick ink-like demonic chi surged. Yang Kai didn't know what these evil spirits were doing, but a flood dragon-like demonic chi shot up from the ground and sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yang Kai and the charming twin flowers to escape. "Be careful!" Chen-Yi couldn't help but shout out a warning. Before he could finish his words, a bright light suddenly burst forth and Yang Kai's entire body became as dazzling as a scorching sun as his true Yang Yuan Qi burst forth. The pure, true Yang Yuan Qi directly formed an oval light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai in a radius of 1 meter. As a warm feeling spread out, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air both relaxed as the colding energy around them was dispelled. They were just about to make a move to defend themselves when they heard this. Clang! When the evil chi hit the light curtain, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, as if salt had been sprinkled in boiling oil. The sounds continued, but they couldn't penetrate the light curtain at all. They were all blocked on the outside. So awesome! Cheng-Ying couldn't help but curse. Her pair of eyes widened as she stared blankly in front of her. The yang attribute Yuan Qi that can restrain the evil Qi is really amazing. Tao Yang excitedly looked at Yang Kai, but this Yuan Qi is too pure. What grade of Yuan Qi is it? Although they had never experienced the consequences of coming into contact with the evil Qi, they could imagine that the taste would not be pleasant. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi was actually able to block the evil Qi, which was beyond their expectations. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai could freely enter and exit from the ground? They just had to be careful not to be attacked by the evil spirits. After blocking the attack of the evil Qi, Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er took the initiative to move closer to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was even more impolite, directly hugging the two beauties and urging his true Yang Yuan Qi to quickly return. After landing back on the high platform, Hu Jiao Er hurriedly broke free from his embrace and glared at him hatefully, whispering, "Wait until this matter is over. Then I'll deal with you for your frivolous sins." Huh. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, but didn't answer. The arrival of the two sisters greatly boosted the morale of the other side, especially since the two of them were also outstanding beauties. Not to mention they looked the same, so when they stood side by side, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lang Shan secretly compared herself to them and couldn't help sighing slightly in her heart. She found that these two girls, whether in terms of appearance or temperament, were superior to her. Both were first-class beauties. Greetings to the two ladies. Chen Yi cupped his fists and greeted. Humph. Hu Jiao Er didn't like him. Although this group of people had never met each other, the two charming flowers knew that in addition to the free and unfettered sect, there was another group of people chasing them, and this group was none other than Ghost King Valley. Now that they met, naturally she didn't show him any respect. Perceiving Hu Jiao Er's indifference, Chen Yi couldn't help feeling embarrassed and didn't know what to say. "Jiao Er, you came here first. Did you notice anything unusual? What happened here?" Yang Kai asked. Now was not a good time to start conflict. Hu Jiao Er's face turned cold as she furrowed her brows and said, "Mei Er and I were fighting an evil spirit. We don't know what happened, but a large mass of evil Qi suddenly gushed out from the ground. After this evil Qi appeared, the evil spirit became somewhat abnormal. Mei Er and I saw that the situation was not right and wanted to escape, but many evil spirits rushed in from all directions and blocked us here." Evil Qi gushing out from the ground? Chen Yi's expression changed as he hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" Hu Jiao Er no longer targeted him and instead pointed in a certain direction. "Over there, do you see that evil Qi? That place is very similar to a spirit spring." Following the direction she pointed, everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw that the evil Qi was surging even more fiercely, as if all the evil Qi below was coming from that place. Furthermore, as the evil aura increased, the water-like evil aura at the bottom also gradually rose to a higher position. "No way." Chen Yi's face went pale. "How could we be so unlucky?" "What is that?" Yang Kai saw that Chen Yi seemed to know something about the situation and asked with a frown. "That's the evil spirit spring." In the distance, an old voice came and answered Chen Yi's question. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look, only to see a group of people in the distance flying over in a hurry, followed by a large number of purple evil spirits. Another group of people was being chased over. The number of people in this group wasn't too large, only an old man leading for young people. But this old man was undoubtedly an immortal ascension boundary master. Perceiving this old man's strength, everyone showed a trace of dread. Immortal ascension boundary masters generally wouldn't appear here. They would usually go deeper into the evil cavern. The old man moved like an eagle, protecting the four young people beside him, the artifact in his hand glowing brilliantly as he repelled the evil spirits in front of him. Mid-air, he swept his eyes over the group of free and unfettered sect disciples standing on the high platform and said, "Make some space for us!" Yu Qing's expression became bitter, but he didn't dare refuse, quickly ordering his brothers and junior brothers to retreat to the side. The old man quickly led the four young people down, glancing faintly at Yu Qing. Free and unfettered sect? Do you have any objections? Yu Qing smiled and said, Senior must be joking. This high platform is also very spacious. The old man nodded gently, very satisfied with Yu Qing's concession. Chapter 336. Here, the old man's strength was the strongest. So even if Yu Qing was cursing in his heart, he didn't dare show it in front of him. After the 4 young men who had come with the old man landed, all of them stared at the charmed slaves around the free and unfettered sect male disciples with great interest. These charmed slaves all had eyes like peach blossoms, their beautiful eyes casting flirtatious glances towards them, as if they didn't care about the current crisis or the jealousy of the men around them. If you don't want to be sucked dry by these women, don't even think about touching them, the old man lightly reminded them. The 4 young men suddenly blushed and averted their gazes. Free and unfettered sex charmed slaves, when they had sex with another man, could absorb a part of that man's cultivation, and when they had sex with another free and unfettered sect male disciple, they could pass this part of their cultivation to him, thus increasing his strength. Therefore, free and unfettered sex charmed slaves had no taboos when it came to sex. The free and unfettered sect male disciples didn't really discipline these charmed slaves. Instead, they were quite happy to let them seduce other men and steal all kinds of benefits. In addition, charmed slaves had a variety of magical functions. In the eyes of free and unfettered sect male disciples, these charmed slaves weren't people but tools. The old man was obviously very familiar with free and unfettered sect's various methods and was afraid that his juniors would suffer a loss, so he decided to warn them. After speaking, the old man's brow furrowed as he stared down at the so-called evil spirit spring, his seemingly turbid old eyes flashing as they stared towards it. Turning his head, he looked at Chun-Yi and said, Ghost King Valley Boy, it seems you have some understanding of this evil spirit spring. Explain it to them, otherwise they won't even know how they died. Yes, Chen-Yi also wanted to explain to Yang Kai. Now that the old man had said so, he no longer refused. The evil spirit spring is indeed a spring. The 2 young ladies are not mistaken. The evil spirit spring water gushing out from the spring is indeed evil spirit spring water. This water is harmful to us, but to the evil spirits here, it is very beneficial. As long as they are given enough time, they can absorb this evil spirit spring water and become stronger and more condensed. Therefore, this thing is very attractive to them, which is why they rushed here. Chen-Yi's expression became dignified as he slowly explained. Every time the evil spirit spring appears, when the evil spirit spring bursts out, the evil spirits in the evil cavern will become extremely unstable. As you can see, in order to compete for the spring water below, they will kill each other. For the time being, we are not in any danger. But after a while, once these evil spirits go berserk, we will be attacked. We're really unlucky this time. The evil spirit spring might not even appear once in a few years. I didn't think we would run into it. What should we do? Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect exclaimed. Should we take advantage of this opportunity to escape? Where are you going? Chun-Yi smiled bitterly. There's nowhere to escape now. Standing here will allow us to live a little longer, but once we leave, I'm afraid we'll die even faster. Ha! That little brat is right, the old man nodded with a sinister smile. Even an expert like this old master was forced to come here. You bunch of kids still want to escape? You're dreaming. Pausing for a moment, the old man looked at everyone with a smile and said, How is it? Do you want to join hands with this old man and see if we can find a way out? Chen-Yi glanced at him and frowned. What kind of plan does Senior have? No plan. The only thing we can do is kill. The old man chuckled. Although your strength isn't very high, there are still a lot of people here. Fortunately, there were a lot of them. As long as they didn't give up, they might be able to survive. Moreover, since you dared to come to the evil cavern, You must have brought a lot of artifacts to restrain these evil spirits, right? Yes. Qin nodded. They were different from Yang Kai. Naturally, they had made sufficient preparations before daring to come to the evil cavern. They hadn't used any artifacts before because they didn't need to. That's right. When we start fighting, you can use everything you've learned in your life to your heart's content. Ha ha ha. If this old master is free, he will definitely help you. The old man nodded with a smile. He seemed to be very kind. Chen Yi smiled wryly and cupped his fists. Many thanks for Senior's kindness. He didn't believe this old man would take care of his group, but the number of evil spirits was simply too great. If they died too quickly, the pressure on the old man's side would definitely increase. The current relationship between the two stone platforms could be said to be one of mutual dependence. Therefore, the old man had shown some concern and advice. At a critical moment, this old master can lend you a hand. But I have a condition. The old man smiled. What condition? Qin Yi asked. The old man stared at the evil spirit spring and quickly said, If we can survive this crisis, this old master wants what's in that spring. Whoever dares to steal, it will be killed without mercy. Juniors only ask for survival, Chen Yi said coldly. That would be for the best. The old man sneered and no longer said anything. What's in that spring? Yang Kai asked curiously in a low voice. Looking at the old man's expression, he seemed to be very interested in what was in that spring. So Yang Kai guessed that it was definitely something good. It's an evil spirit essence. Chen Yi also whispered back, but it is definitely a very special evil spirit essence, and the energy it contains is extremely huge. A very special evil spirit essence? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. Shanqing Luo had said that some evil spirit essences contained energy that could increase one's spiritual energy, while others contained various martial skills. How could an evil spirit essence from an evil spirit spring be of poor quality? However, in this situation, Yang Kai had no choice but to restrain his thoughts and focus on preserving his life first. On both sides of the high platforms, everyone was waiting for the right moment. The evil spirit spring below was rising higher and higher, and within the ink-black spring water, there were dozens of bright evil spirit essences, attracting everyone's attention and making them greedy for them. As long as one could go down, they could directly harvest dozens of these evil spirit essences. These evil spirit essences were equivalent to the gains of several days of life experience in the evil cavern. Originally, the evil spirit essences weren't limited to just this little bit. In just a short time, 100 to 200 evil spirits had already died, but even more evil spirit essences had merged with the evil spirit spring and disappeared, turning into energy in the spring water. But even if they were greedy, no one dared to leave the high platform. They could only watch helplessly, their hearts filled with regret. After a while, many evil spirits below screamed in unison. The light on Zi Yingying's body flickered, seeming to be extremely unstable. Within a radius of 300 meters, it was icy cold, as if it was a terrifying purgatory. Be careful. All of you try to survive, little kids. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed loudly. Before his laughter had even faded, more than a dozen evil spirits suddenly rushed up, attracted by the blood chi of the many cultivators. They split up and attacked from both sides. With a sharp howl, 6 or 7 evil spirits rushed up from the high platform near Yang Kai and the others and surrounded them. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. All of them simultaneously unleashed their martial skills. The strength of these purple evil spirits was not weak, but because everyone was gathered on the high platform, although they couldn't move freely, they still managed to form an airtight defense. As soon as the evil spirits rushed up, they were knocked back, the color of their bodies constantly changing. Before they could rush up again, the Ghost King Valley disciples had already summoned their artifacts. The Ghost King Valley disciples had brought 2 artifacts to restrain these evil spirits. one of which was of the fire attribute. The other was of the lightning attribute. The fire dragon swallowed and spat, burning the two evil spirits so much that they screamed incessantly. The flowing electricity also made them tremble incessantly. These two artifacts were both Earth grade top rank. Although they weren't as useful as Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi, they were still quite good. At the very least, they could be used to deal with these evil spirits. Treasure instrument Sex Taoyang was even richer. He directly took out a heaven-grade artifact and ignited a cloud of fire, wrapping the two evil spirits in it and urging his Yuan Qi to burn them. The two evil spirits kept screaming and trying to break out. However, they were unable to escape the burning range of the cloud of fire. The disciples of the two sects were relying on the power of their artifacts. Being able to deal with 4 evil spirits at once was quite extraordinary. The Hu sisters were working together, and although they didn't have an artifact to restrain these evil spirits, using their twin Qi shared spirit divine art, their strength had greatly increased, and together they were able to deal with 1 evil spirit without falling behind. Yang Kai dealt with 1 evil spirit alone, his true Yang Yuan Qi bursting out and enveloping it. At the same time, a sword condensed from Yang liquid appeared in his hand, slashing and slashing at the evil spirit, causing its color to rapidly fade. With each attack, it seemed that the evil spirit's body would shatter. Although he had an artifact, like the Azura sword, Yang Kai felt that a weapon condensed from Yang liquid would be more useful to deal with these evil spirits. Now that he had tried it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The battle was in full swing, and none of the 6 evil spirits were able to break through the blockade, all of them being blocked outside. When everyone saw that the situation was good, they all breathed a sigh of relief and put more effort into their attacks. Soon, the evil spirit Yang Kai was dealing with was defeated, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essence in front of it. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and directly took this source into his palm before immediately attacking the evil spirit the Hu sisters were dealing with. Hu Jiao Air shot a surprised look at Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that he would be able to deal with an evil spirit alone faster than the 2 of them working together. After not seeing him for 2 years, this little bastard had made a lot of progress. It seemed that she had still underestimated him. Yang Kai and the others on the high platform weren't having a hard time dealing with the evil spirits. But the same was true for the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. After all, the old man was an immortal ascension boundary master, and the 4 young men around him were also not weak. Coupled with the group from free and unfettered sect, their overall combat strength was much higher than that of Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect. Even though the old man was dealing with the evil spirits, he was still paying attention to Yang Kai and the others, seemingly afraid that they would be defeated by the first wave of attacks. After seeing the Yuan Qi attribute displayed by Yang Kai, the old man couldn't help but light up and shouted, "Young man, do you want to come to this old master's side? This old master can guarantee that you won't die." With his strength combined with Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute, once they joined forces, their strength would greatly increase. What's more, Yang Kai's combat strength was also quite good, so naturally the old man wanted to win him over. Chapter 337. Listening to the old man's words, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all felt their hearts tighten as they glanced towards Yang Kai with slight worry. Although Tao Yang and Shen Yi thought that they were getting along well with Yang Kai. After all, they had only met by chance and didn't have a deep friendship. At this time, if Yang Kai decided to abandon them for a better life, they had no reason to blame him. Moreover, from the perspective of Yang Kai's own interests, there was no doubt that cooperating with this old man would be more beneficial. Thinking of this, everyone was a little worried. Yang Kai leapt off the high platform and stood midair, joining the Hu sisters in attacking the evil spirit they were dealing with, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well as calm as ever as he said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness." Hearing this, The old man chuckled meaningfully. Boy, it's every man for himself. If you cooperate with me, we'll split the evil spirit essence 50-50. How about it? This old master won't take advantage of you. Not so good. Yang Kai decisively refused. This old man didn't look like a good person, and even if Yang Kai didn't care about the Hu's sister's safety, it was impossible for him to ask a tiger for its skin. If they cooperated, he wouldn't be able to escape. Very well, this old master won't force you. The old man didn't seem to care about Yang Kai's refusal and said lightly, but a cold light flashed across his eyes. This smelly brat doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Seeing Yang Kai act so righteously, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, a touch of gratitude flashing across their eyes. Only the Hu's sisters smiled sweetly at him, without mentioning anything else. All of them were from Black Plum Town and had known each other for a long time, so they believed that Yang Kai wouldn't abandon them. In the Heavens Cave inheritance, when they had climbed the 10,000-foot staircase, he had never given up on them. After a while, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters finally defeated the evil spirit, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit essence floating in front of them. Yang Kai reached out and threw his purifying spirit bottle to Hu Jiao'er. Use this to collect it. Don't swallow it directly. Oh, although Hu Jiao'er had never used the purifying spirit bottle before, at this moment, she could only follow Yang Kai's lead. After trying it out, she directly sucked the purifying spirit source into the bottle. Yang Kai flew to the other side to assist the Treasure Instrument sect and Ghost King Valley disciples. In a short while, all 6 evil spirits had been killed. However, what was strange was that after these evil spirits were attacked by Yang Kai, they had all been killed. There was always a feeling of wanting to run away. The fight had just ended. Before they could catch their breaths, more evil spirits flew up from below. This time, there were even more of them than before. For a moment, everyone was flustered. He had no choice. Yang Kai fought 2 evil spirits alone, without being able to kill quickly. The drawbacks of Yang Kai Jinyang Yuan Qi immediately became apparent. Jianyang Yuan Qi was naturally a sharp weapon to deal with evil spirits. However, because of its restraining nature, the evil spirits seemed to have an instinct that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Once they fought for a moment, they would avoid Yang Kai and turn to attack others. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. Like a firefighter, he circled around the high platform where everyone was resting, chasing after the evil spirits as they flew around. The good situation suddenly showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the people on the high platform were not mediocre. Moreover, they carried a lot of artifacts, so every time they were in a crisis, they were always able to turn the situation around. As time passed, the pressure and intensity of the battle became greater and greater. Before a group of evil spirits had been killed, a new one would constantly appear from below. Junior sister, you and the 2 junior brothers used the 5-dragon binding seal to assist Brother Yang. Tao Yang saw Yang Kai's awkward situation and quickly shouted, "Okay," Zhao Rong said. At the same time, she summoned a seal-like artifact. This artifact had 5 dragon seals on it, and after Zhao Rong and the 2 other Treasure Instrument sect disciples poured their Yuan Qi into it, accompanied by a series of dragon roars, the 5 dragon seals suddenly materialized and flew out. The 5 dragons circled around. From each of their mouths, a beam of light shot out towards an evil spirit that was flying around. In an instant, this evil spirit seemed to be tied up and struggled in place, but was unable to break free and could only howl incessantly. When Yang Kai saw this, he was overjoyed and quickly rushed up, holding his yang liquid sword and slashing it, killing an evil spirit in just a moment. The 3 Treasure Instrument sect disciples were also smart people. Seeing Yang Kai act so decisively, they quickly changed their hand seals and controlled the 5 dragons to attack another evil spirit. Although 3 of them had been assigned to assist Yang Kai, The situation not only did not collapse, but instead became more and more orderly. During the battle, everyone took out their respective yuan qi pills and took them in advance so that when the time came, their yuan qi wouldn't be enough. Yang Kai didn't need to take any pills, but the Hu sisters had just taken the myriad drug liquid and naturally knew what it was. They were counting on Yang Kai to help them recover, so they didn't take any pills either. The 5 dragon binding seals effect greatly boosted everyone's morale. On the other side of the high platform, whether it was the old man or the free and unfettered sect disciples, all of them were struggling to cope. Although they had an immortal ascension boundary master, they didn't have as many people as Yang Kai, and their artifacts weren't as high grade as the ones from Treasure Instrument Sect. So even though their combat strength was much higher, they were still at a disadvantage when dealing with these evil spirits. When the old man saw Yang Kai's display of strength, he couldn't help feeling like he had lost a great deal of face. Waving his sleeve, he summoned a gust of wind and directly pushed the 2 evil spirits towards him. These evil spirits would only attack the flesh and blood closest to them and wouldn't return to attack the old man. With the old man's push, the Hu sisters immediately fell into a crisis. They had been working together to deal with one evil spirit, but now that 2 had suddenly appeared, how could they possibly deal with them? Yang Kai saw all of this and couldn't help feeling annoyed. He knew that this old man really wasn't a good person, so he quickly dealt with the evil spirits in front of him and quickly rushed over to the Hu sisters' side. As he flew over, Yang Kai flicked his hand and summoned a drop of yang liquid. Under the exquisite control of yuan qi, this drop of yang liquid suddenly transformed into a semicircular light curtain that directly enveloped the Hu sisters. The yuan qi control method, taught by Xiao Fu Xing, shone brilliantly at this moment. As soon as this light curtain was formed, the 2 evil spirits had already rushed forward. As soon as their ethereal bodies came into contact with this light curtain, it was as if they had fallen into a pot of boiling oil, making a sizzling sound. Instinctively, the 2 evil spirits floated backwards. Even the evil spirit that the Hu sisters were dealing with had left them behind, causing them to miss their target. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen. How is that possible? Cheng Ying of Ghost King Valley shouted, his face filled with disbelief. Be careful. They're all coming. Lung Shan shouted. The 2 evil spirits, pushed by the old man, along with the one whose sisters were dealing with, gave up on Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air and rushed towards the Ghost King Valley group. In an instant, the pressure on everyone increased sharply. Hey, Brother Yang, this isn't right. Chen Yi was speechless and smiled bitterly. Although the Hu sisters were now extremely safe, their Ghost King Valley group was in big trouble. Sorry, I didn't know this would happen. Yang Kai also wore an embarrassed expression. Fortunately, he was right next to them, otherwise it would have been hard to say what kind of casualties would have occurred. Directly entangling 2 of the evil spirits. While dealing with them, Yang Kai began thinking. Suddenly, he thought of a wonderful idea. Hurriedly working with the 3 Treasure Instrument Sect disciples to deal with the 2 evil spirits, Yang Kai quickly flew up into the air, standing high above everyone's heads. Not paying attention to the surprised gazes of those around him, Yang Kai secretly condensed a drop of yang liquid from his dantian and threw it down. Just like before, this drop of yang liquid transformed into a semicircular light curtain midair. But compared to the previous one, it was undoubtedly thinner, but it still covered the entire high platform. As soon as this light curtain fell, all the evil spirits floated back a certain distance. Fearfully, they began to circle around. This kind of light curtain was only a deterrent. If these evil spirits really went crazy and attacked, it would only take a moment to break through. In for a penny, in for a pound, Kai Yang continued to force out more yang liquid, continuously pouring it down. Layer after layer of light curtain fell under Yang Kai's precise and subtle control. All of them were of the same size and completely overlapped. After consuming a total of 20 drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai was satisfied and stopped. Although this light curtain composed of 20 layers of true Yang Yuan Qi was not unbreakable, it was enough to easily resist these evil spirits. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was a life or death crisis, suddenly becoming extremely safe. No one was able to adapt to this sudden change. The surrounding evil spirits simply flew around the high platform. None of them dared to approach. Occasionally, a few of them would try to attack, but as soon as they touched the light curtain, they would be burned and directly retreat. After a long silence, everyone turned to look at Yang Kai, their expressions filled with both shock and admiration. The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes were also filled with a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai. It was a sudden inspiration. I didn't think it would actually work, Yang Kai chuckled. I'm impressed. Chen Yi stared at Yang Kai with a look of worship. Everyone nodded, and their eyes were filled with gratitude. After a moment of shock and gratitude, everyone finally remembered how much true essence had been squandered in order to create such a solid and thick defensive barrier. How come Kai Yang's face wasn't red, his heart wasn't beating fast, and his appearance was as calm as the wind and clouds? Monster. Abnormal. Lung Shan curled her lips. Everyone nodded again. What they didn't know was that each layer of light curtain was the crystallization of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. 20 layers of light curtain, equivalent to Yang Kai's meridians, being emptied 20 times. How could this defensive barrier not be strong? Moreover, the quality of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was also quite high and incomparably pure. If one really wanted to calculate, this light curtain was almost equivalent to the full strength of 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. With this kind of defense, dealing with the current situation was simply a piece of cake. Young man, why don't you also help this old master? The old man saw that Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying method, and for a moment he felt quite uncomfortable. Although he was an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he knew he couldn't do what Yang Kai did. The high platform over there was now impregnable, its defense watertight. Even if the people on the high platform did nothing and just watched the show, there was no need to worry about their lives being threatened. On the contrary, as the number of evil spirits on his side increased, it became more and more difficult to deal with. Chapter 338. Left with no other choice, the old man had no choice but to put aside his pride and shout at Yang Kai. Hearing this, many of the Ghost King Valley disciples sneered as they stared at the old man, sarcastically. Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument Sect was even more annoyed as she muttered under her breath. This old man, just now he was trying to trick us, but now he's actually begging us. His face is really thick. The old man's actions just now had all been witnessed by everyone, and although they were all extremely annoyed, due to the old man's strength, none of them dared to act out. The old man took in everyone's expressions but didn't seem to care, simply saying lightly, "Young people, you should know that we will meet again in the near future. Perhaps you will need this old master's help. So how about you first sell this old master a favor and help me? Looking at your actions just now, it seems like it won't take much effort." Although his tone was light, the light in his eyes was unbridled, and anyone could hear the threat in his voice, as if saying, "If you don't help me, then I'll do whatever you want." Yang Kai sneered in his heart, but on the surface he slowly shook his head and said, "I can't help you. My Yuan Qi has been exhausted. I need to recover for a while before I can fight again." Saying so, he really sat down cross-legged. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples were all shocked and quickly took out the best Yuan Qi replenishing pills they had and handed them to Yang Kai. It wasn't that they were gullible, they were simply too worried. Moreover, Yang Kai's formation had definitely consumed a lot of Yuan Qi. The energy contained in these layers of defensive shields was shocking to all of them, so anyone who had used so much Yuan Qi would need to replenish themselves. Hu Jiao Air and her sister glanced at each other and giggled. They all knew that Yang Kai had that kind of miraculous Yuan Qi replenishing liquid. So how could they believe his nonsense? The movement on the high platform was clearly seen by the old man, so for a moment he didn't know whether Yan Kai was telling the truth or not. But he didn't try to force him and instead just put on a fake smile and said, "Very well, you can restore yourself first." Saying so, he focused on the battle in front of him. On the high platform, the group from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instruments sect were all amazed, none of them having expected that in this chaos, Yan Kai would be able to create an absolutely safe haven. While watching the battle on the other side of the high platform with great interest, they lowered their voices and commented, causing Yu Qing and the others to seethe with anger. The old man was indeed a master of the Heaven's Gate realm. His yuan qi was endless, and his moves seemed ordinary. In reality, it was incomparably ferocious. He was actually fighting for evil spirits by himself without falling into a disadvantageous position. During the battle, he did his best to protect his 3 juniors. On the other hand, the free and unfettered sect disciples seemed like they were being raised by a stepmother. Neither their grandmother nor their uncle loved them, so they fought with all their might. The yuan qi quickly passed away. Yu Qing's pale face turned even paler. The charming slaves who wore revealing clothes didn't have time to show off their coquettishness. All of them were sweating profusely as they were too tired to deal with him. Outside the true Yang Yuan Qi defensive shield, the evil spirits kept circling around, trying to find a weak point, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find a place to break through. After a while, they gave up on this side and flew towards the old man's high platform. In an instant, on the other side of the high platform, the old man roared as he released all of his strength, sending out a variety of artifacts and martial skills. The free and unfettered sect disciples cried out again and again, but they were unable to cope with so many evil spirits. "Senior, senior!" Yu Qing shouted anxiously, "Help!" Although the free and unfettered sect disciples were no less numerous than Ghost King Valley disciples. However, because both men and women were proficient in sex and were able to obtain their cultivation through sex, the yuan qi was simply not enough to cope with this chaotic situation. Seeing that the barrier was about to be broken through, Yu Qing had no choice but to open his mouth and call for help. "Ha ha!" The old man chuckled. "This old master can't even spare a hand. Where would I find the time to save you?" Yu Qing cursed in his heart, knowing that this old man wasn't an easy person to deal with, so he quickly said, "If Senior can save us from death, my free and unfettered sect will definitely reward you generously." "Let's hear it." The old man's eyes flashed. "If we can return alive, each of us can give Senior a charmed slave. Since Senior is familiar with our free and unfettered sex methods, you must know the role of a charmed slave." At this critical moment of life and death, Yu Qing didn't dare to speak any nonsense and directly offered a generous offer. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed a lustful light as he grinned. "This old master naturally knows that your free and unfettered sex charmed slaves can use a special secret art to give all of their profound qi to the man they mate with." "Exactly." Yu Qing nodded. The old man laughed. "Good, there are 4 of you, if this old master can absorb the profound qi of 4 charmed slaves. His strength will also improve greatly. It's good that Senior understands." Yu Qing anxiously cursed this old man for being so talkative, but he didn't dare show it and could only laugh dryly. "I ask Senior to help us." The old man coldly snorted. "However, this old master has heard that every man in your free and unfettered sect has more than 1 charmed slave. Seeing that your status isn't low, you should have at least 4 or 5, right?" Yu Qing's expression became bitter as he realized just how big this old man's appetite was. "Boy, you're quite lucky." The old man smiled obscenely. "How about this? This old master can help you as much as possible, but this old master wants 8 charmed slaves. That is, each of you can give me 2 charmed slaves, which is why this old master is willing to help. Whether you agree or not, it's up to you, but haha, if I lose my life, What would I do with so many charmed slaves? This last sentence completely poked at Yu Qing's weak spot, causing his face to darken, and without hesitation, Yu Qing quickly nodded. Good deal. Boy, you're quite decisive. You'll definitely achieve great things. The old man laughed loudly, his moves suddenly becoming more ferocious, wrapping the free and unfettered sex group in his attacks. With this old man's help, Yu Qing and the others immediately felt much more relaxed. It was worth it. Yu Qing comforted himself, the feeling of heartache fading away. Although each of the free and unfettered sex male disciples had more than one charmed slave, it still took time to cultivate a charmed slave, so giving away 2 charmed slaves each was a huge loss to them. While Yu Qing and the old man were negotiating terms, the free and unfettered sex charmed slaves remained indifferent, as if they had nothing to do with this matter. Remember your words. If you dare go back on your word, this old master will exterminate your free and unfettered sect. The old man coldly reminded. Yu Qing's heart skipped a beat, wondering just where this old man came from. His tone was even more arrogant than the heavens. Quickly smiling, Yu Qing said, I wouldn't dare. A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Many people secretly curled their lips in disdain. If Yu Qing was a gentleman, then there would be no such thing as a villain in this world. Yang Kai and the others coldly watched from the other side of the high platform, none of them feeling the joy of surviving a calamity. In this kind of environment, it was difficult to be happy. None of them knew when these evil spirits would retreat, so for a moment they couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. On the other side, the battle between the old man and the others was still going on, and evil spirits were constantly being killed. Many evil spirit essences were floating around them, but none of them had the time to collect them. Gradually, these evil spirit essences fell and merged into the evil spirit spring water. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed, and he angrily shouted, Free and unfettered sect, hurry up and sacrifice your charmed slaves. His tone was urgent and brooked no argument. Yu Qing stared blankly at the old man, not knowing why he would suddenly say this. If you don't want to die, hurry up, the old man hurriedly urged, a trace of viciousness faintly appearing on his face. But Yu Qing didn't know what the old man wanted to do, but now was not a good time to sacrifice the charmed slaves. Their numbers were already low enough. So if they sacrificed another charmed slave, the free and unfettered sex population would directly decrease by half. Naturally, he couldn't make up his mind. This old master will give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't sacrifice them, I'll kill them all. The old man gloomily issued an ultimatum. Brother, what do we do? The several free and unfettered sect male disciples looked at Yu Qing anxiously, their faces filled with anxiety and helplessness. Sacrifice them. Yu Qing's face was filled with anger, but he didn't dare to hesitate. They were only able to maintain their safety because the old man had helped them from time to time. But if the old man also attacked them, they would immediately die. Although he couldn't bear to sacrifice his charmed slaves like this, Yu Qing had no other choice. As soon as Yu Qing gave the order, the several free and unfettered sect male disciples immediately attacked, forcing the evil spirits in front of them to retreat. Then, each of them hugged the charmed slaves around them and, under their sweet gazes, kissed them deeply. Lung Shan couldn't bear to see this, but she quickly turned her head and quietly pulled Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters away. Don't look! What's wrong? Zhao Rong was puzzled. Lung Shan obviously knew what the consequences of sacrificing a charmed slave would be, so she kindly reminded them. Chen Yi also sighed slightly, a trace of sadness appearing on his face. Most of the other Ghost King Valley disciples also lowered their heads, not daring to look at this scene. Although they had always had a bad relationship with free and unfettered sect, and often fought against the charmed slaves, at this final juncture, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy for these charmed slaves who had been enslaved. reduced to nothing more than tools. It wasn't that they didn't know how to love themselves, nor was it that they were innately lustful. It was just that the free and unfettered sect men had used special methods to train them. Women were naturally curious, and although Lung Shan had warned them not to look, Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters couldn't help but quietly look over. What they saw caused the eyes of the three women to tremble violently. In the midst of this passionate kiss, the bodies of the charmed slaves began to ripple, and as these ripples spread, their beautiful faces rapidly aged and their delicate bodies withered at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was as if several decades of the flowing time great emperor had passed from their bodies in an instant. From their mouths, the yuan qi and blood qi of these charmed slaves was transformed into a steady stream of energy that was given to the free and unfettered sect men. The pale-faced free and unfettered sect male disciples seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. In an instant, their complexions became rosy and their faces glowed with radiance. Each one of them was handsome and unrestrained, elegant and extraordinary. As a result, their strength had also suddenly increased greatly. Chapter 339. This was a sacrificial offering, a secret technique of the free and unfettered sect, a martial skill that could only be displayed by the charmed slaves. This move could no longer be described as evil. In just 10 breaths of time, the several free and unfettered sect male disciples had undergone a complete transformation and were now in high spirits. As for the charmed slaves in their embrace, they had lost their life force forever. However, within their dim eyes, there seemed to be a tenderness that would never regret, and at the corner of their aged mouths, there was still a trace of a satisfied smile. Their rosy cheeks instantly turned into dry bones. Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters Yuan Qi burst out uncontrollably. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with hatred as they stared at the free and unfettered sect male disciples, their tender bodies trembling slightly. They were all women, so the way the charmed slaves died naturally resonated with them. After the sacrificial offering was completed, Yu Qing laughed and released the shriveled corpse in his arms. The corpse rolled on the ground, fell off the high platform, and disappeared into the evil spirit spring. Now that the strength of the free and unfettered sect's disciples had soared, they seemed to possess a kind of domineering aura, as if they were looking down on the world. Their moves were more than twice as powerful as before, but when he looked at the old man, Yu Qing's eyes still contained a trace of anger and hatred. He didn't want to sacrifice the charmed slaves at this time because the most dangerous moment had yet to arrive. However, due to the old man's tyrannical power, he had no choice but to do so, so naturally he was somewhat unhappy. The old man didn't seem to notice this, and simply chuckled. "Good, this old master said you were a decisive person and would definitely achieve great things in the future. Boy, you and your junior brother stay here for a while. This old master will be back soon." "Good." Yu Qing nodded quickly, not even bothering to ask what the old man was going to do. The old man let out a roar, and his figure leapt off the high platform. After he flew up, a purple evil spirit followed, closely behind like a shadow. What is he going to do? Chen Yi's expression sank. He discovered that the old man's mouth was curled into a cold smile as he lured the evil spirit towards them. While flying over, he kept attacking the evil spirit to attract its attention so that he could get closer to the platform. Is this old man crazy? Qing Ying smiled disdainfully. Why would he spend so much effort to lure an evil spirit here? Do you expect this evil spirit to kill us all? Haha. A male disciple from Treasure Instrument Sect also laughed. I'm afraid this old man has eaten too much lard for his own good. Doesn't he know that Brother Yang's defensive barrier is specifically designed to counter evil spirits? They didn't avoid the old man's ears when they spoke. However, even though he heard it, he didn't get angry. He just sneered. It was still pulling the evil spirit in this direction. Lung Shan's beautiful eyes were cold. She noticed something was wrong and said, "Be careful. He must be planning something." Tao Yang also nodded, secretly vigilant. Not long after, the old man and the evil spirit arrived at the side of the high platform. Everyone became more vigilant, ready to attack at any time. "I have a big gift for you." The old man saw that it was about time and laughed loudly, sending a palm strike towards the evil spirit, pushing it towards the platform before his figure flickered. Disappearing midair, when he reappeared, he had already returned to free and unfettered sect. "Senior, you made us sacrifice our charm slaves just to buy you some time?" Yu Qing's face was very ugly, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. "Yes." The old man nodded flatly. "You used that little bit of time just to lure an evil spirit over?" Yu Qing almost couldn't suppress the anger in his chest. He had never understood why the old man was so anxious to make them sacrifice their charm slaves. But now it seemed that this old man had done all this. The value of these 4 charm slaves couldn't be compared at all. "Do you have a problem with that?" The old man stared back at Yu Qing coldly, his eyes filled with impatience. "I don't dare!" Yu Qing's heart went cold as he quickly suppressed his anger. Although after the sacrifice, the strength of his brothers had greatly increased. Facing an Immortal Ascension boundary master, he still couldn't act presumptuously. "Just watch carefully, Humph. If they don't beg this old master will wring his head off and use it as a chamber pot for you." The old man smiled confidently. Yu Qing was startled, not knowing why this old man was so confident. At this time, the evil spirit had already launched an attack on the platform where Yang Kai and the others were standing. It crashed into the platform again and again, but every time it was blocked by the barrier, the burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi wearing down its own energy. But this evil spirit seemed to be somewhat different from the other evil spirits and didn't immediately retreat. After trying many times, it no longer attacked recklessly. Its facial features, which had become more distinct, suddenly opened its mouth and screamed. His voice was extremely sharp and piercing to the ears. Following the scream, a purple halo suddenly burst out, enveloping everyone on the high platform. Everyone had been indifferently appreciating this evil spirit's stupidity, but none of them had expected it to do such a thing. By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. As the purple halo passed through everyone's body, everyone let out a muffled groan, several of the weaker ones even falling to the ground. Everyone else also felt dizzy and nauseous, as if ants were gnawing at their minds, causing them unbearable pain. Even the Hu sisters couldn't bear it, their pretty faces paling as their brows furrowed. Only Yang Kai wasn't affected. Compared to the others, he had cultivated his divine sense and was able to offset a certain amount of damage to his soul. On top of that, he also had a defensive soul skill in his mind, allowing him to easily resist the evil spirit's attack. A soul skill! Chen Yi screamed, "It's a soul-type evil spirit!" When everyone heard this, they couldn't help paling as they stared at the soul-type evil spirit in front of them, their eyes filled with panic. A soul-type evil spirit was a very special existence among evil spirits. It looked no different from other evil spirits, but because it was proficient in soul skills, if a cultivator under the Immortal Ascension boundary encountered it, there were only 2 options: either run or die. In this situation, running away was impossible, and fighting it would only lead to death. In the evil cavern, soul-type evil spirits were relatively rare existences. This could be seen from the situation in front of them. Hundreds of evil spirits had gathered here, and there were even more coming from outside. But from beginning to end, only one soul-type evil spirit had appeared. It was obvious how rare it was. No one had expected to encounter a soul-type evil spirit, just as no one present had expected to encounter an evil spirit spring eruption. For a time, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The old man had deliberately led this soul-type evil spirit here, obviously harboring malicious intent. This was a means of revenge for Yang Kai's refusal to help. Turning his head to look at the old man, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. He wasn't afraid of this soul-type evil spirit, but everyone on the high platform was. The large area of effect soul skill from before had already affected them. So if it were to be used a few more times, they would definitely be affected. Besides Yang Kai, the rest of them would have their souls destroyed. Either they would die on the spot or become idiots. Quick, quick, quick! Seeing the soul-type evil spirit outside the defensive barrier open its big black mouth again, Chen Yi quickly shouted, "Soul-type artifact! Who has won?" Everyone turned to look at Tao Yang eagerly, although Ghost King Valley had made sufficient preparations this time to come to the evil cavern. However, soul-type artifacts were as rare as soul skills, and soul-type artifacts were bound to be used to defend against soul skills, so their grade was bound to be very high. This group from Ghost King Valley simply wasn't qualified. Tao Yang was a disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect. If he didn't have a soul-type artifact, then this time he would be in trouble. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of this soul-type evil spirit, in the end, he could only protect himself. With so many people gathered on the high platform, if this large area soul-type evil spirit attack hit him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Fortunately, Tao Yang's foundation was really rich, so he hurriedly took out a ring, poured his yuan qi into it, and flicked it. A buzzing sound rang out. At that moment, the soul-type evil spirit also used its soul skill. Just like before, a purple halo suddenly burst out, enveloping the crowd. However, the ring in Tao Yang's hand also sent out a ripple visible to the naked eye. Everyone held their breaths nervously as they stared blankly at the screen. When that layer of ripples collided with the purple halo, the ripples instantly disappeared, and the purple halo also dimmed. However, it didn't disappear and still affected everyone. The soul-type artifact Tao Yang had taken out wasn't enough to defend against this soul-type evil spirit's attack. Everyone's expression suddenly became miserable, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. However, after being blocked by this artifact, they were able to. Now that the attack was transmitted to their minds, it was much easier to withstand. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. Damage to one's soul wasn't a joke. If this happened too many times, it would become a big problem. Sorry, I only have this one soul-type artifact. Tao Yang's face was slightly pale as he stared at the soul-type evil spirit's movements. Brother Tao, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have been able to withstand this attack. Chen Yi looked at Tao Yang sincerely. Yes, yes. Qingying nodded repeatedly. But let's think about what to do next. With Tao Yang's soul-type artifact, everyone could hold on for about half an hour. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just stared coldly at the old man on the high platform. The old man saw the crisis here and laughed unscrupulously, his laughter filled with pride and joy. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help feeling indignant. If it weren't for this old man's mischievous actions, they would have been able to hide behind Yang Kai's defensive barrier, but now, facing this soul-type evil spirit, they couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. That old bastard! Zhao Rong's temper was straightforward, and she couldn't help cursing. Little friend! The old man smiled viciously while dealing with the evil spirit on the high platform. He shouted to Yang Kai, You see, your side is in crisis right now, but so is mine. Why don't you cooperate with me? How do we cooperate? Yang Kai asked indifferently. It's very simple. You help us create the same barrier as yours, and this old master will help you deal with that soul-type evil spirit. You can't deal with it because you haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary, but this old master is different. Not only is this old master an immortal ascension boundary master, but he's also an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage cultivator. Although dealing with that soul-type evil spirit will be somewhat troublesome, I can still kill it. What do you think? This kind of cooperation is beneficial to both of us. Chapter 340. When the old man said this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that he had spent so much effort to lure the soul-type evil spirit here in order to get Yang Kai to help them. If Yang Kai could really help them, he wouldn't have to work so hard to protect them like he did now. At that time, they could sit on the high platform like Yang Kai and the others and watch from the sidelines. As long as they could delay until the evil spirit spring disappeared, they could naturally escape safely. If it weren't for the old man having scruples about the strength of Yang Kai's group, he would have already snatched the high platform they were on instead of going through so much trouble. It had to be said that this old man's plan was really good. Yu Qing from Free and Unfettered Sect saw the situation develop like this and couldn't help laughing. Senior's method is good. This junior admires it. Just now, the old man had been so confident that Yu Qing couldn't make sense of it. But now, looking at him again, it was clear that the old man had a plan. Perhaps he had already noticed the existence of the soul-type evil spirit. So he had asked him and his junior brothers to sacrifice the charm slaves so that he could have time to lure the soul-type evil spirit over. Ha ha! How can you not have some tricks up your sleeve? The old man sneered, and the 4 young men around him also laughed, seemingly admiring the old man's methods. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all wore gloomy expressions, extremely angry but unable to do anything. Little friend, what do you think? Now that they had the upper hand, the old man wasn't in a hurry. He had just boasted that Yang Kai and the others would come to beg him. In his opinion, this group of Yuan Qi cultivators would sooner or later bow their heads to him, unless they wanted to die. Without cultivating their divine sense, relying only on their soul-type artifacts, they wouldn't be able to resist the soul-type evil spirit's attack. At most, it would only take a moment. Their souls would be severely damaged, and at that time the old man would be able to raise the price. So he didn't urge them and just asked lightly. Yang Kai frowned at him and snorted. He didn't answer. On the high platform, Yu Qing whispered to the old man, "Senior, if they can't hold on and come to beg you, can you make another condition?" The old man raised his brow. "Oh, what are your conditions?" Yu Qing stealthily glanced at the sisters, his eyes brimming with an obscene light. He licked his lips and said, "Tell them to hand over the twins." The old man glanced at Yu Qing meaningfully. He was well aware of the free and unfettered sex methods of enslaving and training charm slaves. Charm slaves were also divided into different grades. If the twins were trained into charm slaves, then they would be of even greater help to the free and unfettered sex male disciples. In particular, the whose sister's strength was extraordinary, so naturally Yu Qing was very concerned about them. This time, the free and unfettered sect had disregarded all risks and entered the evil cavern. It was precisely because the whose sisters were a pair of twins. "I'm afraid that's not a good idea." The old man frowned. Although he could handle Yang Kai and the others, he also needed Yang Kai's help. If he made some excessive demands, it would only be counterproductive. If things didn't go well, they might end up worse off. Junior can give Senior for more charmed slaves. What do you think? Yu Qing suggested in a low voice. That's worth considering. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Good, when this matter is over, this old master will help you capture all the women over there. How about you give me 8 more charmed slaves? 8 is too much. The twins are indeed worth 4 charmed slaves, but the other 2 women, 6 charmed slaves, no more. Yu Qing's face showed a trace of hidden pain. It was as if he had suffered a huge loss. All right, 6 then. Remember, you owe this old man 14 charmed slaves. The old man laughed mischievously. He was quite easy to talk to. Naturally, I remember. Yu Qing was also quite satisfied with the results of this negotiation and flattered the old man. Senior is really a master. It seems that he doesn't care much about women. If he really cared about women, then he wouldn't hand over all 4 women. There was no need to mention the twin sisters. Both of them were devastatingly beautiful. Ghost King Valley's Lungshan was also extraordinarily beautiful, while the other young girl, although not as beautiful as the other 3, had her own unique flavor. The old man smiled contemptuously and proudly said, "What does a woman count for? Only you young men with brains filled with lust would care about such things. If this old master wanted a woman, what kind of woman couldn't this old master get? Yes, 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 Senior's teachings are correct. Yu Qing nodded repeatedly, not daring to refute. After this short exchange, he couldn't help looking at the old man, more pleasing to the eye. Turning his attention back to the Hu sisters, he couldn't help showing a smug smile, as if he had already captured them and brought them back to free and unfettered sect, so he could train them with various medicines and soul skills. After reaching an agreement, both the old man and Yu Qing were happy, and even the 4 young men brought by the old man also showed joyful expressions. They knew that after the old man obtained the 14 charm slaves, he would definitely reward each of them with one. Charm slaves, not only could they warm their bed, but they could also absorb their profound qi at a critical moment to increase their cultivation. Who wouldn't want one? With a charmed slave, they would no longer be lonely. Little friend, don't say that this old master didn't warn you. If you still refuse to cooperate, I'm afraid some of your friends will die. The old man glanced over at Yang Kai and the others and said with a smirk, "Don't worry about it." Yang Kai replied in a lukewarm tone, "Humph, you don't know how to appreciate kindness." The old man's face was filled with anger as he sneered, "If you don't beg this old master for help, this old master will definitely not act." Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him and instead stared at the floating soul-type evil spirit. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples also held their 5 dragons, binding seals, and nervously made preparations. While the old man and Yu Qing were negotiating, Yang Kai and the others were also discussing how to deal with this situation. "Brother Yang, can you resist it?" Tao Yang asked faintly, holding the ring-shaped soul-type artifact in his hand and asking, "Why don't you take this with you?" "And take it with you just in case," Lung Shan whispered softly, her brow furrowed in worry. When Yang Kai had said he was going to go out and kill this soul-type evil spirit, everyone had been frightened, thinking he had gone crazy. The Hu sisters had also panicked and tried to dissuade him. Hu Mei Er's eyes were overflowing with anxious tears. "It's okay, I know what I'm doing. If I really can't handle it, I'll come back," Yang Kai said calmly. "Then you be careful," Shin Yi quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. At that moment, the soul-type evil spirit opened its mouth again. It wanted to use its soul skill. "Attack!" Yang Kai shouted. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples quickly poured their yuan qi into the 5 dragons, binding seals. 5 dragons appeared, and while the soul-type evil spirit was using its soul skill, they spat out a white light from their mouths, locking the soul-type evil spirit in place. Yang Kai grasped his yang liquid sword and shot out like a bolt of lightning, flying towards the purple halo that was about to explode. Dang. Taoyang also used his soul-type artifact to offset the soul attack contained in the purple halo. So fast! Shin, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived in front of the soul-type evil spirit, the long sword in his hand dancing in an airtight manner. The soul-type evil spirit's body was constantly being cut. The sharp howl became more and more violent as the purple halo exploded one after another. Taoyang also used his soul-type artifact to defend himself, but he still couldn't resist such a dense attack. His face paled, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, his figure wilting. Shin Yi's eyes were sharp, and he quickly caught his artifact. Taking the lead, he saved everyone from this disaster. "Young man, do you want to die?" The old man also noticed Yang Kai's bold actions and couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he shouted. He didn't care whether Yang Kai lived or died, but if Yang Kai died, no one would be able to open a defensive barrier for them. However, Yang Kai ignored his shouts and continued to attack the soul-type evil spirit's body. In a short period of time, the soul-type evil spirit's purple body had dimmed significantly. However, its strength was obviously much stronger than the average purple evil spirit. So even if it was restrained by true Yang Yuan Qi, it was still not defeated. We can't hold on. Treasure Instrument Sex, Zhao Rong suddenly shouted. The next moment, she and the other two all paled as the 5 dragon binding seals in their hands dimmed. The 5 dragons, binding the soul-type evil spirit, directly collapsed. Freedom was restored. The soul-type evil spirit undoubtedly went completely berserk, its facial features distorting as it shot a purple light towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have time to dodge and was hit by this purple light. A severe pain spread from his mind as his soul palace was unable to resist such a soul attack. The minor accomplishment soul palace was originally wrapped around his mind, but at this moment a gap had appeared. Yang Kai's face suddenly paled. His hand movements paused for a moment. Just at this moment, the soul-type evil spirit bared its fangs and claws as it charged towards Yang Kai. With a tearing sound, Yang Kai's clothes were torn apart and several long wounds appeared on his stomach, blood flowing freely. "Brother Yang!" The group of people exclaimed as they stared at him in horror. "Courting death!" The old man coldly snorted, his expression quite annoyed. He had hoped that Yang Kai would not be able to resist and cooperate with him, but he hadn't expected this young man to be so stubborn. He would rather die than live in dishonor, causing all his plans to fall through. After being hit by such a soul skill, even an immortal ascension boundary master's consciousness would likely be destroyed. Yang Kai, a Yuan Qi 5th stage cultivator, how could he be spared? Serves him right. The old man sneered in his heart, not feeling any sympathy, only some regret. With Yang Kai dead, this old man was also in a bit of trouble. "I'm fine," Yang Kai suddenly shouted, his shaky body stabilizing as he hurriedly avoided the soul-type evil spirit's next attack. A faint chill spread through his mind, and although the pain was unbearable, the soul-warming lotus had once again played its role. How is this possible? The old man cried out. As an immortal ascension boundary master, he could naturally feel the terrifying power contained in that soul skill. Even if it was him, he wouldn't dare take it head-on. So how did this young man withstand it? The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples also couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, all of them staring at Yang Kai in amazement, wondering if he had some kind of high-end soul-type artifact that allowed him to withstand that attack. However, even if Yang Kai had a soul-type artifact, it could only protect himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out just now. Again, Yang Kai shouted towards the high platform as he continued to fight the soul-type evil spirit. Lung Shan quickly responded, hurrying over to Zhao Rong and picking up the 5 dragons binding seal. The Hu sisters stepped forward side by side and poured their Yuan Qi into the 5 dragons binding seal along with Lung Shan. Chapter 341. Under the urging of the 3 women, the 5 dragons binding seal's effect was much stronger than before. After all, Lung Shan's strength wasn't low, and the Hu sisters were even more powerful when they joined forces. The 3 treasure instrument sect disciples couldn't compare to them. 5 dragons appeared, each of them spitting out a white light towards the soul-type evil spirit. The soul-type evil spirit was once again bound in place. Knowing that the 5 dragons binding seal wouldn't be able to bind it for long, Yang Kai no longer showed any mercy. Pushing out his palms, Yang Kai sent out his white tiger seal and divine ox seal, the 2 true Yang Yuan Qi beast phantoms viciously tearing at each other. With one hand holding his sword, Yang Kai sent out his burning sun's 3-layer blast towards the soul-type evil spirit. Yang Kai was completely ignoring the soul attacks it was sending out. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help feeling their cheeks twitch. This kind of fighting style was really too violent, giving people the feeling that he was willing to sacrifice himself to take the enemy down with him. The soul-type evil spirit's body was rapidly fading, but the soul skills it displayed were still visible to the naked eye as they rushed into Yang Kai's mind one after another. The reason why an Yuan Qi cultivator would be helpless against a soul-type evil spirit was because they couldn't defend against its soul skills. Even an immortal ascension boundary master would struggle to avoid these attacks. So soul-type evil spirits had always been very troublesome to deal with inside the evil cavern. However, if one could ignore its soul attacks, it would only be slightly stronger than an average evil spirit. The pain in Yang Kai's mind grew more and more intense, causing the blue veins on his forehead to bulge. But his hands didn't stop moving, constantly wearing down the soul-type evil spirit's body as it let out a sharp howl. The old man on the other side watched for a while, and his eyes, which were overflowing with light, trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so strong. This Yuan Qi 5th stage young man's strength and combat effectiveness had far exceeded his expectations. If this continued, he really would be able to kill this soul-type evil spirit, and it wouldn't take too long. Thinking so, the old man quietly shifted his attention to Yang Kai's side. Sure enough, after fighting for half a cup of tea's time, the soul-type evil spirit let out a series of howls. His body turned into specks of purple light before disappearing. Seeing Yang Kai's display of power, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instruments sect disciples couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. The Hu sisters even covered their mouths in surprise, their eyes trembling. Where the soul-type evil spirit had disappeared, it left behind a large cluster of pure white, cotton-like evil spirit essence. Inside this cluster of evil spirit essence, there were threads visible to the naked eye. Before the crowd had time to feel happy for Yang Kai, a voice suddenly rang out. After seeing this ball of origin, they all exclaimed, "Special origin!" The old man's eyes, which were already overflowing with light, suddenly glowed even more brightly as he stared greedily at them. A special evil spirit essence was much more precious than an ordinary evil spirit essence. No one knew what kind of mysteries were hidden inside. However, when the old man looked at this special origin, he clearly felt that his divine sense was being slightly attracted, as if it was a cat that had smelled blood. His instinctive desire had been aroused. In an instant, the old man understood that this special origin source was an origin source that could increase the power of his divine sense. After all, this was something left behind by the soul-type evil spirit after its death, so it was only natural that it could increase one's spiritual energy. Suddenly, the old man's greed soared. If it was an ordinary origin, the old man wouldn't have been tempted, but something that could increase one's spiritual energy was rare, so it was worth the risk of snatching it. There was no hesitation at all. The old man hurriedly shouted to Yu Qing, "Stand guard!" In the next moment, his figure shot out like a meteor towards Yang Kai. "Shameless old dog!" Shin Yi shouted angrily, "Yang Kai, be careful!" Everyone shouted. Yang Kai was dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Although he had the help of the soul-warming lotus, after so many soul attacks, he had also suffered a lot of damage. After killing the soul-type evil spirit, he didn't even bother to check what kind of origin it had left behind. Instead, he simply took a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space and swallowed it. With a cry of alarm, Yang Kai instinctively pushed his Yuan Qi and grabbed the evil spirit essence in front of him, circulating his secret art and absorbing it into his palm. Courting death! The old man had no scruples at this moment. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Kai, there was no need for him to pretend to be a good person. A look of pain and anger appeared on the old man's face as he viciously struck out towards Yang Kai, an angry blow from an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master. Even if Yang Kai tried his best to resist, he still couldn't withstand it. He only had time to squeeze out a drop of yang liquid and turn it into a shield above his head. Asterisk pung, asterisk with a loud bang. Yang Kai was struck by the old man and fell directly into the slowly rising evil spirit spring, disappearing from sight. The old man was stunned midair, muttering a few curses under his breath before sighing and turning around to return. He still did not have the time to snatch that special evil spirit origin. "Yang Kai, Hu Mei-er's beautiful face suddenly went pale, as if she had lost her soul. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly jumped off the high platform and fell towards the spot where Yang Kai had fallen. But after falling only a foot, her body was caught. She turned around and saw her sister shaking her head at her in a panic. "Let me go." Hu Mei-er looked at her elder sister pleadingly and muttered. Hu Jiao-er still shook her head, her eyes gradually becoming red. Since cultivating the twin Qi-shared spirit divine art, the two sisters had gradually become one. So how could Hu Jiao-er not feel the grief and panic in her sister's heart at this moment? Because of this, Hu Jiao-er's heart also ached. But even more so, she couldn't watch her younger sister jump down to her death. The high platform was silent as the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples were all stunned. None of them had expected this old man to be so despicable and shameless. A moment later, Lung Shan suddenly screamed, "Attack!" Turning her head, her beautiful eyes filled with unparalleled anger and madness. She raised her hand and sent out her Ghost King seal. The Ghost King seal let out a sharp howl and fiercely attacked the other side of the high platform. As soon as she took action, all the Ghost King Valley disciples also used their martial skills, while the Treasure Instrument sect disciples also hurriedly summoned their artifacts and attacked the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. While trying not to damage the true Yang Yuan Qi's defensive shield, everyone vented the anger in their hearts. The other side of the high platform was already surrounded on all sides, and with the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples attacking it, the situation became even more precarious. Yu Qing's expression changed greatly as he panicked and shouted, "Lan Shan, you even dare attack my free and unfettered sect disciples? Free and unfettered sect and Ghost King Valley are close neighbors, and besides, we didn't attack that little brat. Don't be so indiscriminate." Lang Shan's eyes flashed a cold light as she sneered, completely ignoring Yu Qing's shouts and continuing to squander her Yuan Qi. Impudent Junior! The old man flew into a rage. He realized that he had underestimated this group of young people. In their anger, their attacks were all very sharp. He didn't care about one or two attacks, but with so many people attacking at the same time, coupled with the surrounding evil spirits, the old man was suddenly a little flustered. He was at his wits' end. In particular, the several artifacts that were summoned were incredibly powerful, causing the old man's complexion to change greatly. "If you don't stop, this old master will destroy your defensive shield, even if it costs him his life." The old man roared. He was an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage cultivator. If he hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, he wouldn't have shouted such grievances. In his heart, he was also secretly regretting not being able to snatch the evil spirit essence just now. He really shouldn't have tried to kill that little brat. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone this group of hot-blooded youngsters. "Wait, stop fighting." Tao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked down and shouted in surprise, "Brother Yang isn't dead!" Everyone was stunned, their Yuan Qi also calming down as they followed Tao Yang's gaze down below. Sure enough, in the middle of the evil spirit spring, there was a vague figure exuding a flickering light. It was indeed Yang Kai. Not only was he not dead, he was actually standing quietly in the middle of the evil spirit spring. The scattered evil spirit essences around him seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force, pouring into Yang Kai's body and disappearing. "Brother Yang." Tao Yang called out anxiously, "Huh?" From the boiling evil spirit spring, Yang Kai let out a low chuckle, a chuckle that made everyone's hair stand on end. Gradually, the sound of his laughter grew louder and louder, rolling like thunder. "Brother Yang, what's wrong with you?" Tao Yang's expression changed slightly as he nervously looked down. Suddenly, a pitch-black color emerged from Yang Kai's body. Even in the middle of the evil spirit spring, this black color was quite conspicuous, like a black hole, and when it appeared, it instantly swallowed all the light, causing everyone's vision to go dark. When he came back to his senses, he saw that there was a black figure below him. Only a pair of scarlet eyes were emitting a bloodthirsty and cold light that seemed to be choosing people to devour. It's become the demon race. The old man let out a strange cry, thinking that Yong-kai had just swallowed so much evil spirit essence and was unable to refine it in time, allowing the evil in the evil spirit essence to take control of his mind. This explanation was also reasonable. With so much evil spirit essence pouring into his body, even the old man would not be able to withstand it. Although Yong-kai's secret art and Yuan Qi could restrain evil spirits, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. Hearing him say this, the people on the high platform who had just breathed a sigh of relief suddenly changed their expressions. Lang Shan's eyes flashed as she looked down suspiciously, feeling somewhat uncertain. Of all the people present, only she knew that Yong-kai could use another kind of evil spirit essence that was different from true Yang Yuan Qi. When they were in the isolated world, she and ZMO also thought that Yong-kai had become the demon race, but the result was a big joke. At that time, the situation was exactly the same as what was happening now. Yong-kai was wrapped in darkness, but this time it was more serious. Did he really become the demon race? Lang Shan asked herself, but she couldn't figure it out. "Mère, go up, I'm fine." Yong-kai's voice came from below, cold as steel, but quite calm. Hearing this, Lang Shan couldn't help but feel happy, knowing that Yong-kai was really fine. Hu Mei-er was also stunned, but Hu Jiao-er quickly pulled her up. The two sisters hurriedly hid inside the defensive barrier, their eyes looking down in amazement. Chapter 342. Looking down from the high platform, the evil spirit spring that covered the ground below had already risen to a very high position. This spring water wasn't really liquid, but it looked just like liquid, thick and flowing, containing all kinds of evil and danger. The evil spirits scrambled for this spring water like a flock of ducks, constantly devouring the energy within. But if a martial artist fell into it, they would definitely not have a good ending. But now Yong-kai was wrapped in black qi, completely unaffected by the evil spirit spring water. He was like a fish swimming in water, constantly swimming back and forth. Wherever he passed, all the scattered evil spirit essences were sucked into his body. Occasionally he would encounter one or two evil spirits, but they didn't attack him. These evil spirits didn't seem to notice his existence and turned a blind eye to him. The group of people were all stunned. The old man on the high platform was also stunned, his face filled with disbelief. This little brat's current state was extremely strange. The energy he was exuding was completely different from before, filled with an evil and brutal aura. He was like a murderous demon that had lost his mind, and his aura was so evil that it made people's hearts tremble. What made the old man even more shocked was that Yong-kai was currently collecting evil spirit essences. The evil spirits had been fighting each other for a long time, so there were countless evil spirit essences below. That brat had only gone there for a short while, yet he had already collected a few dozen balls. It was enough to make people envious. Moreover, he was directly absorbing the evil spirit essences into his body, as if he wasn't worried that the evil contained in these essences would cause any harm to him. Ha ha ha! Yong-kai happily swam in the evil spirit spring water, collecting the essences while constantly letting out a cold laugh. There was some surprise and pride in his laughter, but more than that, it was excitement. Both his body and mind were extremely excited. Even his blood was boiling, as if he was holding a naked beauty in his arms and tasting her. The unyielding golden skeleton was pulsing rhythmically. The evil spirit essences that it had just absorbed had made the golden skeleton very happy, and it was crazily devouring the evil energy in the surrounding evil spirit spring water. This energy seemed to suit the golden skeleton's appetite. His body turned into a huge vortex, sucking in all the evil energy around him. Not only did Yong-kai not feel uncomfortable, but his face was full of joy. He did not know why this was the case, but since the golden body liked this kind of energy, there was no need to delve into it. He just needed to absorb it. After inhaling for a while, Kai Yang suddenly felt a sense of saturation. It was not that the golden body was full. The golden body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy it absorbed, it would never be saturated. Instead, it was because he had reached the limit of his current realm. If he did not break through this shackle, the golden body would not absorb anymore. Otherwise, it would be a burden to Yang Kai. He was aware of this. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This crazy absorption not only replenished the golden avatar, but also stored nearly 100 evil spirit essences in the Dantian. Yang Kai didn't have the time to refine these essences, so he could only put them in Dantian for now. He couldn't save any more. Yang Kai was especially interested in the special essence left behind by the soul evil spirit. Compared to the other essences, this one was undoubtedly different. He had to quickly refine it so that he could absorb more of it and take the opportunity to break through his current realm. Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart suddenly began to heat up. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that the group of people on the high platform were still looking at him worriedly. In particular, the Hu sisters couldn't hide the worry and concern in their beautiful eyes. Feeling warm in his heart, Yang Kai rushed to the high platform and waved to them. "Give me all your purifying spirit bottles." "Haha." Chin Yi grinned greedily. "I knew Brother Yang was a righteous man." Saying so, he quickly collected all the purifying spirit bottles and threw them to Yang Kai. There were only 5 purifying spirit bottles. Among them, 3 were from Treasure Instrument Sect, while 2 were from Ghost King Valley. The Hu sisters had only fled to this place, so naturally they didn't have any purifying spirit bottles. A bottle could hold 20 essences, so 5 purifying spirit bottles equated to 100. With such a huge number, anyone would inevitably be tempted. Yang Kai continued to shuttle back into the evil spirit spring. Wandering and scrupulously among the countless evil spirits, he constantly used his purifying spirit bottles to collect essences. After filling one bottle, he would switch to another. After a short while, all 5 bottles were filled. The old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples all stared blankly, everyone's eyes filled with greed and envy. They were so busy fighting on this high platform that they didn't even have the time to collect star sources. But Yang Kai was simply wandering around the spring without any hesitation, collecting one star source after another which would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Comparing the two, how could they not be envious? The old man was now filled with regret, his old face filled with a variety of emotions, all kinds of emotions churning in his heart. If he had known that this little brat had such great ability, how could he have torn apart all pretense of cordiality with Yang Kai? However, it was only at this moment that she witnessed his mysteriousness and strength. Even if she regretted, it was useless. Just now, when he had struck Yang Kai, he had completely ruined any hope of making friends with Yang Kai. Even if he couldn't get Yang Kai to help him create that magical defensive barrier, he could at least collect some essences for him. Yang Kai's action of collecting essences was even simpler than picking a watermelon. What an unlucky year. He had let go of such a good opportunity. In an instant, the old man felt his teeth hurt, his liver hurt, his stomach hurt, his entire body hurt. Yang Kai took 5 full bottles and tossed them up, not in a hurry to return, instead floating above the evil spirit spring. He turned his head and gloomily glanced at the old man. The old man's heart skipped a beat, not knowing what Yang Kai's gaze meant. Just as he was feeling conflicted, he saw Yang Kai grin at him, his scarlet eyes flashing a strange light as he leisurely flew over. Everyone on the high platform was on high alert, as if they were facing a great enemy. They were already struggling to deal with these evil spirits, so if Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to add insult to injury, they would be finished. This was really a case of when it rains it pours, when the boat is late, the wind blows. Yu Qing secretly blamed the old man for his rashness just now and smiled towards Yang Kai from a distance, saying, "Friend, please slow down. Our free and unfettered sect has no grudge with you. Please think twice before you act." Seeing Yu Qing act in such a low-key manner, the Ghost King Valley disciples couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Looking at Yang Kai again, they didn't think he was evil at all. Instead, at this moment, his back was handsome and extraordinary. He didn't say anything. He didn't take any action. But his presence alone was enough to make his enemies tremble in fear. As a man, this is how it should be. "Chen," Yi said with a look of worship. Lung Shan snorted and rolled her eyes. "Friend, if you have something to say, we can talk it out." Yu Qing saw Yang Kai remain silent and didn't know what he wanted to do. He could only laugh dryly. The old man's face was also gloomy and uncertain. He remained silent, allowing Yu Qing to act like a grandson. But he also wanted to use him to inquire about Yang Kai's intentions. "I want something." Just as Yu Qing was feeling restless, Yang Kai opened his mouth. Yu Qing calmed down and quickly replied, "What does friend want? As long as my free and unfettered sect has it, we will give it to you. We will immediately offer it. Here's your purifying spirit bottle." Yang Kai grinned, his white fangs appearing particularly terrifying as they were wrapped in black qi. Of course. Yu Qing didn't dare to neglect and quickly took out the purifying spirit bottles his brothers carried. They only carried 2 purifying spirit bottles. This was something Yang Kai was also clear about. Moreover, these 2 bottles also contained a few evil spirit essences. Lightly stowing them away, turning to look at the old man, Yang Kai sneered meaningfully, slowly narrowing his eyes as he said, "Do you need me to say more?" The old man coldly snorted, his expression clearly unhappy. He was an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master, and although he knew Yang Kai was powerful, in fact, he wasn't afraid of him. However, he still had 4 juniors he needed to take care of. Without the certainty of killing Yang Kai in a single blow, the old man didn't dare act rashly. Since Kai Yang had so blatantly demanded something from him, and in front of a junior, the old man naturally couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Face aside, the old man didn't want to provoke Yang Kai any further. After snorting, the old man suppressed his anger and said, "Give it to him!" But a young man next to the old man hesitated. Obviously, he didn't want to give in so easily. "I said give it to him." The old man shouted, "Yes." The young man glared hatefully at Yang Kai, grit his teeth, took out 2 purifying spirit bottles from his sleeve, and tossed them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught them, staring at the young man indifferently. "I'll remember you. Be careful." The young man was full of vigor, and with the support of his elders, he sneered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face went cold as a cold light flashed across his eyes. But before he could act, the old man swung his hand and slapped the young man. *Pa, * with an incomparably crisp sound. The young man was sent spinning several times on the spot, and after stabilizing himself, one of his cheeks suddenly swelled up. "Will you die if you don't speak?" The old man glared at him fiercely. This old master doesn't want to provoke this strange little brat any longer, but you're still talking nonsense. If you really force him to act now, none of you will leave here alive. The young man was obviously stunned by this slap, seemingly not having expected his honored master to slap him. Covering his cheek in a daze, his eyes filled with humiliation and anger, his face alternating between red and blue. But he didn't dare to open his mouth to say anything, swallowing back the blood in his mouth. "Little friend, are you satisfied?" The old man glanced at Yang Kai faintly. "Ha ha ha ha." Yang Kai laughed wildly, nodding repeatedly, satisfied. "Please go back," the old man quickly said. Yang Kai standing next to their high platform always made the old man feel like he was being stabbed in the back. He was constantly on guard against Yang Kai's sudden attack while simultaneously dealing with the evil spirit, making it extremely difficult for him to do so. "No hurry." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression calm and composed. The old man's expression changed slightly, his expression becoming uncertain. Yang Kai waved the purifying spirit bottle in his hand at the old man and slowly began to collect the evil spirit essences floating around their high platform. These essences were left behind by the old man's group and the free and unfettered sex group after they had killed the evil spirits. There were many of them and should have been their spoils of war. But since no one had the time to collect them, they could only let them float around. Chapter 343. Watching Yang Kai leisurely collect the evil spirit essences, Yu Qing couldn't help smiling bitterly, opening his mouth but not daring to say anything. The old man's complexion was also ugly, and he had the urge to vomit blood. After a long time, Yang Kai finished collecting the evil spirit essences around them, glancing over at them and chuckling. "Continue, I'll come back later." Saying this out loud really made one feel like they were about to die from anger. The 4 purifying spirit bottles hadn't yet been filled, so Yang Kai walked around in a circle before returning. Arriving at the high platform where everyone was resting, Yang Kai tossed the 4 purifying spirit bottles to the Hu sisters and said, "You keep an eye on them. I need to digest them first." The Hu sisters' faces were like peach blossoms as they smiled sweetly. Although the last 4 purifying spirit bottles were all given to Hu Mei Air and Hu Jiao Air, no one from Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instruments sect complained. Each of them had already harvested 2 bottles of evil spirit essences. Yang Kai's previous debt to Ghost King Valley had not only been completely repaid, but had also given them a big harvest. Needless to say, Tao Yang and the others from Treasure Instruments sect had come here because their honored master wanted to see if this evil spirit essence could be used for artifact refining. Originally, they had only wanted to kill a few red evil spirits, but now that they had reaped such a huge harvest, how could they not be happy? What's more, Hu Mei Air had just jumped into the evil spirit spring to look for Yang Kai, which made everyone realize that the relationship between Yang Kai and the twins was not as simple as they had thought. They weren't strangers who had met by chance. No wonder Yang Kai was able to rescue the twins from the high platform just now. Considering all this, everyone looked at Yang Kai, then at the Hu sisters, all of them wearing strange expressions. Sure enough, he's a pervert. Lang Shan secretly ground her teeth as she cursed. Back in that isolated world, this little bastard had taken advantage of her and ZMO. If it weren't for the enemy attacking them at the last moment, perhaps he and ZMO would have already been together. At that time, if ZMO was really eaten by him, Lang Shan estimated that she wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp. Never would he have thought that even after entering the evil cavern, he would still be able to meet 2 beauties who had an unclear relationship with him. Moreover, they were twins. How many women did he know outside? That's why he encountered such a low probability thing. Thinking of this, Lang Shan became more and more annoyed. She secretly decided that she would never deal with Yang Kai again, although he was indeed a good person. But he was a bit too much of a playboy. If she walked together with him again, she might lose her chastity without even knowing how. She still wanted to marry into a good family. Glancing at the Hu sisters, Lang Shan's mouth moved. There was no sound, but she mouthed the words, "Love-struck fool." The high platform was filled with jubilation. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, retracting the evil energy into his unyielding golden skeleton. The Dantian's true Yang Yuan Qi once again filled his meridians. The evil energy contained in the evil spirit spring could be directly absorbed into his unyielding golden skeleton, but the evil spirit essence couldn't be absorbed. It needed to be refined with true Yang Yuan Qi. Slightly investigating the Dantian's essence, Yang Kai found that there were more than 100 of them, but only one of them could be determined to be a special essence. It was the one left behind by the soul-type evil spirit after it died. Thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to save it for the end. Good things should always be left for the end. Leading the Dantian's essence into his meridians, Yang Kai used his yuan qi to refine it. At the same time, he felt the shackles of his own martial Tao. The shackles of heaven and earth enveloped his body. This layer of shackles couldn't be felt before reaching a certain level, but every time a cultivator was about to break through, they could clearly sense it. Breaking through this layer of shackles would allow a cultivator's strength to rise to the next level. If they couldn't do so, their cultivation would remain stagnant. The stronger one was, the harder it was to break the shackles placed on one's body. This was one of the reasons why a cultivator's strength increased slowly in the later stages. Sometimes a cultivator would be stuck in a certain realm all year round because they were limited by their aptitude, unable to break through that bottleneck. This kind of shackles was especially obvious when one reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. Therefore, in today's world, very few people broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary. And every cultivator who broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary was a powerful overlord. At the very least, they were all masters of first-class forces. If there was an exception, it would be Ling Tai Su. After all, High Heaven Pavilion was only a second-class sect, and now it was on the verge of destruction. Yang Kai used his heart to feel, gathering his essence, qi, and soul, constantly attacking the shackles that bound him. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, that layer of shackles was suddenly broken. His whole body felt light, as if he had just broken out of a cage, and a sense of freedom was born in his body and mind. It was as if this world could no longer hinder his steps to the peak of the martial Tao. An invisible aura, with Yang Kai as the center, suddenly spread out, creating a layer of ripples visible to the naked eye. The people who were chatting and laughing were startled by this sudden movement and quickly turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. After confirming that he was making such a commotion because of his breakthrough, they all had strange expressions on their faces. Daring to break through in such a dangerous environment, Yang Kai's courage was really admirable. Yuan Qi Realm, 6th stage. Even if he succeeded in breaking through, Yang Kai didn't immediately get up. He still circulated his secret art, absorbing the evil spirit essence that had just been completely refined into the unyielding golden skeleton. The golden skeleton was no longer saturated and produced a whirlpool-like suction force, swallowing the purified evil spirit essence. The realm that had just broken through quickly stabilized. In the Dantian, there was still a mass of evil spirit essence left. It was the special evil spirit essence left behind after its death. Yang Kai's face shook and his spirit rose. He was also looking forward to what benefits this special evil spirit essence would bring him. The Yuan Qi drove it through his meridians, refining and burning it. The impurities were expelled little by little, turning into useless substances that were discharged from the body. It was worthy of being called a special evil spirit essence. Yang Kai spent a full hour to completely refine it. After the refined evil spirit essence flowed through his meridians, it brought a strange feeling that made him feel comfortable. This was an effect that other evil spirit essences did not have. Suddenly, it followed his meridians and rushed straight to the top of his head. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The next moment, Yang Kai felt that his spiritual energy had increased by a large amount. This was actually an evil spirit essence that could increase his spiritual energy. Not only that, but there also seemed to be something else. Yang Kai opened his eyes, and there seemed to be an electric current flashing through them, shining brightly as he thought for a while. The corners of his mouth could not help but show a strange smile. He slowly got up. Yang Kai looked towards the high platform where the old man was. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Qin Yi hurriedly asked. I can't be better." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Looking at the old man, his eyes gradually became dangerous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, the old man could not help but look back. With just a glance, the old man frowned. He found that this strange young man seemed to be a little different from before. Compared to before, he seemed to have become more confident, more arrogant, and more overbearing. just after breaking through a small realm. He already has ideas about this old man? The old man sneered in his heart, really overestimating himself. Yang Kai was indeed thinking about this old man. Just now, in order to snatch that special evil spirit essence, this old man had attacked Yang Kai. If it were not for Yang Kai's good physique, the extremely pure yuan qi in his body, and the fact that he had condensed a yang liquid shield at the critical moment, he would not have been able to block that attack. Although he was about to get some interest back, but it had always been Yang Kai's principle to do things. Swallowing humiliation was not something he wanted to do. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai gradually withdrew his hostility. He was not completely sure that he could kill the old man. The old man's realm was too high. Even with the means he had just obtained, he may not be able to kill him. He had to plan carefully. Brother Yang. Tao Yang's expression was dignified. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "We just discussed and felt that staying here is not a long-term solution." Yang Kai also felt the same way. Just now, they couldn't escape because countless evil spirits had gathered from all directions. So there was no way to escape, so they could only hide on this central high platform. Now that all the nearby evil spirits had gathered, the outside was undoubtedly safer. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "What do you think?" "We want to leave here." Chen Yi frowned, "But there are also concerns. Once we leave this high platform, we may be targeted by those evil spirits, making it difficult for us to escape." "What do you want me to do?" They now regarded Yang Kai as their backbone, so Yang Kai naturally knew that they were pinning their hopes on him. "Brother Yang, can you fly while maintaining such a large-range defensive shield?" Chen Yi asked somewhat embarrassedly. Their Ghost King Valley had the most people, followed by the 4 from Treasure Instrument Sect, and finally, the Hu sisters. So many people wanting Yang Kai to protect them was really too much. Moreover, they didn't know how much yuan Chiang Kai had left to squander. "I haven't tried yet, but I should be able to." Yang Kai thought about it carefully. Maintaining such a large defensive shield would definitely consume a lot of yuan qi, but he still had a lot of yang liquid stored in his dantian. "If that's the case, then we can take the risk." Chun Yi nodded slightly. Dong dong. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, not far away, a rapid and powerful heartbeat sounded. Listening to this sound, it seemed to be the beating of a huge heart. Everyone's expression changed as they turned to look at the source of the sound. After a moment of silence, the same thumping sound rang out again. This time, everyone could clearly see that when the thumping sound rang out, the evil spirit spring was actually churning violently. Pu piu piu. The evil spirit spring below the high platform suddenly seemed to be boiling, one giant bubble after another appearing. As soon as the bubble appeared, it burst open, releasing a burst of evil energy. As the bubble burst, the entire evil chi spring water below began to surge up rapidly. Chapter 344. The high platform they were standing on was about 70 to 80 meters above the ground. Originally, after such a long time, the water level of the evil spirit spring should have risen to about 30 meters. However, at this moment, the thick liquid of evil spirit spring water was rising at a crazy speed, as if it was about to explode. Everyone's complexion couldn't help changing greatly. In just 3 breaths of time, the evil spirit spring water had spread to the same height as the high platform and was still rising crazily. Not good. Tao Yang cried out in alarm, his face filled with horror as he watched all this happen. The others also hurriedly shrank back to the middle of the high platform, fearing that they would accidentally fall off and into the evil spirit spring water. With such a large amount of evil spirit spring water erupting, it was already too late for them to escape. Everyone's faces were ashen as they suddenly had no idea what to do. The old man's eyes were also filled with panic. Although he knew about the existence of the evil spirit spring, this was the first time he had encountered one, so he didn't know what was going on. Seeing that the evil spirit spring water was about to envelop them from all directions, The old man knew that this was not a place to stay for long. Letting out a roar, anger rose in his heart as he shouted, "If you don't want to die, come with me!" As he spoke, a fierce burst of energy erupted from his body, opening a gap in the encirclement of the evil spirits as his yuan qi burst out, protecting his 4 juniors as he rushed towards Yang Kai and the others. The free and unfettered sect disciples also hurriedly followed, using all kinds of martial skills and artifacts to protect themselves, so for a time they didn't have to worry about their safety. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he narrowed his eyes at the old man who was rapidly approaching them. A cold light flashed across his eyes. The purpose of the old man's flight was self-evident. In a moment, this entire area would be flooded with evil spirit spring water. At that time, the high platform where Yang Kai and the others were standing would become the only safe haven. With 20 layers of true Yang Yuan Qi layered over each other, it would be more than enough to resist the corrosion of the evil spirit spring. In this life and death crisis, the old man had decided to take a risk. Flying closer, the old man didn't rush to attack. Instead, he simply looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little friend, there are many unpleasant things between us. But at this time, this old man won't waste time with you. How about you ask your friends to give up a few seats?" Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. "Can't you see that our side is already full?" The old man's face darkened, and he said anxiously, "That's why I asked you to give up a few seats." With the evil spirit spring acting so strangely, he didn't know what would happen next. Without this old master, an immortal ascension boundary master, what chance did you have of surviving? These friends of yours have varying strengths. Why don't you just send a few of the weaker ones out? You need to know that making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. "Senior," Yu Qing anxiously called out. Listening to the old man's words, it seemed that he had no intention of bringing along the free and unfettered sex people. So naturally he was anxious. When the others heard this, they also looked at the old man angrily. When he said this, it was obvious that he wanted these people to go out and die in their place. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head. "It's quite convenient for me now. That's why I don't want to make things easy for others." "Junior, you asked for it." The old man's face filled with anger as he angrily shouted. The evil spirit spring was rising higher and higher, so he didn't have any more time to waste. If this old master doesn't have a good time, don't think you'll have a good time either. Free and unfettered sect. Join with this old master and drive them out. Only by occupying this high platform can you survive. The old man shouted. Good. Yu Qing was overjoyed and didn't hesitate to agree. On the high platform, everyone's expression was gloomy to the extreme. This old man was obviously like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. With an immortal ascension boundary, 5th stage master and 7 or 8 Yuan Qi masters attacking them, they didn't know if they could resist. Only Yang Kai was smiling lightly as he stared at the old man with contempt and ridicule. Kong. A fire dragon suddenly burst out from the high platform and flew towards the old man's group. It was unknown who had taken the initiative to attack. The high platform, covered by the true Yang Yuan Qi's defensive barrier, had now become the only place to save their lives. No one wanted to give it up, so with the old man acting so overbearingly, naturally some people couldn't hold themselves back. In the next moment, a variety of martial skills and artifacts were unleashed. The group of people around the old man didn't dare to show weakness and also return the favor. However, after only one round of confrontation, the people on the high platform saw that the situation was not good. All of their attacks had been intercepted by the old man, an immortal ascension boundary master. Although the old man had expended a lot of effort to intercept them, he had still managed to do so. On the other hand, the attacks from the Yuan Qi cultivators behind the old man had caused the people on the high platform to panic. For a moment, everyone's faces went pale. With an immortal ascension boundary master blocking the front, even if they wanted to kill the people behind them, they wouldn't be able to. In a short time, the evil spirit spring had risen again and was about to swallow up the group of people. The 4 young men beside the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples also used every ounce of strength they had, desperately pushing their true chi to the limit as they launched a fierce attack. As for the old man himself, his eagle-like eyes were locked onto Yong-kai. His intuition told him that this mysterious young man was very strange and definitely had some unknown means. If it were any other time, he would have carefully probed this young man to prevent himself from capsizing. But at this critical moment, how could he have the leisure to do so? Waving his hand, a huge palm print shot towards Yong-kai, intending to kill Yong-kai in one fell swoop. Yong-kai coldly snorted and pointed his finger forward, summoning a blood-red shield in front of him. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, the palm print slammed into the Yang liquid shield, instantly shattering it, but it still managed to block the old man's blow. Not waiting for the old man to attack again, Yong-kai's mind suddenly burst forth with an invisible energy, silently bypassing the old man's shield and flashing into the crowd behind him. The old man's expression changed. In that instant, he seemed to be aware of the power of his divine sense. Before he could figure out what was going on, behind him, a purple halo suddenly exploded. The burst of light formed a fan shape, enveloping the 4 young disciples of the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples. As the silent attack spread out, those true element boundary experts suddenly became dazed, and their faces contorted in pain. Immediately after that, another burst of light exploded. A third burst. Yu Qing clutched his head, the piercing pain making it impossible for him to circulate his yuan qi, causing him to fall headfirst into the pool of evil spirit spring. As his body fell into the evil spirit spring, a series of sizzling sounds rang out, and at a rate visible to the naked eye, Yu Qing's clothes and flesh were quickly corroded, leaving behind only white bones. In addition to Yu Qing, the free and unfettered sect disciples and the old man's 4 juniors also suffered a similar blow. Several of them fell down with Yu Qing, while the rest were directly dismembered by the evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, the old man was the only one left in his camp, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have suffered some injuries. Asterisk dang, 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 dang. Asterisk, the old man hurriedly retreated a few steps, a look of horror on his face as he stared at Yong-kai, his voice trembling as he muttered, "Soul skill!" Yong-kai's lips curled upwards as a brilliant smile appeared on his face. How is this possible? The old man's expression was one of utter disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. This was just a Yuan Qi 6-stage cultivator. How could he display a soul skill? Moreover, this soul skill was quite familiar. It was clearly the same one used by the soul-type evil spirit just now. But the scope of the attack had been slightly altered by this young man. It's a soul skill. Yong-kai stared at the old man provocatively. I obtained it from that source just now. Old man, you're dead. Impossible. The old man's expression was somewhat ferocious. Although the 3 halos just now had not seriously injured him, his divine sense had been somewhat damaged, and the pain in his head was still lingering. Even if you can comprehend a soul skill from that source without cultivating your divine sense, you can't display it. Saying so, the old man's eyes lit up again as he stared at Yong-kai in disbelief. Could it be that that source just now allowed you to cultivate your divine sense? Let's just assume so. Yong-kai chuckled, not bothering to explain. His divine sense had long since been cultivated, and Yong-kai's current spiritual energy was quite strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to display 3 soul skills in a row and still be so calm. Even a master who had just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary couldn't display 3 soul skills in a row. On the high platform, everyone stared at Yong-kai in surprise. None of them had expected that at this critical moment, Yong-kai would once again turn the tide. The time they had been in contact with Yong-kai hadn't been long, but in this short period of time, Yong-kai had displayed one after another incredible means, repeatedly creating miracles. Everyone knew that if they hadn't encountered Yang Kai on this trip to the evil cavern, they would have likely died several times over. Not to mention this life-saving grace, Yang Kai's strange and powerful strength was enough to make everyone secretly decide to befriend him and not have any conflicts with him in the future. The old man stared at the evil spirit spring below with a pained expression. The 4 juniors he had tried so hard to protect had all fallen just now. So naturally his hatred for Yang Kai had reached a boiling point. Hesitating for a moment, the old man suddenly turned around and walked away, muttering, "Little brat, you better live well. This old master will one day skin you alive." Even if Yang Kai had mastered a soul skill, the old man wasn't afraid of him. What the old man was afraid of was the rapidly rising evil spirit spring below. Unable to quickly occupy the high platform, the old man could only try to escape and see if he could escape with his life. "You want to run? Do you think you can?" Yang Kai coldly shouted, directly leaping off the high platform, quickly chasing after the old man, his figure leaping up, his divine sense flashing in his mind. But this time it was somewhat different from the previous one. Condensed into a single point, it transformed into a purple streak of light and shot towards the old man's head. This was also a soul skill obtained from the soul-type evil spirit. But the previous one was a large area of effect attack, while this one was a single target attack. The two had some similarities, but the methods used were different. The old man obviously hadn't expected Yang Kai to have this kind of skill, and was caught off guard by the purple streak of light. His body trembled as he fell, half of his body falling into the evil spirit spring.